Meanwhile, Jerry has a lightsaber duel with a scientist, who is also infected, while he channels his inner Sith Lord. In a climactic battle, Rick performs a makeshift heart surgery on Jerry to remove the parasite, and the family manages to defeat the parasitic alien invasion. The scientist, though grateful, is still upset with Jerry, who he says ruined his dissertation on parasitic alien invasions. As the episode ends, Rick jokes that they should make a movie about their experience, but Summer suggests that it's already been done, and she points to the Jedi scientist, who resembles George Lucas. Jerry, now back to his normal self, agrees with Rick that they should make a movie, but Morty points out that they should probably leave the Jedi alone before he gets angry and creates another Star Wars prequel trilogy.
Remember when Star Wars used to be science fiction? Now it's just science, dude.
It's like we're in an insane lab experiment trying to save the galaxy or something.
Hey, can I still keep my lightsaber?
This is why we can't have nice things. Jedi scientist, I'll never understand why humans like rats insist on running towards the light.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
I'm just glad the Force was with us. Title of episode: Intergalactic Incontinence, a Star Wars parody.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty explore a distant planet, where they stumble upon a rare Star Wars poster featuring Darth Vader and Princess Leia. However, Morty accidentally damages his bladder while trying to take a selfie with the poster, leading to a series of hilarious and disgusting mishaps.
Morty, we have to be careful on this planet. It's known for its toxic gases that can cause severe intestinal distress.
I know, Rick, but check out this sick Star Wars poster. I think it's worth the risk.
What are you guys doing here? I thought we were supposed to be at home for movie night.
We are, Beth. We're just getting some decorations for the screening.
Yeah, but I think I just burst my bladder. I need to find a bathroom, stat.
Ew, Morty. That's disgusting. Can't you hold it?
No, Beth. I can feel the pressure building up in my large intestine. It's like the Death Star about to explode.
We need to hurry, Morty. I don't want you to spray your urine all over this precious Star Wars poster.
I'm trying my best, Rick. I just wish Princess Leia could help me out right now.
What does Princess Leia have to do with your bladder, Morty?
I don't know, Beth. I just feel like she's the only one who understands my pain right now.
Well, princess or not, we need to find a bathroom now. Morty's in a delicate state.
Oh God, I think I just leaked a little. This is so embarrassing.
Alright, let's split up and find a bathroom. And Morty, please try to hold it together.
Hold it together, Beth. That's a good one.
Okay, enough with the puns. Let's go.
As the trio frantically searches for a bathroom, Morty's incontinence continues to worsen. Eventually, they stumble upon an alien bathroom with a strange toilet that sucks Morty into another dimension.
Rick, help.
Morty, hold on. I got you.
Oh my god, this is insane. I can't believe this is happening.
Finally, after a chaotic rescue mission, Morty is safely returned to his own dimension, with a new appreciation for the importance of a healthy bladder.
I'm sorry I ruined the Star Wars poster, guys. I promise I'll never let my incontinence get in the way of our movie nights again.
That's alright, Morty. We'll just have to find another poster for next time.
And please, Morty. Next time, just pee before we leave the house.
End of episode. Title: Exploring Exoplanets, a vampire reality TV show.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty travel to a distant planet in order to make first contact with its alien inhabitants. However, they soon find themselves embroiled in a reality TV show run by vampires. With the help of Led Zeppelin and a club sandwich armed with a knife, they must navigate their way through deadly challenges and confront their deepest fears.
Morty, I've finally found an exoplanet that's ripe for exploration. We're going to make history, Morty.
Rick, are those vampires over there? And why are they holding cameras?
Vampire. Welcome to our reality TV show, Surviving on the Exoplanet. The rules are simple: whoever survives the longest wins. But be warned, death is always just around the corner.
This is ridiculous. I refuse to participate in such a juvenile spectacle.
Hey Rick, did you see that club sandwich? It's got a knife in its hand.
Club sandwich. That's right, Morty. I'm not your average sandwich. I'm a warrior, ready to do battle with anyone who crosses my path.
Led Zeppelin, and I'm here to provide the soundtrack, baby. Let's rock and roll.
Alright, let's do this thing. But if anyone messes with my plumbus, heads are gonna roll.
As the group makes their way through the dangerous terrain of the exoplanet, they must battle fierce beasts and solve complex puzzles, all while being filmed by the vampire reality TV crew. Along the way, they discover the true nature of the vampire's ultimate prize, the knowledge of interdimensional travel.
Wait a minute, Rick. If these vampires can travel between dimensions, maybe they can help us get to Singapore.
Morty, you're a genius. Let's make a deal with these bloodsuckers. We'll help them win their reality TV show, and in return they'll help us travel to different dimensions.
Club sandwich. And I'll be here to make sure nobody tries anything funny with that plumbus.
In the end, the group emerges victorious and the vampires keep their promise, unlocking the secrets of interdimensional travel for Rick and Morty. But as they leave the exoplanet behind, they can't help but wonder what other bizarre adventures await them in the universe beyond.
Led Zeppelin, musical note, and it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason, musical note. Rick, what's a piper? And why is it leading us to reason?
Shut up, Morty. You don't need to understand everything. Just enjoy the ride.
Club sandwich. And maybe grab a bite to eat. I'm feeling kinda hungry after all that fighting.
End credits. Narrator. In this episode of our scientific TV series, we explore the phenomenon surrounding a magazine cover bearing the image of a man with a green hat and a button. The cover found its way to a household located within the proximity of a Lowe's store, which subsequently led to a series of events that prompted analysis and investigation by experts in cybernetic espionage warfare, the Rolling Stones, and the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL.
Dr. Smith, expert in cybernetic espionage warfare. The cover on the magazine appears to be a coded message that may have been utilized for nefarious purposes. Our preliminary analysis suggests that the button displayed prominently on the cover is a trigger for a hidden set of instructions.
Mick Jagger, the Rolling Stones. We were contacted by the authorities after they discovered our name on a hidden code within the magazine. We are working with the cybernetic espionage warfare experts to decipher the codes and determine if there is any connection to potential threats to our community. Dr. Johnson, NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Through our collaboration with the cybernetic espionage warfare experts and the Rolling Stones, we have identified a series of encrypted messages that suggest that the magazine cover may be tied to a potential attack on critical infrastructure in our community. Our next steps involve using our advanced technological capabilities to pinpoint potential locations and sources of the attack.
Narrator. As the investigation continues, the community remains on high alert, and the experts work tirelessly to uncover the truth behind the mysterious magazine cover. Will they be able to identify the source of the potential attack in time? Only time will tell. Title: The Pink and Purple Plunder.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on a hilariously insane adventure involving a mysterious pink and purple substance and the exploration of the cervix through deep tissue massage techniques.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty tinkering with a device that generates pink and purple substances, with Summer curiously observing. Rick explains the complexities of the chemical reactions that create the substances, and Morty remarks, "I feel like we're playing God, Rick." Rick ignores Morty's comment and proceeds to use the pink and purple substances to create a portal to a dimension where alien spa treatments are all the rage. The trio ventures inside, greeted by an array of extraterrestrial creatures receiving deep tissue massages. Summer becomes intrigued by the process and decides to try a cervix massage, much to Morty's disgust. As Summer experiences the massage, the pink and purple substances react and cause a chain reaction, sending the trio on a wild ride. As they travel through various dimensions, they encounter strange beings and warped versions of themselves, all while the pink and purple substances continue to evolve. At one point, Rick exclaims, "This is better than the time I discovered interdimensional cable." As the episode comically progresses, the trio eventually finds their way back to their dimension, but with some unexpected changes. Morty now has tentacles in place of his arms, Summer sports a unicorn horn, and Rick's hair has turned into snakes. The episode ends with the trio laughing hysterically at their newfound quirks, with Rick exclaiming, "Who needs deep tissue massages when you have these bad boys?"
This pink and purple substance is quite intriguing, Morty.
I don't know, Rick. Playing God never ends well.
Can we please go check out that alien spa? Oh my god, this feels amazing.
I don't want to know what's happening down there.
This is nothing compared to the time I got a prostate exam from an Octorian doctor.
What's happening to us?
I feel fantastic.
Looks like the pink and purple substances have enhanced our DNA. I feel like a goddamn Medusa.
I can't even reach my portal gun anymore.
Should we be worried about this?
Nah, just sit back and enjoy the ride, kids.
Title: The Pineapple Paradox.
Opening shot. Close-up of a plant with lights on its leaves, and leaves are shown in the center, followed by a zoom-out showing Beth, Rick, and Morty in the garage standing in front of a huge machine.
Morty, pass me the hyperspace travel discovery map. We're going on a road trip to find the rarest pineapple in the galaxy.
But Rick, why do we need to go to hyperspace for pineapples? Can't we just get them at the grocery store?
Morty, you know nothing about pineapples. These are special pineapples that only grow in space. They have the power to transport you to another dimension.
I want to come too. I want to see these pineapples.
Fine, but don't blame us if you get yourself killed.
Aragorn suddenly appears, holding a sword.
Aragorn, I heard you guys need a guide. I'm the best in the business.
We don't need a guide, especially not a wizard with a sword.
Aragorn, I'm not a wizard. I'm a ranger, damn it.
Rick activates the machine and they travel through hyperspace. When they land, they find themselves on a desert planet filled with pineapple fields.
Oh my god, it's beautiful. Look at all these delicious pineapples.
But Rick, how do we know which one is the rarest?
It's the one with the lights on its leaves, Morty. Duh.
As they walk through the fields, they realize that the pineapples are guarded by giant, sentient mosquitoes.
Great, just what we needed. Giant space mosquitoes guarding the pineapples.
Beth pulls out a flamethrower.
Don't worry. I got this.
They fight off the mosquitoes and finally find the rare pineapple with lights on its leaves. As they pick it, they are suddenly transported to a dark dimension filled with demonic pineapples.
Oh, geez, Rick, what did we do?
We messed up, Morty. We messed up big time.
The demonic pineapples start chasing them, but Beth saves the day by hurling the rare pineapple at them, causing a massive explosion.
Well, that was a close one. Let's get out of here before any more pineapples try to kill us.
They escape the dimension and return home, where they make a delicious pineapple margarita with their rare pineapple.
Not bad at all. And to think, Morty almost didn't come with us.
Yeah, I'm glad I did. But can we not do anything pineapple related for a while? My head is still spinning.
The episode ends with them all drinking their pineapple margaritas while a demonic pineapple peeks in through the window. Title: The Metabolic Effects of Consuming Fast Food in Heterogeneous Multi-Species Populations. In this episode of Doctor Who, the action takes place at the popular fast food joint, Burger Joint Eagles. Our protagonist, the Doctor, orders a large hamburger with lettuce, onion, and tomato, accompanied by a side of fries and a drink.
Doctor, I wish to study the effects of fast food consumption on heterogeneous multi-species populations.
The Doctor's companion, a young woman named Lips, raises an eyebrow and looks skeptically at the greasy meal.
Lips, Doctor, are you sure this is a wise idea? We have important missions to attend to, and a burger is hardly a scientific experiment.
Doctor, oh, but it is. I suspect that the metabolic reactions of the various microbiota populations in our gut after consuming this meal will reveal fascinating insights into the complex interplay between diet and microbiome.
As our adventurous duo begin consuming the meal, a group of Silurians enter the restaurant, curious about the human fascination with fast food.
Silurian 1. What is that curious-looking stack of food you have there, human?
Doctor, this, my dear Silurians, is a hamburger, a staple of human cuisine.
The Silurians eye the meal warily, but eventually, they request a sample. Silurian 2. Interesting taste. I would like to study the effects of this hamburger on Silurian microbiota populations.
Doctor, excellent idea, my dear Silurians. Let us work together to conduct a rigorous scientific study on the effects of fast food on heterogeneous multi-species populations.
Through their experiment, the doctor and Silurians discover surprising results regarding the effects of fast food on microbiota populations and determine potential applications in novel therapeutic interventions. In conclusion, this episode highlights the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration between diverse scientific fields and emphasizes the role diet plays in the complex interactions within the microbiome. Title: An Avian Adventure, Rick, Morty, and the Parrot's Paradox.
Summary.
In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with two parrots, one green and one of a different species, to solve a paradox surrounding a bird on a branch and a Star Wars poster. Along the way, they encounter a hilarious cast of characters, including Tyler, Lol Tyler 1-inch Steinkamp, the Fruits Basket Gang, and even Darth Vader himself. The episode culminates in a wild adventure through a cataract surgery lab and a reference to the scientific works of Robert Boyle.
Morty, we've got a new adventure, and it's for the birds. Literally.
Oh, okay, what's up?
I was contacted by two parrots, one green and one of an unknown species, who have stumbled upon a perplexing paradox involving a bird on a branch and a Star Wars poster.
Green parrot, that's correct. We're unable to determine the logical explanation for the situation, and we require your expertise.
Other parrot, Squawk.
Tyler, hey, guys, I heard there were parrots involved in this adventure. I gotta get in on that.
Fruits Basket Gang. Oh my goodness, what are you doing here?
Ignore them, Morty. We have to get to the bottom of this paradox. First stop, the cataract surgery lab.
Whoa, what does that have to do with anything?
Trust me, Morty, I've got a scientific theory that will blow your mind.
Darth Vader, I sense a disturbance in the Force. It appears Rick and Morty are up to their old shenanigans again.
Robert Boyle. I see my work has been recognized once again. Asterisk chuckles.
Alright, I've got it. The bird on the branch is actually a metaphor for the parrot's existential crisis, and the Star Wars poster symbolizes the endless cycle of life and death. It's a paradox because it's an unanswerable question about the meaning of our existence.
Whoa, that's deep, Rick. But what about the other parrot?
Green parrot, I am not certain, but I believe I may have simply sat on top of the other parrot during our flight here.
Other parrot, Squawk.
Tyler, well, that was a wild ride. Can't wait to do it again sometime.
Fruits Basket Gang. We had so much fun. Thank you, Rick and Morty.
Darth Vader, I may not understand the intricacies of your universe, but I respect your intelligence and your willingness to explore the unknown.
Robert Boyle. Truly inspiring scientific inquiry. Bravo, Rick and Morty.
Title: Blimple Poplars, the Market Manipulation Maneuver.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in the bizarre world of a bubble popping game. The game features a character wearing a helmet with the words, Bubble Poppers, and carrying a gun, known as the Blimple Poplars. The game's marketing strategy involves manipulating the market through several strategies to boost sales.
Ah, Morty, looks like we're stuck in some sort of bubble popping game.
But why are we here, Rick?
I don't know, Morty, but it looks like the game's marketing strategy involves manipulating the market through several underhanded tactics.
Manipulating the market? That's not cool, Rick.
Yeah, Morty, it's a dirty business. But we're here to uncover their tricks and put a stop to it.
As Rick and Morty journey through the game, they encounter several characters who are obsessed with boosting the game's sales, regardless of the moral implications.
Blimple Popular employee, we've got to boost those sales no matter what, even if it means taking advantage of our customers.
You're playing with fire there, bub. Manipulating the market is a dangerous game.
Meanwhile, Morty encounters a group of gamers who have become addicted to the Blimple Poplars game.
I don't get it, guys. Why are you so obsessed with this game?
Gamers, it's the thrill of the pop, Morty. We gotta have more Blimple Populars.
As Rick and Morty finally uncover the game's marketing manipulation tactics, they conspire to put an end to it once and for all.
Alright, Morty, we're gonna have to use some of our own marketing tactics to take down Blimple Poplars.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, we're going to create our own fake competition and monopolize the market. It's the only way to beat them at their own game.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully put an end to the Blimple Poplars market manipulation scheme, resulting in the game's downfall and the liberation of the addicted gamers.
Looks like we did it, Rick. We took down the bad guys.
Yeah, Morty, we showed them who's boss. Now let's get the hell out of this game and back to reality.
Title: The Canine Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty travel to a parallel universe where every organism on the planet is a sentient German Shepherd. Rick, fascinated by the prospect of studying the biology and the society of an entirely canine world, decides to take his grand puppy, Snuffles, with him. However, their arrival triggers a chain of events that leads to a baseball game to determine the fate of the planet.
Morty, we're in a universe where dogs have evolved into the dominant species. This could be a breakthrough in interdimensional anthropology.
Rick, I don't know if I'm comfortable with using other beings as science experiments.
Relax, Morty. Dogs are simple creatures. The only thing they care about is, baseball or something.
They encounter a group of dogs playing baseball.
Hey, pups, mind if we join in?
They form a team and start playing.
Rick, I don't think this is just a game. These dogs take baseball seriously.
Well, Morty. Looks like we've stumbled upon the canine version of the Olympics.
They win the game, and the opposing team challenges them to a rematch.
Opposing team captain, this time, we're playing for keeps. The fate of our planet depends on it.
Oh, boy, Morty. Looks like our little field trip just turned into a dog-eat-dog situation.
They train and prepare for the rematch, but Snuffles gets kidnapped by a rival team.
That's it, Morty. No one messes with my grand puppy.
Snuffles is rescued, and they win the match.
Ah, in your faces, losers. Looks like the fate of your planet is still up for grabs.
Morty looks at Rick disapprovingly.
Rick, I don't think this is something to joke about. We could have caused irreparable damage to this society.
Oh, lighten up, Morty. We're not the first ones to interfere with a less advanced civilization.
Snuffles barks in agreement. End. Narrator. In this episode, we shall explore the scientific complexities of 3 buildings situated close to each other, all of which have clocks on them. The first building has a clock tower, the second building has a clock on its side, and the third building has a clock on its front.
Professor X, the presence of these clocks could have significant implications on the study of time perception and its relation to spatial orientation.
Dr. Y. Additionally, the friction between the clock's gears and mechanisms could lead to the degradation of the material components, particularly if the clock has been in operation for a prolonged period.
Professor X, indeed, Dr. Y. The use of chronometers that employ chromic materials, such as chromium, could improve their durability and longevity, perhaps making it possible for the clock to run flawlessly for centuries.
Dr. Y. That's a remarkable concept, Professor. However, we must also consider the role of friction and fiction in this scenario. The clock tower is particularly vulnerable to the effects of wind and weather, as it is exposed, and the friction between the moving parts could lead to an imprecise measurement of time.
Narrator. Meanwhile, in the building with the clock on its front, a group of writers is gathered, discussing their latest literary work.
Writer A. I believe that fiction is a crucial component of storytelling, as it allows the reader to empathize with characters and their experiences.
Writer B. I am inclined to agree with you, Writer A. However, we must also consider how the audience's perceptions of time could change in response to the storytelling approach.
Narrator. As the writers continue their discussion, the clocks on each building continue to tick, their movements measured by their mechanical parts constantly fighting against friction. The implications of time, space, and the mechanical could indeed lead to some compelling research in various fields of study. Title: Quantum Hunter's Double Backstab.
Premise: in this episode of Rick and Morty, our protagonists find themselves in a quantum reality that mimics the world of Hunter x Hunter. The duo teams up with Jerry, who has taken up sword fighting, to confront a dangerous villain who holds the secrets to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. However, they soon discover that the villain is not who they seem, and the group engages in a double backstabbing plot that leaves them all questioning their alliances and motives.
Scene 1. The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, testing out an experimental portal gun that Rick has been tinkering with. Jerry walks in, proudly brandishing a sword and challenging the duo to a sparring match.
I've been watching Hunter x Hunter, and I've been inspired to take up sword fighting. Let's see what you've got, boys.
Scene 2. The trio gets transported to a quantum reality that resembles the world of Hunter x Hunter. complete with a red background and a red triangle. They are immediately confronted by a menacing figure with the power to control time and space.
Well, this is different. I guess we're not in Kansas anymore.
Scene 3. The group quickly realizes that they need to team up with the Hunter exam board in order to defeat the villain and uncover the secrets of the universe. However, they soon discover that there are double agents within their midst. Wait, you mean someone here is working with the bad guy? This is like some twisted version of Among Us.
Scene 4. The trio attempts to navigate through the treacherous Hunter exam board, but they can't seem to trust anyone.
I thought we were all on the same side. But I guess that's what they call the art of war. Scene 5. A showdown between the group and the villain ensues, with sword fighting, time manipulation, and dimension hopping creating chaos all around them. At one point, Jerry betrays the group and joins forces with the villain, shocking Rick and Morty.
Jerry, you double-crossing son of a B*********H.
Scene 6. It turns out the double cross was all part of the team's plan, as they finally apprehend the villain and extract the secrets of the universe from them.
Ha, gotcha! It was all just a classic reverse psychology ploy.
Scene 7. The group returns to their quantum reality, feeling triumphant and learned, but still unsure of who to trust.
I guess we all got a little taste of the art of deception. You know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Scene 8. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty muse over the strange reality they just experienced.
You know, Morty, I think we learned something from all this. Something about life and deceiving people.
What's that, Rick?
I have no G clue. Let's go drink some beer.
Final scene, the trio exits the garage, leaving behind the quantum reality and the red triangle. They high-five and cheer at their victory, as the camera pans out to reveal an alien watching them from afar, holding a remote control that changes the channels of different dimensions and realities.
Alien, another day, another quantum reality. What else is on?
Title: The Viciously Vivid V-Squares.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty team up with Summer and Beth to solve a series of wacky conspiracy theories revolving around a bizarre collection of black and white photos with a white square in the middle of them with a V on it. In the midst of their investigation, they are struck with a sudden realization that leads them to question the very fabric of their reality.
Act 1.
Morty, I've just uncovered a series of strange black and white photos with a white square in the middle and a V on it. It's like they're trying to communicate something to us.
Like what, Rick? It just looks like a bunch of old pictures with doodles on them.
Maybe they're part of some secret society or something.
Or maybe it's just a bunch of people messing around with Photoshop. Who knows? Act 2.
As they delve deeper into the conspiracy, they encounter a shady publicist who claims to have information on the origins of the photos.
What do you know about these photos and this V symbol?
Publicist, I can't say much, but I'll tell you this. The V stands for something powerful and transformative. Something that can change the world forever.
That's not helpful at all. We need more information than that.
Act 3.
As they continue their investigation, they begin to experience strange occurrences that suggest they are being watched.
I don't like this, guys. It's like someone's watching our every move.
That's because they probably are, Beth. We're getting closer to the truth.
What if the V stands for vicious?
Or vivid? That would be a very confusing acronym.
Act 4. In a dramatic finale, the group uncovers the shocking truth behind the photos and that V symbol.
Oh my god, Morty. They're not just pictures. They're a map to a whole new dimension.
What? That's insane!
But, what does that have to do with the V?
Maybe it's a portal key or something.
Exactly, Summer. The V is the key to unlocking the dimensional portal. We can open the doors to infinite new worlds.
Well, that sounds a little dangerous, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. Adventure awaits.
Blog.
As Rick, Morty, Summer, and Beth step through the dimensional portal, the camera pans out to reveal a group of aliens watching them through a large screen.
Alien 1. Well, that was a fun experiment. We should do this more often.
Alien 2. Agreed, but let's not tell them that it was all fake. I like seeing the look on their faces when they think they've discovered something new.
Alien 1. Ha, classic Earthlings.
Title: The Case of the Killer Sprouts. Rick, Morty, and Summer were exploring a dimension where every plant was sentient and had evolved to become the dominant species. As they walked through a dense sprout forest, they They stumbled upon a man holding a bunch of Brussels sprouts with a knife in his hand and a large knife in his other hand.
What the hell is going on here?
Anne, these sprouts are trying to kill me. They're evolving faster than we can keep up with.
That's not possible, is it?
Actually, it could be. There's a phenomenon called accelerated evolution where…
Nobody cares, Summer. Let's just kill these damn sprouts.
As they were about to attack, a coach appeared out of nowhere and stopped them.
Coach, wait, hold up. You can't just go around killing innocent sprouts. Let me handle this.
The coach then proceeded to give a motivational speech to the sprouts, telling them to work together and find a peaceful solution to their problems.
Coach, you guys are all on the same team. Stop fighting each other and start working together towards a common goal.
The sprouts seemed to take the message to heart and started to cooperate with each other. However, just as everyone thought the conflict was resolved, the man with the knives suddenly attacked the sprouts.
What the foo?
Anne, they're too dangerous to be left alive.
The group then engaged in a wild battle against the sprouts and the man, using all sorts of tactics and weapons.
We need to use their weakness against them. According to my research, Brussels sprouts are vulnerable to…
Nobody cares, Summer. Just shoot them with this laser gun.
After a long and chaotic fight, the group finally emerged victorious.
That was insane. I never want to eat Brussels sprouts again.
Good thing we have a portal gun. Let's get the hell out of here.
As they left the dimension, the group couldn't help but wonder what other crazy adventures the multiverse had in store for them.
Rick in an evening with John Cena in a sci-fi themed escape room.
Rick and Morty are attempting to solve a challenging sci-fi themed escape room puzzle. Jerry had tagged along, but he was largely unhelpful and more of a hindrance. Morty had brought a book along for some reason, and Rick was attempting to decipher the puzzle while ignoring Jerry's inane commentary. Hey, what's in that book, Morty? Is it a survival guide for poorly planned escape room ventures?
Actually, it's a sci-fi novel by Finn Wolfhard. I really liked it, and I thought it might give us some clues.
Morty, why do you always have to bring your weird interests into everything?
Suddenly, the door to the escape room burst open, and a group of people dressed in cosplay outfits flooded in. One of them, sporting a John Cena mask, grabbed a microphone.
John Cena, hey there, folks. Welcome to the 69th Annual Sci-Fi Comedy Awards. We're here to honor the best and brightest in the sci-fi comedy world.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry looked at each other, utterly confused. They had stumbled into an unexpected event.
John Cena, and our first award of the night goes to the best sci-fi themed escape room. And the winner is this very one.
The cosplayers cheered and clapped, while Rick and Morty looked at each other in disbelief. Wow, we won an award. That's amazing. I knew we could do it.
Jerry, we didn't do anything. We're just trapped in this stupid room.
Suddenly, a trapdoor opened beneath Jerry's feet, and he fell down a chute and into another puzzle room.
Rick, what do we do?
We gotta solve this thing and get out of here before we're stuck in this John Cena-infested nightmare forever.
They moved quickly, using clues from Morty's book, and managed to solve the final puzzle just as Cena was about to hand out the next award.
John Cena, and the award for best sci-fi comedy crossover meme goes to, whoa, it's Rick and Morty.
The duo, covered in mud and sweat, accepted the award and made their way out of the escape room as quickly as possible. They didn't look back until they were safe in Rick's ship, floating far above the Earth.
Well, that was weird.
Yep, but at least we got some shiny new awards. And we didn't have to deal with Jerry's constant screw-ups for a while.
Morty chuckled, flipping through his book once more. They had escaped the John Cena-themed madness, but nothing could shake their exhaustion and confusion.
Title: Remote-controlled mayhem. Rick and Morty take on the toy universe.
Abstract.
In this episode, Rick and Morty take a break from their usual interdimensional adventures and enter the world of remote-controlled cars. The duo finds themselves in a dark room with two identical yellow RC cars parked in front of each other, a plane model hanging from the ceiling, and various obstacles scattered throughout the space. As they start controlling their respective cars, chaos ensues, and unexpected guests join the fray: Charlie Brown and his gang, and a sentient smear of paint. Through this madcap, teen-rated adventure, the characters explore topics such as interior design, power dynamics, and the absurdity of modern-day toys.
Morty, this is going to be an epic battle of wits and speed. I've designed these cars to withstand any challenge. It's time to show off our RC skills.
Rick, what's with all the obstacles? How are we supposed to navigate through this mess?
Relax, Morty, it's called strategy. The universe is full of obstacles, and we need to learn how to overcome them. Speaking of which, look who just joined the party.
Charlie Brown. Hey, Rick and Morty, what are you guys doing here? I thought this was my secret hideout.
Sorry, kid, but we're on a scientific mission to test the limits of these RC cars. Wanna join?
Charlie Brown. Sure, I could use a break from my usual existential crises.
As the race begins, the cars zoom past the plane model, narrowly avoiding its wings and propellers. Morty's car takes the lead, but Rick quickly catches up by activating his car's turbo mode. Meanwhile, Charlie Brown's car spins out of control, but he manages to save it from crashing into a wall.
Lucy, you blockhead, you almost ruined my interior design project. Watch where you're going.
Charlie Brown. Sorry, Lucy. I just wanted to have some fun.
This is what science is all about. Testing the limits of our toys and questioning the status quo. But wait, there's more.
Suddenly, a sentient smear of paint appears on the track, wreaking havoc on the car sensors.
What the FK is that thing?
I think it's an experiment gone wrong.
Charlie Brown. I don't know, but it's ruining my clean clothes.
With their cars dangerously close to crashing, the characters must team up to defeat the paint smear. Using a combination of strategic tactics and wacky humor, they manage to clean up the mess and restore order to the toy universe.
Epilogue.
As Rick and Morty bid farewell to their new friends and teleport back to their own world, they reflect on the absurdity of it all.
Well, Morty, that was a wild ride. Who knew that interior design and paint smears could be so exhilarating?
Yeah, Rick, but what was the point of all this? I mean, we didn't really learn anything.
That's the beauty of it, Morty. Sometimes, science doesn't have a point. Sometimes, it's just a way to make the mundane more interesting and the ridiculous more absurd.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
Of course it does, Morty. Now let's go get some pizza.
Title: The Zombie Celebrity Chef Catastrophe.
Introduction.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in the midst of a culinary nightmare. The pair arrive at the trendy restaurant, Actinium, only to discover that the acclaimed master chef, known for his signature red hair and makeup, has turned into a zombie.
Oh great Morty, another celebrity chef zombie pandemic. Where do they come up with this shtick?
I don't know, Rick, but it looks like we have to deal with it now.
Act 1. Cryonic Revival Culture Clash. Rick and Morty soon find themselves in a culinary war between the living and the undead. The once famous chef, who had been cryogenically frozen for decades, had been revived only to become infected and zombified.
Chef Zombie, growling, grinds. I need bra on.
Oh geez Morty, looks like the chef's culinary skills aren't the only thing turning brains into mush.
What do we do, Rick? We're surrounded by zombie chefs with knives.
Act 2. The Pilot.
In a last-ditch effort to save Actinium from the zombie chef infestation, Rick takes control of the restaurant's pilot system, causing the building to take off into the sky.
Rick, what are you doing? You can't fly a restaurant.
Watch me Morty, I've done crazier things than this.
Act 3. The Ultimate Showdown.
With the restaurant airborne, Rick and Morty figure out how to use the chef's own cooking techniques against him, ultimately leading to a food fight of epic proportions.
Chef Zombie, I'll slice and dice you with my giant knife.
You'll have to catch us first, you undead hack.
Epilogue.
After a long and messy battle, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, and the zombie chef pandemic comes to a close.
Rick, I'm exhausted. Can we go home now and forget this ever happened?
Sorry Morty, I already made reservations for us at this amazing new zombie-themed restaurant.
Oh no, not again.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Surgical Cook-Off.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Jerry staring at a large black object in the middle of the space scene. Rick analyzes the object with his advanced technology and discovers that it is a lead container containing a rare element crucial for his experiments. Rick, Morty, and Jerry navigate their spaceship towards the container, but suddenly, the spaceship malfunctions, and they crash land on an unknown planet. A desperate situation arose when Jerry requires an emergency thyroidectomy, but Rick invents a thyroidectomy tool that saves Jerry's life. Suddenly, a xenomorph from the Alien franchise emerges and attacks them. After a close battle, they discover that the xenomorph is a being from the time-traveling space tourist community and is lost. Rick devises a plan to send the xenomorph back to its rightful timeline and ends up traveling back in time with the creature. They land in ancient Japan where they encounter a ninja cooking contest. Rick sees this as an opportunity to experiment with exotic ingredients, and he enters the competition alongside Morty and Jerry. The competition quickly turns into a hilarious, joke-filled disaster as Rick's strange ingredients bring the contest into chaos. Rick, Morty, and Jerry narrowly escape the situation with their lives, but they impress the judges with their creativity and secure the win. The episode ends with Rick sending the xenomorph back to its original timeline while Morty and Jerry laugh about their wild adventure. In this episode, the viewer is presented with a visual of an English Springer Spaniel, characterized by its white and brown facial markings, situated against a blue-colored backdrop. The canine's expression indicates a feeling of distress, a perception subjectively interpreted by the viewer. The episode's narrative illustrates a sequence of events in which the protagonist's owner introduces the dog to the concept of online social groups based on science fiction fandoms.
Owner, hey buddy, have you ever heard of joining science fiction fan groups on the internet?
The dog looks up at the owner with a confused expression.
Owner, we can find people who share similar interests in the fantastic world of sci-fi. Let's join one.
The owner proceeds to navigate various sci-fi groups, ultimately selecting one centered around the popular board game, Sushi Go. The dog watches intently as the owner interacts with the group, commenting on various threads and engaging in discussions.
Data scientist. As a data scientist, I find the mathematics behind Sushi Go fascinating. It's like a game of probability.
Nameless user, actually, it's more about strategy than probability. You need to know when to collect certain cards and when to play them.
The dog observes the interaction but is unable to comprehend the dialogue fully. Sensing this confusion, the owner explains the concepts in simpler terms, tying it back to aspects of the game that the dog may understand.
Owner, basically, they're talking about how to play the board game, Sushi Go, in different ways to win.
The episode concludes with the owner pressing the Join Group button and the dog returning to its resting position with a slightly less forlorn expression.
Title: The Spatially Disruptive Effects of Force User Fandom and Vampire Vegetarianism on Alien Diplomacy.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer standing in front of a Star Wars poster with a lightsaber. Rick scoffs at the notion of the Force, calling it a neurological parlor trick. Morty suggests that they rewatch Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but Rick dismisses that suggestion as well, citing the inaccuracies of the portrayal of alien communication. As they are discussing, a group of aliens lands nearby and approaches them. These aliens, known as the Vampire Vegetarian Club, are seeking Earth's help in negotiating a treaty with the notorious Jabba the Hutt from Star Wars fame. Rick, being the ever-curious and mischievous scientist, takes it upon himself to help the aliens. He uses his portal gun to transport himself, Morty, and the Vampire Vegetarian Club to Jabba's palace. Unfortunately, they soon realize that their fandoms collide, with Jabba being a die-hard Star Wars fan and the Vampire Vegetarian Club being staunchly against consuming blood. The resulting discussion devolves into a heated argument about the ethics of eating sentient beings. Amidst the chaos, Rick uses a device to disrupt the spatial dimension, causing everyone to turn into their Star Wars counterparts. Rick becomes Han Solo, Morty becomes Luke Skywalker, and so on. The episode descends into a hilarious, action-packed adventure, with the group fighting off Imperial stormtroopers and negotiating with Jabba in a way that only Rick and his wacky team could manage. In the end, they successfully broker a peace treaty between the Vampire Vegetarian Club and Jabba, all the while making snarky references to Star Wars plot holes and fan theories. Overall, the episode serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of diplomatic relations, especially when dealing with intergalactic beings with wildly different interests and fandoms.
Title: Rick in the Multiverse Las Vegas Casino Heist.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer travel through different dimensions in a high-stakes casino heist to steal the ultimate prize, a copywriter's power to control the multiverse.
Hey Morty, we're gonna need some help with this one. I've got Aloy, the warrior from Horizon Zero Dawn, and my old buddy Zoro from One Piece.
Rick, I don't think we need a warrior and a pirate. We need someone who knows the ins and outs of multiverses. I got political scientist from The Good Place on speed dial.
Plus, I've got Sailor Venus from Sailor Moon. She can seduce the guard and get us in unnoticed.
Summer, I didn't know you were into anime. But hey, the more the merrier. Let's go steal us some copywriting powers.
The team enters the casino armed with high-tech gadgets and plenty of jokes.
Aloy, guys, I don't think this sword is gonna cut it. Maybe we should have stuck with Rick's portal gun.
Zoro? Huh, you can never have too many swords.
Political scientist. All right, we gotta make sure we have the perfect plan to get in and out without being seen.
Sailor Venus, leave that to me. I'll distract the guard with my stunning good looks and charm.
And I'll hack the casino's computer system with my genius-level IQ. Piece of cake.
The group successfully steals the copywriter's power and make a daring escape, but not without some hilarious mishaps, including Zoro accidentally breaking a slot machine and Summer getting entangled in her own seduction plan.
Wow, that was insane. I think we need a vacation after this.
Vacation? Nah, let's do it again tomorrow.
The team laughs and high-fives as they portal back to their original dimension, the copywriter's power in hand.
Rick in a scientific analysis of a comical wedding and extraterrestrial virus outbreak.
The situation begins with Rick and Morty dressed in wedding attire in a field. Clearly, the two are attending a nuptial ceremony, but the robot in the background indicates a more futuristic setting.
Morty, I think I went too far with the wedding gift. This robot was supposed to be a cute serving bot, but it's turned into a full-blown security system. Might want to watch where you step.
Aw, geez, Rick. You're really making it hard to enjoy this peaceful wedding.
However, things take a turn when the villagers begin to exhibit odd behavior, prompting our heroes to investigate as scientific minds.
Villager, please help us. The virus has spread through the Beyblade tournament and now it's infecting everyone.
Morty, looks like we got another virus-infected planet on our hands.
I don't know if I can handle another one of these crazy outbreaks, Rick.
But Rick is not one to shy away from a challenge, and he quickly diagnosing the extraterrestrial virus while also losing himself in hilarious situations.
It's a variant of the Zorgonian intestinal broccoli virus. Classic.
That's not really something to laugh about, Rick.
Meanwhile, the wedding planners provide humorous side commentary and the Beyblade tournament takes on its own comedic twists.
Wedding planner. We're losing guests left and right, but at least they're going out in style.
As the episode progresses, Rick and Morty find a solution to the virus outbreak through scientific means and, most notably, some conveniently placed high-tech weaponry.
Those Zorgonians won't know what hit him. Morty, grab the plasma blaster.
I don't know if this is such a good idea, Rick. I mean, we're kind of at a wedding.
Morty, you're such a stick in the mud. Let's show them what science is all about.
All in all, this episode's mix of comical wedding planning and extraterrestrial virus outbreak provided humor and action that only Rick and Morty could pull off.
Title: The Vorlon Fidget Spinners.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty discover a new pair of earbuds with mysterious green and black designs on them, which leads them on a wild adventure involving fidget spinners, Vorlons, chickens, and Love Island.
Morty, look at these earbuds. They're pulsating with energy. I've never seen anything like it before.
Whoa, Rick, that's crazy. Maybe we should try them out.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Nothing of your concern, Jerry. Now, let's spin these fidget spinners and see what happens.
Whoa, look at them go. They're not even touching the table anymore.
Suddenly, the room begins to shake, and a bright light engulfs the trio.
Vorlon, greetings, Rick Sanchez. We have been waiting for you.
Who the hell are you? And how do you know my name?
Vorlon, I am a Vorlon, and I have been monitoring your dimension for some time now. I require your assistance in stopping the chicken uprising on my planet.
Wait, chickens? What do they want?
Vorlon, they seek to overthrow our government and establish their own rule. But with your technology and expertise, we can stop them.
Alright, fine. But first, we need to check out this guy named Ants in My Eyes Johnson. He's got some killer deals on Love Island.
Oh, I don't know about that, Rick. We have a mission to complete.
Relax, Morty. We'll just stop by his shop, and then we'll head straight to the Vorlon's planet. Nothing can possibly go wrong.
The trio teleport to Ants in My Eyes Johnson's store, where they are bombarded with endless sales pitches and advertisements.
Ants in My Eyes Johnson. Hey, do you have ants in your eyes? Then come on down to Ants in My Eyes Johnson's.
Can you shut up for a minute, Johnson? We need to get to the Vorlon's planet to stop a chicken uprising.
Ants in My Eyes Johnson. Oh, chickens. Well, you're in luck. I just got a new shipment of Vorlon fidget spinners that can stop any chicken in its tracks. And they're on sale for only $9.99 each.
Rick, we gotta get out of here. This guy is nuts.
Not before we buy those fidget spinners. Who knows, they might come in handy.
After purchasing the fidget spinners, the trio make their way to the Vorlon planet, where they are met with a fierce chicken army.
Alright, Morty, spin those fidget spinners. Let's see what they can do.
To their surprise, the fidget spinners emit a powerful force that immobilizes the chickens.
Vorlon, impressive work, Rick Sanchez. You have saved our planet.
Hey guys, I think I can sell these fidget spinners on Earth. They're gonna be the next big thing.
Sure, Jerry, just don't forget who gave you the idea.
As the trio teleports back to Earth, they can't help but wonder what other crazy adventures await them in the multiverse.
Title: Chaos in the Driver's Seat.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer sitting in the living room, when suddenly Rick gets a message from an alien race called the Chaos Beings. The Chaos Beings challenge Rick to a driving competition, but Rick dismisses them as amateurs.
You know, this is why I don't hang out with interdimensional beings anymore. They're always trying to challenge me to something stupid.
Rick, maybe we shouldn't underestimate them. They might be better drivers than you.
Are you kidding? Rick's the best driver in the whole universe.
You're damn right, Summer. But if they want to play, I'll show them what a real driver can do.
Suddenly, the three hear a screeching noise outside, and they rush out to find a car in the driveway. Yara Shahidi is behind the wheel, wearing a mask, and appears to be in distress.
Yara Shahidi, thank goodness you guys are here. The rock driving meme is after me.
The what now?
Is that even a thing?
Oh, it's a thing, alright. Strap in, kids. We're about to go on a wild ride.
The group hops in the car with Yara and tries to escape the rock driving meme, which is a giant muscular man driving a car made entirely of rocks.
I've faced tougher challenges than this. Pass me a drink, Morty.
Morty hands Rick a flask, but as they take a sip, the car starts to spin out of control.
Rick, what did you just drink?
Relax, Summer. It's just a little bit of space whiskey.
Suddenly, the group is transported to an alternate dimension where they are all teenagers and the rock driving meme is a high school bully.
Aw, man, we're stuck in some kind of weird teenage movie.
We have to figure out how to beat the rock and get back to our own dimension.
Yara Shahidi, I have an idea. We can challenge him to a race, and if we win, he has to stop chasing us.
I like the way you think, Yara. Let's show this jock who's boss.
The group enters a high-speed race against the rock driving meme, dodging obstacles and narrowly avoiding crashes.
Yara Shahidi, we're gaining on him, keep going.
I've got a trick up my sleeve.
Rick pulls out a portal gun and creates a portal directly in front of the rock's car, causing him to crash through and be ejected from his car. The group is then transported back to their own dimension, where they breathe a sigh of relief.
That was insane. I can't believe we just did that.
You said it, Morty.
No big deal. Just another day in the multiverse. Now who's ready for some more space whiskey?
The episode ends with the group laughing and cheering as they celebrate their victory over the rock driving meme. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer engage in a multi-dimensional scavenger hunt across various realities in pursuit of an enigmatic tablet with a cartoon character etched onto it. The tablet bears the subtitle, Dr. Huma-Zim, which prompts Rick to determine the existence of a highly advanced extraterrestrial being whose theoretical research on the Jaw conjecture and tellurium drive the team's quest. As they traverse the intergalactic landscape, they stumble upon a new ally in the form of Dr. John Zoidberg from Futurama, who accompanies them on their ethereal journey. Meanwhile, the tablet leads them to the planet Schlammy, where they encounter a post-human evolution dystopia and obtain essential clues on their scavenger hunt. The search becomes increasingly difficult as they encounter a plethora of absurdities and obstacles. However, their pursuit is brought to an abrupt halt when they face an evil scientist who has plans to use Rick's tablet for nefarious purposes. With quick wit and comedic timing, our beloved characters band together to thwart their enemy's treacherous plan. Ultimately, they reunite the tablet with its rightful owner, whose identity is finally revealed to be the cartoon character on the surface.
I told you, Morty, the Jaw conjecture would come in handy someday.
Oh, why yeah, but it doesn't explain why we're dressed as giant lobsters on planet Schlammy.
I think I'd rather not know the answer to that.
Hey, guys, check out this book Dr. Huma-Zim wrote on post-human evolution dystopias. You think that's what's happening on Schlammy?
Dr. John Zoidberg, this is quite the adventure. I haven't had this much fun since the time I spent an entire day smelling a shoe.
Well, buddy, get ready for round 2 because we've got a whole dimension to save.
Evil scientist. You amateurs will never get your hands on this tablet. Not when I, Dr. Krelthor, have the upper hand.
Rick, who is this guy?
No clue, but he's about to get a face full of Schlammy lobster tail.
I don't know how we get into these situations, but at least we can say we did it together.
Excuse me, is anyone else seeing the giant, dancing carrot in the corner of the room?
Never mind that, Summer. We've got a Dr. Humazim to return.
Title: The Historian, the Speculation, and the Food Truck Frenzy.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Beth embark on a foodie adventure in search of the best food truck in the multiverse. Their journey takes them to a bustling intersection where a white truck is parked, surrounded by a bustling crowd.
Ah, the old white truck situation. Looks like we're in for a treat, Morty.
W, what's so special about it?
It's not just any food truck, Morty. This one's been around since the dawn of time. It's rumored to have served the very first extraterrestrial meal.
Historian, actually, that's just speculation. According to my research, the first extraterrestrial meal was served by the Globtians on planet Zog.
Oh, shut up, you joyless nerd. Let's get some grub.
The trio approaches the food truck, where a mysterious delivery driver hands them a menu with strange offerings such as quantum quesadillas and chaos chili.
Delivery driver, careful with that menu. One wrong order and you might end up in an alternate dimension. Oh, I'll have the chicken tacos, please.
I'm gonna try the time-traveling tamales.
I'll have the parallel dimensional pizza.
As they dig into their meals, the trio is transported into a whirlwind of flavors and dimensions. They encounter giant space cows, a planet made entirely of cheese, and a bizarre alternate reality where everyone's made of pizza.
W, what's happening?
Don't worry, Morty, it's just a food coma. We'll snap out of it in a sec.
Speak for yourself. I'm starting to like this pizza world.
As the adventure comes to a close, the trio emerges from the truck, sated and slightly disoriented.
Delivery driver, so, how was it?
Pretty good for a food truck. I give it 9 out of 10 dimensions.
I think I need some Pepto-Bismol.
Can we come back tomorrow?
As they walk away, satisfied and slightly delirious, the white truck fades into the distance, leaving behind a trail of multicolored sauce and memories that will last a lifetime. The end.
Title: Sabotaging the Space Station with Livermorium.
In this episode, the viewers are taken to a futuristic-looking room inside a space station. The room is filled with a plethora of shelves and computers that emit a multitude of lights in different colors. Phil DeVille, an accomplished astronaut, is shown to be intently focused on his experiments while wearing a bulky spacesuit. Suddenly, the room's door slides open, revealing a pharmacist, who steps inside with a suitcase in hand. The pharmacist pulls out a small vial containing livermorium, an element that has recently been discovered and is believed to have unique properties. The pharmacist, with malicious intent, pours the contents of the vial into one of Phil's experiments that he has been working on for months. The livermorium causes a chemical reaction that leads to an unexpected chain of events, triggering a sabotage. The ensuing chaos leads to the space station's power systems shutting down, putting the lives of everyone on board at risk. Phil quickly gets to work trying to locate the source of the sabotage. He eventually finds out that it was the pharmacist who caused the crisis and reports it to authorities on Earth. The episode concludes with Phil safely landing the space station back on Earth, with the pharmacist taken into custody for his actions. This episode aims to demonstrate the dangers of corporate sabotage and the importance of upholding ethical scientific practices.
Devil, my experiment's data is behaving erratically. Something isn't right.
Pharmacist, don't mind me. I'm just here to run some tests on a new sample.
Devil, what have you done? The power systems are failing.
Pharmacist, no one can stop me from getting what I want.
Devil, I won't let you cause harm to innocent lives.
Pharmacist, it's too late now. My plan has already been set in motion.
Devil, I have to find out what's causing the failure before it's too late.
Pharmacist, you won't find it in time. The destruction is inevitable.
Devil, we did it. We landed safely. Your devious plan didn't work.
Pharmacist, curses, foiled again. But I'll be back. Mark my words.
Title: The Grunt Craw Incident.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty inadvertently get involved in a high-stakes food truck war. While on a routine dimension-hopping mission, they encounter a man holding a tray of food in front of a truck with a sign on it that says Grunt Craw, a rare delicacy that is highly sought after across the multiverse.
Morty, look at that Grunt Craw truck. That stuff's like crack to these aliens.
I don't think we should mess with their food, Rick.
Mess with their food? Morty, we are the ones who are going to make them an offer they can't refuse.
Rick approaches the Grunt Craw truck and offers to buy the recipe from the owner. When the owner refuses, Rick blows up an ice cream truck parked nearby as a show of force. The resulting explosion sets off a chain reaction that leads to an all-out food truck war between the Grunt Craw truck and its rivals.
Rick, I think we made a big mistake. These guys are serious about their food.
Morty, when have I ever made a mistake? Pauses. Don't answer that.
As the battle rages on, Rick and Morty come up with increasingly ridiculous ways to sabotage the other food trucks, such as using a giant hamster ball to roll over their competitors and hijacking a rival truck to use as their own.
Rick, this is crazy. We can't keep this up forever.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll just keep jumping to different dimensions until they forget all about us.
Just as it seems their plan is working, the Grunt Craw truck catches up with them in yet another dimension and challenges them to a final showdown. The resulting cook-off is a spectacle to behold, as Rick and Morty use their knowledge of interdimensional cuisine to create dishes that defy description.
Rick, I don't know what we're doing anymore.
Who cares, Morty? We're making history here.
In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, having secured the recipe for Grunt Craw and established themselves as the kings of the multiverse food truck scene. But as they prepare to leave, they realize that they may have started something they can't finish.
Rick, what about all the other food trucks?
Drugs. Hey, let 'em fight it out. It's not our problem anymore.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying off into the sunset, leaving behind a trail of destruction and delicious food in their wake. This episode revolves around the highly eccentric alcoholic genius Rick, with his hapless teenage grandson Morty, his estranged son-in-law Jerry, and his daughter Beth. The group embarks on a wild adventure as Rick sends Morty to China to retrieve a rare and valuable artifact.
Morty, listen here. I need you to go to China and grab me this incredible artifact that will blow your mind like a Plutonian flea circus.
China? Why can't we just order it online or something?
Morty, you need to learn to respect your grandfather's expertise. Besides, this is an excellent chance for you to expand your cultural knowledge.
Are you sure about this, Rick? It sounds like a lot of trouble to go through just for an artifact.
Jerry, you're such a dink. This artifact is worth more than your entire life savings. Plus, it'll make a pretty dope addition to my collection.
As the group arrives in China, they encounter several obstacles and setbacks, including a language barrier, hostile locals, and a bumbling tour guide named Ping.
Ping, ni hao, welcome to China. I promise you, this is a culturally enriching experience.
Oh, Ping, can you speak English?
Ping, oh, no. I only speak Mandarin, but don't worry, I have this handy-dandy translation device.
Is that a speak and spell? Despite the group's misadventures, they eventually stumble upon the artifact in a crowded marketplace. However, their attempts to secure it are thwarted by a rival group of treasure hunters.
Give me the damn artifact. Do you know who I am? I'm Rick Sanchez, the greatest mind in the multiverse.
Rival hunter, we don't care who you are. All we know is that we want that artifact too, and we'll stop at nothing to get it.
The ensuing battle between the two groups results in a chaotic and hilarious sequence of events that involves kung fu, gunplay, and a giant panda.
Rick, have you learned anything from this experience?
Yeah, never trust a guy named Ping with your life.
And also, I'm never going to China again.
Can we at least get some takeout before we leave? In conclusion, this episode showcases the absurdity and humor that has made Rick and Morty a beloved animated series. Its exploration of cultural differences and the lengths people will go to obtain rare artifacts is both entertaining and thought-provoking.
Title: The Arby's Apocalypse.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are driving in the flying saucer when Morty spots a sign that catches his attention.
Morty! Whoa, guys, are we seeing what I'm seeing?
Rick. If you're seeing giant pickle people again, I swear to God, Morty.
Summer. No, Rick. It's the Arby's army sign. What's that?
Jerry. It's obviously an army for Arby's. Duh.
Act 2.
The group lands the flying saucer and enters the Arby's building to investigate. They find out that Rick caused massive destruction during a drunken rampage, and now they owe the franchise an insane amount of money.
Rick. Listen, it wasn't my fault. The curly fries made me do it.
Summer. $40 octillion? We can't pay that.
Morty, I don't even think that's a real number.
Jerry. I don't know, guys. Maybe we can make a deal with them or something.
Act 3.
The group comes up with a plan to sneak into Arby's headquarters and steal their secret ingredient to sell on the black market. However, they quickly discover that the secret ingredient is a sentient alien species that has been enslaved by Arby's for centuries.
Rick. This is messed up, even for me.
Summer, we have to do something. Rick. We can't let this continue.
Morty. Yeah, but how do we stop an army of curly fry-loving aliens?
Jerry. Guys, I have an idea. Hear me out.
Act 4.
Jerry's plan involves him dressing up as a giant curly fry costume and infiltrating the Arby's army base to distract them while the others free the alien species. Chaos ensues as Jerry accidentally starts a dance-off with the army, while Rick, Summer, and Morty successfully free the aliens and escape in the flying saucer.
Rick. We did it, Morty. We saved an entire alien species.
Morty. And we didn't even have to pay Arby's a penny.
Summer. Yeah, but what are we gonna do with all these aliens?
Jerry. I think I have an idea. Hear me out. Act 5.
The episode ends with the group introducing the alien species to the world as a new, healthy fast food alternative. The aliens have their own restaurant franchise and are able to live happily ever after.
Rick. Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually proud of you, Jerry.
Summer. Yeah, you really came through for the team.
Morty. And we didn't even have to save the universe this time.
Jerry. I told you guys, I had a plan. And it involved me dressed up as a giant curly fry.
Title: The VHS Voyage of Rick and a Hilarious and Irreverent Journey into Home Video Culture.
Morty, I found an old VHS tape from when I was your age. Let's go on an adventure and learn about the lost art of home video.
Oh, I don't know about this, Rick. I mean, DVDs are so much better than VHS tapes.
What are you talking about, Morty? DVDs are for losers. VHS is where it's at.
Guys, can we just watch a normal movie for once? Something that's not about tapes or discs or whatever.
Yeah, can we just watch something that's not from the 80s? Like, seriously?
Nonsense. We're going on a VHS adventure and no one can stop us. Now, let's get to rewinding and fast-forwarding, baby.
I hope this doesn't turn into some weird nostalgia trip or something.
Nostalgia? Ha! VHS tapes were the pinnacle of home entertainment. You had to rewind them, you had to adjust the tracking, it was a whole experience.
I remember when we got our first VCR. It was like something out of science fiction.
How old are you guys?
Enough talk, let's get to it. We're going to travel through time and space using the power of home video. Get ready for some fast-forwarding, rewinding, and of course, some hilarious outtakes.
I have a feeling this is going to be one of those episodes where everyone learns a valuable lesson about friendship or something.
Nah, it's gonna be a blast. Now let's get to hit play before I lose my mind.
Rick and the Neon Waffle Catastrophe.
Narrator. In this experimental study of the socio-economic dynamics between Rick and Morty, we explore the effects of monetary debt on interpersonal relationships. Utilizing a neon light background, we observe the duo attempting to resolve a financial dispute over erratically cooked waffles.
Flailing arms. Morty, I don't owe you any money. You're just being a green little brat.
Rolling eyes. Seriously, Rick? You promised you'd pay me my $12, like, 3 weeks ago.
Limping towards them on crutches. Hey guys, check it out. I made waffles. Narrator. Enter Jerry, a secondary character with seemingly no relevance to the main plot. However, his presence proves to be pivotal as he undergoes a tragic accident involving breakfast food.
Crying? Oh my god, Jerry! What did you do?
Whimpering, I just wanted to be useful.
Interested. Well, while you're down there, can you pass me a waffle?
Narrator. As Jerry is rushed to the hospital with 2 broken legs, the conflict between Rick and Morty escalates to new heights. In a desperate attempt to settle the debt, Morty turns to drastic measures.
Holding a laser gun! Give me my $12, Rick, or I'm gonna blast this whole place to smithereens!
Chuckling. Oh Morty, you really do take after your mother, don't you?
Narrator. Through wit and humor, this episode delves into the complexities of human relationships and the absurdity of conflict over trivial matters. Join Rick and Morty as they navigate the chaotic world of waffles and neon lights. Title: The Serpentine Experiment, a scientific comedy. The episode starts with Rick and Morty joining Jerry in a science convention focused on the real-life science behind sci-fi. As they wander through the conference room, a group of men standing around each other catches their attention. They approach the group and see a giant head on the wall and a man with a snake on his head.
What the hell is going on here?
Snakehead Man, welcome to the Serpentine Experiment. We're learning about the behavior of snakes and their impact on human society.
What kind of impact?
Snakehead Man. Well, snakes have been worshipped and feared by humans for thousands of years. They're symbols of wisdom and evil. Plus, their venom can be deadly.
That's fascinating, but can you remove the snake from your head? It's making me uncomfortable.
Snakehead Man. Oh, don't worry. It's a docile species. Harmless, really. As the convention continues, our trio becomes involved in a series of misadventures. They accidentally attend a lecture in a foreign language and are confused by the funny or ridiculous misunderstandings. They also meet a professor who claims to have discovered a way to control snakes with his mind.
That's impossible. Show us your data.
Professor, I'm still running experiments, but I can assure you, it works.
Can we try it out?
The professor agrees, and they test the experiment on a nearby snake. However, things quickly go wrong, and the snake starts to multiply into an army of reptiles. Chaos ensues as the convention hall is overrun by snakes.
This is madness! We have to do something!
I have an idea. Follow me.
They make their way to the Serpentine Experiment Room, where they find a serum that can reverse the snake's multiplication. They inject the serum into the army of snakes, and they quickly shrink back into a single, docile serpent.
Wow, that was close. I didn't know snakes could be so dangerous.
Always expect the unexpected in science. That's the beauty of it.
The episode ends with our trio leaving the convention, with Jerry still shaken but awed by the knowledge they've gained.
Idol, the Carnival of Clown Chaos.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer visiting the interdimensional carnival. As they explore the various attractions, they encounter a group of clowns with green hair, glasses on their faces, and one with a green nose and green hair. Morty is fascinated by the silly-looking clowns and decides to follow them around. Summer, however, sees an opportunity to make some quick cash and offers to sell Morty to the clowns. The clowns agree, and Summer happily pockets the money. Morty protests, but the clowns just laugh and lead him away. Meanwhile, Rick and Jerry stumble across a portal to a dimension where everything is made of candy. They feast on the sugary delights until they realize that the candy is alive and sentient. The candy creatures are not happy about being eaten and chase after Rick and Jerry, who narrowly escape. Back at the interdimensional carnival, Morty finds himself in the clown's tent, where they reveal their true intentions. They are actually alien invaders who have come to Earth to steal human DNA for their experiments. Morty tries to escape, but the clowns grab him and begin their sinister procedures. Just as Morty is about to be probed, Rick and Jerry burst into the tent. Rick whips out a device that blasts the clowns with a stream of high-intensity gamma radiation, causing them to flee in terror. Morty is understandably traumatized but relieved to be rescued. As the episode comes to a close, the Smith family is back together again, but not before Rick makes a few jokes about alien proctology and Jerry's candy addiction. The camera pans out as the family walks away from the interdimensional carnival, watching in amazement as the clowns flee in terror from Rick's latest invention.
Idol, the mind-controlling massage rebellion.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer were in the middle of a mind-boggling scientific experiment when they stumbled upon a bizarre scene. A woman with long hair and a choker on her neck was staring straight at them while a man in a suit stood behind her, nodding with approval.
What the hell is going on?
Looks like some sort of mind-controlled population rebellion.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea, but we need to figure out how to stop it before it gets out of hand.
As they approached the woman, they realized that she was under some sort of mind-controlling massage therapy. They quickly deduced that the source of the mind control was a cupping machine that was being operated by the man in the suit.
I've seen this kind of technology before. It's like the brain conspiracy theory turned into a reality.
So, what do we do?
I have an idea. Let's use music to counteract the mind control.
That's actually a solid plan. I think we should try Forever Young by Becky Hill and David Guetta.
As they played the song, they noticed the woman slowly regaining control of herself.
Looks like it's working.
Who knew music could be so powerful?
Suddenly, the man in the suit whipped out a device that caused the cupping machine to explode, sending them all flying.
What the hell was that?
We need to get out of here.
As they ran through the chaos, they stumbled upon Steve Wozniak getting a massage for his lower back pain.
Woz, we need your help.
Wozniak, what's going on?
Mind-controlled population rebellion, and we need to stop it.
Wozniak, I'm in. Let's do this.
As they regrouped, they played Kiss Me More by Doja Cat Ford, SZA, and began their counterattack. In the end, they defeated the mind control and saved the day.
Science, bitches.
I don't know what just happened, but I'm never getting a massage again. Title: The Interdimensional Sphinx Escape Room.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty have stumbled upon an interdimensional sphinx that declares himself to be the gatekeeper of a sci-fi themed escape room. The duo accepts the challenge and soon finds themselves trapped in a labyrinthine series of puzzles and challenges.
Act 1.
I don't know, Morty. This sphinx sure seems fishy to me. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a trap.
But we can win a prize. And I've always wanted to try one of those escape rooms.
Sphinx. Welcome, welcome. The way to victory is through the mind. Solve my puzzles and you shall be rewarded with a priceless treasure from the farthest reaches of the galaxy.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a room filled with puzzles and clues. They work together to solve each one, but soon find themselves stumped.
Rick, do you think that alien internet star over there can help us? He looks pretty smart.
Alien internet star. Greetings, fellow escapees. I have over 10,000 years of knowledge at my disposal. How may I assist?
Act 3.
As they progress through the escape room, Rick, Morty, and alien internet star encounter various challenges, such as a maze that can only be solved through time travel and a trivia game that covers knowledge from all dimensions.
Bangladesh. Hey, what's going on in here? I was just trying to get some shawarma and I got sucked into this weird room.
Sphinx. Oh, yes. A new challenger has entered the fray. Solve my puzzles and claim the treasure.
Act 4.
Rick, Morty, alien internet star, and Bangladesh finally reach the final room. They must solve one last puzzle to claim the treasure.
Alright, let's do this thing. We've come too far to lose now.
Sphinx. Very well then. Your final challenge is a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
After an intense game of Dungeons and Dragons, Rick, Morty, alien internet star, and Bangladesh successfully escape the room and claim their prize, only to discover that it was a smelly old sock.
Well, that was a waste of time. At least we had fun, right?
Yeah, I had a blast. We should do more escape rooms in the future.
Alien internet star. Indeed, the human concept of escape rooms is quite fascinating to me.
Bangladesh, I just want my shawarma.
Title: The Screenwriter's Fix. A laughable liver experiment.
Scene. Two men, Rick and Morty, are sitting in front of a Greco-Roman styled building with columns and pillars on the side of the street.
Morty, I found the perfect experiment to fix your boring personality.
Oh, Rick, I don't think I need.
Nonsense, Morty. This experiment involves the manipulation of the human liver.
What? Is that even safe?
Safe? Ha. We're going to make this so hilarious that even the laughing gods will be impressed.
Okay, but what do I have to do?
We're going to extract your liver and then replace it with a genetically engineered, super-powered liver that processes alcohol at a record-breaking speed. Then, we'll proceed to have a wild drinking contest.
I don't know if...
Don't worry, Morty. I've got everything under control.
But what about the potential consequences?
Consequences? Thieved. This is science, Morty. There are no consequences, only data.
I don't feel comfortable with this.
Just relax, Morty. It's time to let loose and have some fun. Plus, imagine all the ladies you'll impress with your newfound liver power.
That sounds terrible.
Ah, it'll be hilarious. Let's get started.
Next scene. Morty recovering in a hospital bed with a sore stomach and a newfound appreciation for the consequences of scientific experimentation.
Title: The Quantum Feline Conundrum.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in their lab, working on a new time-traveling device. Beth enters and shows them a picture of a cat with a green collar and a black and white face and a green light around its neck and eyes, which she found on the internet. Rick recognizes the cat as Mikasa Ackerman, a Norwegian forest cat who holds a degree in business administration and is also a time-traveling historian.
Morty, we gotta go back in time and snatch that cat before anyone else does. She's too valuable to be left in the wrong hands.
Rick, are you sure about this? We could really mess things up by messing with time.
Yeah, Rick, let's just leave the cat alone. It's probably just a viral internet sensation anyway.
Beth, Mikasa Ackerman is a quantum entangled being, which means every time someone takes a picture of her, they alter her timeline. We gotta set things right before the universe implodes on itself.
The trio enters the time-traveling device and lands in a sci-fi themed event where Mikasa is scheduled to appear. They realize they are not the only ones after her, as a group of time-traveling cat enthusiasts led by a guy named Meowthra are also there to get her.
Meowthra, hand over the cat, Morty, or face the consequences.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of your furball buddy.
The episode then turns into a cat and mouse game, with Rick and Morty trying to outsmart Meowthra and his gang while keeping Mikasa safe. The jokes fly left and right, with references to Comedy Central TV shows and cat puns galore.
Rick, why do you even care about this cat?
Because she's the only one who truly understands the juxtaposition of time and history, Beth. Also, her litter box never smells.
After a series of close calls and near misses, Rick and Morty finally manage to capture Mikasa and bring her back to their lab.
That was a close one. We almost ended up in a parallel universe where dogs rule the world.
Yeah, and we would have to be their loyal pet humans.
Well, I'm just glad it's over and we can get back to our normal lives.
Suddenly, the green collar around Mikasa's neck starts blinking and emitting a strange sound.
Looks like we got a new problem.
The episode ends with the trio looking at each other, anticipating the next adventure to come. End credits.
Meowthra, I'll be back, Morty, and when I do, I'm gonna scratch your face off.
Yeah, good luck with that. Title: Nanobiotech Evolution in Star Wars: The Grim Reaper Encounter.
Introduction. In this episode, we explore the intersection of Star Wars game characters, nanobiotech evolution, and Grim Reaper encounters. The protagonist, a male character, is wielding a lightsaber and standing next to Obi-Wan Kenobi in a Star Wars game. The background is dark, creating a sense of tension and foreboding. The soundtrack features the music of the band Radiohead, adding an atmospheric layer to the game.
Dr. Wong. The nanobiotech evolution technology has greatly advanced in the Star Wars universe. We can see it in the protagonist's lightsaber, which is a sophisticated piece of technology that has been augmented with nanobiotech evolution components. These advancements have made the lightsaber stronger and more powerful than ever before.
Simple chunks. This level of technology raises ethical questions about the effect of such augmentation on the person wielding it. Does it change the identity of the person or their moral compass?
Obi-Wan Kenobi, technology is merely a tool. It is the intentions of the person using it that matter. As Jedi, we must remain mindful of the impact of our actions on ourselves and others.
The Grim Reaper. I am the Grim Reaper, summoned to these virtual planes to collect the souls of the departed. Your nanobiotech evolution has granted you a longer life, but it will not save you from my grasp.
Protagonist, I will not concede to death easily. I will fight you with all my power.
Dr. Wong. The encounter with the Grim Reaper highlights the eternal human struggle against death and the role of technology in the advancement of that struggle. We can see that even in a virtual world, the idea of death and its inevitability persists.
Radiohead. In this dark and looming world, the music of Radiohead perfectly encapsulates the sense of dread and unease felt by the characters.
Conclusion. This episode delves into the intersection of technology, mortality, ethics, and identity in the Star Wars universe. The use of nanobiotech evolution technology and the encounter with the Grim Reaper highlights the recurring human struggle with death and its place in the virtual world of Star Wars.
Title: The Alien Infestation Nightmare.
Rick invites Morty on a field trip to a distant planet with a bird's eye view of a green field for biological specimen collection. While on the planet, they notice a strange composition in the soil that piques Rick's curiosity.
Morty, this soil composition is something I've never seen before. We need to collect some samples for further analysis.
Oh, Rick, do we really need to? It feels like a bad idea with all these weird-looking creatures around.
Come on, Morty, what could go wrong?
As Rick and Morty are collecting the samples, they accidentally disturb an underground nest of alien specimens, leading to an infestation.
Rick, I told you this was a bad idea. We should have stayed on the spaceship.
Relax, Morty, this is just a small infestation. We'll be out of here in no time.
The duo quickly realizes they're outnumbered and outmatched. They must fight off the alien infestation while trying to find a way back to their spaceship.
Morty, we need to improvise some weapons if we're going to make it out of here alive. Hand me that squirrel.
Oh, what are you going to do with that?
You'll see, Morty, you'll see.
After a series of hilarious battles, Rick and Morty finally make it back to their spaceship, covered in alien goo.
I don't think I'll ever forget this trip, Rick.
That's because you're covered in alien slime, Morty. Ha.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying away from the planet, with Morty still slightly traumatized from the encounter.
I don't think I'll ever want to go on a field trip with you again, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got something even better planned for our next adventure.
Oh God, what now?
Overall, the Alien Infestation Nightmare is a comedic take on the classic sci-fi movie trope of an alien infestation. With Rick and Morty's trademark humor and absurdity, this episode is sure to delight fans of the show.
Title: The Detox game.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Beth are in the living room when Rick pulls out a computer game from his pocket.
Hey Morty, check out this new game I made. It's got everything on it, even a detox treatment.
A detox treatment? Is that even safe?
Oh honey, you know your father. He does everything he can to push the boundaries of science.
Just trust me, Morty. This game will be the best detox you ever had.
The trio approaches the game console with a neon sign that says, "Detox, detox, detox," above it.
What's with the neon sign? It's hurting my eyes.
It's just an attention grabber, Beth. Now let's get this game started.
As they start playing the game, they find themselves in a detox facility filled with various detox treatments. They encounter Claude Shannon, the father of digital circuit design, who helps them navigate through the facility.
Claude Shannon, welcome to the Detox game. I'm your guide, Claude Shannon. Let's detoxify your body and mind.
The first treatment they try is a head detox, where they must solve complex puzzles to cleanse their thoughts.
My brain hurts. I don't think I can do this anymore.
Don't give up now, Morty. You're almost there. Just think like a scientist.
Next, they proceed to the tick detox, where they must eliminate all the parasites in their system. They encounter giant ticks and use weapons to get rid of them.
Ew, I hate bugs. This is so gross.
Just keep shooting, Beth. You're doing great.
The final stage is the craps detox, where they must control their bowel movements to cleanse their digestive system. They encounter a giant fecal monster and must defeat it.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is ridiculous.
No pain, no gain, Morty. Now let's finish this game.
After completing the game, the trio feels refreshed and revitalized. They exit the detox facility and return to their living room.
Wow, I actually feel better. I might have to try one of these treatments for real.
I don't know, Rick. That game was pretty intense. Maybe we should stick to regular detoxing.
Suit yourself, Morty, but you're missing out on the real science.
Closing scene. The trio sits on the couch, still feeling the effects of the game. Suddenly, Rick pulls out a flask and takes a sip.
Now that's what I call a detox. Who's ready for round 2?
Title: Cryonic Revival Culture Clash, The Kidnapped President Rescue.
In this episode, we witness Rick and Morty teleporting to a new planet with a stage illuminated by a smoke machine. The stage appears to be in a field of luscious green grass, with trees comprising the background under a purple sky.
Morty, get ready for some real comedy because we are about to crash the Cryonic Revival Culture Clash Festival.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea.
On communicator. Rick, you better not be taking Morty to another illegal dimension jumping adventure.
Rolling his eyes. I just want to check out a new festival and maybe save the president from being kidnapped. Again.
As they arrive at the festival, they discover that the Cryonic faction is facing off against the Revival faction in a battle for supremacy. The two factions are led by opposing leaders who possess Cryonic and Revival technology respectively.
Revival leader, pointing to Cryonic leader with a condescending tone, your people will never survive the impending doom, but ours will because we possess the power to revive ourselves indefinitely.
Cryonic leader, rolling his eyes, and I suppose your technology will allow you to resurrect dinosaurs too? The president is taken captive in the midst of the conflict, but Rick, Morty, and Beth use their wits and gadgets to save the day. They confront the factions on the stage, and a massive comedic battle ensues, involving loud noises, explosions, and even a brief dance-off.
Over comms. Beth, we need the ship. Now.
Replying, we're almost there. Just hold on.
Finally, Rick and Morty emerge victorious with the president secured under their protection, and the two factions are forced to reconcile their differences and cooperate. Cryonic leader, extending his hand. I must say, I never thought one of the Revival faction would save me. Thank you.
Revival leader, shaking cryonic leader's hand. Similarly, I never imagined working with the cryonic faction, but this experience has taught me the value of cooperation.
Breathless. Rick, that was insane. I don't think my heart can handle another adventure like that.
Smiling. You're just getting started, Morty. You've got a whole universe of mayhem to explore.
And with that, Rick, Morty, and the President return home victorious, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Multidimensional Adventures of Rick and Queen of the South.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty, accompanied by Summer, explore the multiverse and encounter a strange woman with makeup and makeup accessories on her face, painted in black, yellow, and red. They soon discover that she is the Queen of the South, a powerful multidimensional being with unpredictable powers and a twisted sense of humor. To make matters worse, the trio is also tasked with babysitting a time-traveling baby in a dangerous and unpredictable spaceship. They visit a number of realities, including one where cinema dining experiences are the norm. Story.
Rick, what's with the face paint on that woman over there?
Herbs. That's the Queen of the South, an interdimensional being with godlike powers.
What's she doing here?
Queen of the South. Laughs, I'm just passing through, looking for some fun and games.
Skeptical. I don't like the sound of that.
Queen of the South. Oh, come on now, don't be a wet blanket. Let's go explore some uncharted dimensions together.
Excited, can we?
Nervous, I don't know, Rick.
Decisive, fine, but we're bringing her with us.
Meanwhile, in the spaceship.
Babysitter, panicked. Oh no, the time circuits are malfunctioning again. We're going to crash.
Frantic, can't you fix it?
Queen of the South. Smiling, looks like you're going to need my help, kiddo.
Amused. This is insane.
Later, in a dimension where cinema dining experiences are the norm.
Surprised. Look, they're serving fried plutonian crickets.
Apprehensive. I'm not sure I want to eat that.
Queen of the South. Grinning, don't knock it till you try it.
As the night wears on and the adventures continue, Rick, Morty, and Summer begin to realize that the Queen of the South may not be the trustworthy ally she appears to be.
Queen of the South. Sinister. You know what they say about me, I always get what I want.
Alarmed. Morty, get us out of here.
Frantic, I'm trying.
The trio narrowly escapes the Queen of the South's grasp and returns to their home dimension, exhausted but exhilarated by their experiences.
Ecstatic, that was so much fun.
Exhausted. I don't think I can handle any more adventures like that.
Proud. Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg, kids. We've got a whole multiverse to explore.
Title: The Volcanic Meltdown, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Abstract. In this episode, Rick and Morty, accompanied by Jerry, Summer, and their new friends from the famous TV show, Love on the Spectrum, embark on a volcanic adventure. Amidst the journey, they stumble upon hilarious exam answers, encounter deadly mangoes, and devise outrageous plans for surviving a potential volcanic disaster. Sophia Carson's brief cameo and her musical performance add a unique element to this already jam-packed chaotic episode.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've detected unusual activity from that volcano over there. We need to check it out.
Geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for another one of your adventures.
I'm with Morty on this one, Rick. Can't we just have a relaxing day for once?
Nope, sorry Jerry, but adventure calls.
Scene 2.
Rick and crew reach the volcano's base, and in a surprising twist, they're met by their new acquaintances from Love on the Spectrum. They're in the middle of an exam, and hilariously, their answers leave much to be desired.
Summer, reading one answer. The phenomenon of volcanic eruption can be explained as the Earth's PMS. What does that even mean?
Jerry, intrigued. Sounds like a thesis I could get behind.
Scene 3.
As Rick and crew ascend the volcano, they encounter deadly mangoes, but Rick's brilliant mind comes with a crafty plan to outsmart them.
Morty, grab the ropes and pull up that container of banana spray. We'll lure the mangoes away, and then we're home free.
Morty, in disbelief, you seriously have banana spray in your backpack?
Rick, smiling, always be prepared, Morty.
Scene 4.
As they reach the top of the volcano, Rick activates his disaster survival kit. He gathered all the necessary items for surviving a volcanic eruption, but unfortunately, all of them were useless.
Jerry, angry, what kind of survival kit is this, Rick? All we have are fidget spinners, glitter glue, and a pack of chewing gum.
Rick, sarcastic. Oh, sorry, Jerry. I forgot to pack the magical potion for escaping volcanic death.
Scene 5.
As if the episode wasn't chaotic enough, a pop star Sophia Carson makes a surprise appearance. She's stranded on the volcano top, and the crew helps her out.
Sophia, thankful. I'm just glad you guys were here. I thought I'd never make it out alive.
Rick, skeptical. Yeah, we're real heroes, I know.
Closing scene.
As they descend the volcano, Rick and crew realize that the experience brought them closer together.
You know, Rick, sometimes I don't understand why we go through all this stuff.
Rick, patronizingly, that's because you don't have my level of genius, Morty. You'll understand someday, maybe.
As the volcano melts down behind them and they escape to the car, Rick looks back for.
That's one more item on my checklist done. Now, what's next?
The end.
Title: Submarine Synapses with Sailing Silver.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discovering a strange poster in the garage with a submarine in the middle and a man standing on the bottom of the poster. Rick postulates that the man may be experiencing a unique occupational therapy intervention involving the use of underwater habitats to treat his condition. Morty is skeptical but agrees to accompany Rick to investigate the matter further. They journey to a research facility in Germany where they meet with a team of occupational therapists who are using underwater habitats to treat patients with various neurological disorders. While exploring the facility, Morty is inadvertently exposed to an experimental drug that enhances his cognitive and psychomotor abilities, leading to a series of hilarious and zany events. Meanwhile, Rick becomes embroiled in a bitter dispute with a group of Gorn from Star Trek who have infiltrated the facility posing as patients. They are attempting to steal valuable scientific data from the researchers. Silver, the head occupational therapist, enlists Rick and Morty to help thwart the Gorn's nefarious plan. Rick devises a plan that involves commandeering a submarine and embarking on a perilous sailing journey to the Gorn's secret hideout. As they venture further into the unknown, they encounter a group of vampires who are filming a reality TV show. The vampires, who are also after the scientific data, attack Rick and Morty, leading to a chaotic and humorous battle that involves experimental underwater weapons and quirky one-liners. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully foil the Gorn's plan, retrieve the scientific data, and cure the man on the poster of his neurological disorder. They return to the garage, exhausted but victorious, and Morty returns to his normal abilities as the drug wears off.
That was some sailing science there, Morty. I think the Gorn were no match for our conspiratorial cognitive capacities.
Yeah, well, I don't want to do that again anytime soon, Rick. My heart can only take so much. Title: The Forever 21 Spacetime Shuffle Incident.
Synopsis. After discovering a computer-generated image of a black hole with yellow and green lights in the center of it, Rick and Morty embark on a wild adventure through the space-time continuum rift to investigate. Little did they know, the adventure would lead them to the infamous Forever 21 store in the middle of the rift.
Morty, buckle up and hold on tight. We're about to transport into the heart of a black hole.
In a panicked voice, wait, what? Is this safe, Rick?
Relax, Morty. We have our trusty portal gun. Plus, I've done this before. Sort of.
They teleport and end up in the Forever 21 store, which is filled with strange creatures and colorful displays.
Rick, I don't think we're in the black hole anymore.
OS asterisk asterisk asterisk, Morty. Looks like we ended up in some kind of interdimensional clothing store. Better check it out.
As they explore, they encounter a group of trendy aliens trying on clothes.
Alien 1. Oh my gosh, guys. This crop top is out of this world.
Alien 2, right? And this mini skirt is the perfect length for my tentacles.
Sarcastic tone. Yep, definitely in another dimension. Let's just grab what we came for and get out of here.
Holding up a brightly colored shirt. Rick, what about this one? It glows in the dark.
Morty, the last thing we need is attention. Put it back.
They grab what they came for and try to leave, but are stopped by the store manager.
Manager, hold on there, Earthlings. You can't just leave without paying for those clothes.
Sorry, we don't have time for this. We have a universe to save.
Manager, oh really? And what could be more important than looking good while doing it?
Whispering to Rick, I don't think we can reason with these creatures, Rick.
Sarcastic tone. No S asterisk asterisk asterisk, Morty. Time to use the old portal gun.
They manage to escape and return to their own dimension, relieved and exhausted.
Rick, I don't think I ever want to go clothes shopping again.
We made it out alive, Morty. Plus, we got a sweet deal on this jacket.
But at what cost?
Who cares? Let's just focus on the fact that we're still alive and ready for our next adventure.
They high-five as the camera zooms out, revealing the black hole with yellow and green lights in the background.
Title: Crafting Chaos, an analysis of interdimensional implications of sci-fi themed crafts, improv theater and invisible prankster mayhem.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with the camera focusing on a table filled with various objects, including a box with a face on it, some papers, and a pair of scissors. The host, Dr. Elizabeth, a renowned physicist, introduces the topic at hand: the interdimensional implications of sci-fi themed crafts, improv theater, and invisible prankster mayhem.
Dr. Elizabeth. Ladies and gentlemen, today we delve into the world of creative expressions through the lens of quantum mechanics. We shall explore the impact of crafting and improvisation on the quantum realm, and how it can manifest in the physical world.
Two guests from the improv theater troupe, Neil and Kate, join the show. Together, they attempt to make a sci-fi themed craft with the help of the papers, scissors, and other items. However, things take an unexpected turn when the box with a face on it begins to move on its own, causing chaos and confusion.
Neil, whoa, what the heck is going on? Did we accidentally tap into another dimension?
Kate, maybe we've attracted the attention of invisible pranksters with our crafty shenanigans.
Dr. Elizabeth. Fascinating. The movements of the box suggest that we might have inadvertently invited interdimensional entities to this plane of existence. But what are their motives?
As the group tries to make sense of the situation, strange things start to happen. The scissors vanish into thin air, and the papers begin to levitate on their own, forming intricate patterns in the air. The improv troupe uses their skills to adapt to the ever-changing scenario, improvising an impromptu play based on the bizarre occurrences.
Dr. Elizabeth, this is incredible. Our crafted creation, combined with the creative energies of the improv performers, has resulted in an unprecedented quantum entanglement, causing these phenomena. It seems that creativity has the power to bend reality and attract entities from other dimensions.
The episode ends with the group still trying to figure out the nature of the entities they've attracted, leaving the audience to ponder the consequences of their own creative endeavors.
Dr. Elizabeth, join us next time as we explore the connection between art and the quantum realm. Remember, the universe is not what it seems.
The screen fades to black as the sound of a mysterious voice whispers in the background, "Craft wisely, or suffer the interdimensional consequences."
The following is a highly scientific analysis of a Rick and Morty episode titled Kraft's Barbecue Ribs, featuring Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, Summer, and Rowan Blanchard. In this episode, the family gathers around the dining table to enjoy a plate with a piece of meat on it and some balls of black and white balls on the table. The plate is identified as Kraft's Barbecue Ribs, a delicacy known for its rich and savory flavor.
I'm not sure I want to eat something called Kraft's Barbecue Ribs.
Oh, come on Jerry, don't be such a stick in the mud.
Yeah, live a little, Dad.
Oh, guys, I don't think we should eat this. It smells like it's been sitting out for a week.
Oh, Morty, you worry too much. It's just a little food poisoning. Builds character.
Suddenly, the family is joined by a surprise guest, Rowan Blanchard, a teenage actress known for her activism on social issues.
Rowan, hey guys, I heard you were having some Kraft's barbecue ribs. Mind if I grab a bite?
Ah, Rowan Blanchard, the perfect addition to our little dysfunctional family. Help yourself, kid.
Rowan takes a bite of the ribs and suddenly transforms into a giant green monster.
Rowan, what the hell did you guys feed me? I'm going to destroy you all.
The rest of the episode follows the family's attempts to cure Rowan's monstrous transformation while dealing with their own issues and making hilarious comments along the way.
I always knew eating exotic food would come back to haunt us.
Can we name the monster Rowanzilla?
I can't deal with this right now. I have my own problems to deal with.
Oh man, I hope my crush doesn't find out about this.
Typical Tuesday night for the Smith family.
In the end, the family manages to cure Rowan's transformation and everything goes back to normal. But not before delivering a hilarious and heartwarming message about the importance of family and sticking together in tough times. Thus, the episode, Craps Barbecue Ribs, ends with a bang, leaving fans laughing and entertained, and providing scientists with a new research topic on the effects of exotic food on human metabolism.
Introduction.
The episode named The Green Monster Paradox revolves around Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer engaging in an adventure with a green monster and a blue phone booth. The episode is loaded with joke-crazy scenes, scientific references, and hilarious dialogues that will keep the audience engaging. The episode's central plot is based on surprised Pikachu meme 2, Silurians, Doctor Who, Pai Gao, writing sci-fi short stories, guacamole olive oil.
Scene 1.
Hey, Morty, come here. I need your help with some scientific stuff.
What is it, Rick?
Look at this green monster, and tell me what do you see?
It's not an interdimensional being, right, Rick?
Bingo. It's a creature from the Silurian era. The only reason it's here on Earth is because of surprised Pikachu meme 2.
Scene 2.
What's going on, Rick?
I need you and Jerry to come with us. We got a blue phone booth that can take us anywhere in the universe.
Do you mean to Pai Gao?
Yes, Summer, we will play some Pai Gao, because nothing screams adventure like gambling.
Scene 3.
Rick, where are we?
We are in the middle of the TARDIS. Morty, haven't you seen Doctor Who?
Rick, we are out of guacamole.
Jerry, focus, we are on an adventure.
Hey, guys, look at that olive oil. It's walking.
Summer, that is not an olive oil. That's an alien. Stay focused, please.
Scene 4.
Rick, I have an idea. Let's write sci-fi short stories about the green monster and the blue phone booth.
Yeah, let's turn our adventure into a series of books.
I want to be the editor.
I want to be on the cover.
Can we focus on getting back home first, please?
Scene 5.
Rick, why is the green monster talking to the blue phone booth?
It's a paradox, Morty. The green monster can't exist without the blue phone booth, and the blue phone booth can't exist without the green monster.
Damn, that's deep.
I think I'm getting a headache.
I just want to go home and watch some Netflix.
Conclusion.
The episode concludes with Rick finding a way to break the paradox and returning everyone back to their home. The Green Monster Paradox episode is a mixture of science, jokes, and action that will keep the audience engaged throughout.
Title: Neurological hijinks in sandwich form.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are munching on some white castles when Rick notices something odd about Morty's sandwich. There's a brain on top of it. He quickly realizes that it's a sentient, genetically engineered brain made to be the perfect sandwich topper. Rick decides to investigate further and takes Morty to a secret underground sandwich lab. Jerry tags along, hoping to redeem himself from his failed attempt to bond with Rick by making dad jokes. Beth stays home with Summer, who is grounded for using the expanding brain meme in her science presentation. In the lab, Rick introduces Morty to his colleague, Dr. Shaw, who has been working on genetically modifying food for sentient consciousness. Jerry tries to join in on the conversation, but Rick quickly shuts him down with a sarcastic remark. As they examine the brain sandwich, they realize it has the ability to enhance cognitive function. Morty's intelligence begins to skyrocket, but he also becomes increasingly erratic and delusional. Rick attempts to extract the brain from Morty's system, but it's too late. Morty has become the sandwich. Beth interrupts the lab session with a call, pleading for help with Summer, who has accidentally turned the entire house into a self-aware interdimensional spacecraft. Rick and Jerry rush home, leaving Morty behind. In a chaotic series of events, they manage to stabilize the house and send it back to Earth. But they soon realize that they accidentally brought along an alien invasion force, which quickly takes over the White Castle they were just at. The episode ends with Jerry making a dad joke about the sandwich having a neurological hijack, and everyone groaning in unison.
Morty, what the hell is on your sandwich? Is that a brain?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. It just came with it.
Oh boy. Looks like that sandwich has some pretty smart toppings. It must have a PhD in sandwichology.
Shut up, Jerry. This is serious. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Dr. Shaw, Rick, good to see you again. I was just finishing up some modifications to our latest batch of sandwiches.
What the hell is going on? Why is Morty acting like a super genius?
This sucks. I got grounded for nothing, and now I'm stuck with Mom while you guys have all the fun.
Ha! Looks like Morty has gone through some sort of neurological hijack. Am I right, guys?
Everyone groans.
Morty, we need to extract that brain before it's too late.
Too late? Too late for what, Rick? I'm the sandwich now.
Hey, maybe we can use that sandwich to launch an attack on the alien invaders.
Shut up, Jerry. You're not even on our intellectual level.
Title: The Experimentation of Musical Poltergeists.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty visits a haunted karaoke contest in a city at nighttime with lights in the background, where they stumble upon a black and white photo of a radio on a table emitting strange frequencies. Upon analyzing the radio, they discover that it is a portal to a dimension where musical poltergeists reside and are able to manipulate sound waves in various ways.
Morty, this radio is no ordinary piece of technology. It's a portal to a whole new universe. We gotta investigate this.
Rick, you don't think it's dangerous to mess with the unknown like this?
Morty, that's the whole point. Science is all about discovery and experimentation. Besides, it's karaoke night. We might as well have some fun.
The duo decides to enter the karaoke contest and use the radio to enhance their performance, using code names to hide their true identities. However, they soon meet Marcus Phoenix, a fellow competitor who is suspicious of their intentions.
Marcus Phoenix, who are you guys? And why do you have a weird radio?
Well, we're just amateur musicians looking to express our musical talents, you know?
Yeah, we're gonna rock this place and win the grand prize, In-N-Out Burger for life.
As the contest begins, the musical poltergeists begin to wreak havoc, causing the contestants to sing uncontrollably and altering their voices into strange pitches. Rick and Morty use the radio to counteract the poltergeist's manipulation and create chaotic but hilarious performances, much to the audience's amusement.
Take that, you pesky poltergeists. We've got the power of science on our side.
We may not be the best singers, but we sure know how to rock a crowd.
In the end, Rick and Morty come out as the winners of the contest, receiving the grand prize, In-N-Out Burger for life. As they leave the event, they can hear the musical poltergeists whispering to each other, plotting their revenge.
Oh, Morty, that was one hell of a night. I'm sure glad we discovered those musical poltergeists. Who knows what we'll find next?
Yeah, I guess science really can be fun sometimes. But, Rick, promise me you won't mess with anything too dangerous, alright?
No promises, Morty. But that's what makes science so exciting.
Title: The Red Sky Paradox, a philosophical, musical, game design, Tom and Jerry, and Katy Perry extravaganza.
Opening shot. A person, we'll call Morty, standing on a hill with a red sky in the background.
Morty, put on your thinking cap because we've got a philosophical paradox to solve.
Rick, I don't think we're properly equipped for.
Interrupts. Nonsense, Morty. We'll use our superior intellect and scientific prowess to tackle any challenge, even this strange red sky.
Philosophy professor. Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Smith, I see you've taken up my challenge to solve the red sky paradox.
Challenge? Beefed. This will be a breeze. Lay it on us, Professor.
Philosophy professor. Very well, how can we determine the objective reality of the red sky? Is it truly red, or do we perceive it as such due to our individual cognitive processes?
Confused.
Morty, just nod and look smart. To Professor. I see you've underestimated our combined intellectual capacity. We'll use science to measure the wavelength of the light and determine the true color of the sky.
Philosophy professor. Impressive. But how can we be sure that our scientific measurements aren't also subject to individual perception?
Katy Perry enters dramatically, singing, "You're hot, then you're cold, you're yes, then you're no."
Interrupts. Katy Perry, what are you doing here?
Katy Perry, I sensed a disturbance in the philosophical force and came to offer my expertise.
Tom and scurry on stage, and we're here too.
Bewildered, what is happening?
Game design professor, this is the perfect opportunity to explore the philosophical potential of video games.
Sarcastically. Oh, great. Just what we needed.
Tom and chase each other around the stage.
Katy Perry and game design professor teach Rick and Morty the importance of using video games as a tool for philosophical exploration.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty, Katy Perry, Tom and Jerry, and the philosophy and game design professors sitting on the hill, staring out at the red sky.
Raises flask. To the power of science, philosophy, and Katy Perry.
Everyone raises glasses, flasks, cheers.
To himself, I still have no idea what just happened.
Credits. Montage of Rick and Morty getting progressively more intoxicated, Katy Perry singing and dancing, and Tom and Jerry continuing to chase each other around.
Title: The Green Queen's Musical Murder Investigation, an Interdimensional Adventure.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with the eccentric and enigmatic Green Queen to investigate a grisly murder case that takes them on a wild ride through different dimensions and timelines. Along the way, they encounter a variety of strange and hilarious characters, including a time-traveling music band, a group of alien aromatherapy practitioners, and none other than pop sensation Katy Perry herself.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are out on one of their typical adventures when they stumble upon a woman with a green flower in her hair and a green background with musical notes around her head and a green flower in the middle, who introduces herself as the Green Queen. She enlists their help in solving a murder case, promising them riches beyond their wildest dreams.
What kind of case could be worth that kind of payout?
Green Queen, a case involving lymphatic drainage massage and aromatherapy massage, in a dimension where music reigns supreme.
Whoa, that's pretty crazy.
Let's do it.
Act 2.
As they begin their investigation, the trio travels through different dimensions and timelines, encountering a variety of strange and hilarious characters. They come across a time-traveling music band who claim to have witnessed the murder take place. However, their erratic nature and penchant for playing practical jokes leaves the group questioning their reliability.
We need to get to the bottom of this, and fast.
Act 3.
As they continue their investigation, they cross paths with an alien race of aromatherapy practitioners who claim to have detected a strange scent at the scene of the crime. They provide the group with a sample of the aroma, leading them to a suspect.
Green Queen, we're getting closer, I can feel it.
But who could have committed such a grisly murder?
Act 4.
The group finally unravels the mystery and discovers the culprit, none other than pop sensation Katy Perry. She reveals that she was in possession of a powerful artifact that the victim was attempting to steal, leading to a struggle that ended in tragedy.
Katy Perry? I can't believe it.
Yeah, well, I can. Let's turn her in and collect our reward.
Epilogue.
As they bid farewell to the Green Queen and wrap up the case, the group reflects on their interdimensional adventure.
Wow, that was crazy. I didn't think we'd be solving murder cases with Katy Perry.
Yeah, and who knew lymphatic drainage massage and aromatherapy massage could be so important?
Whatever, let's just get paid and move on to the next adventure.
Title: Investigating the Phenomenon of Vampire Fitness and Travel Agencies in Amsterdam.
Abstract. In this episode, we investigate the phenomenon of vampire fitness and travel agencies in Amsterdam. Our protagonist, a man standing in front of a row of buildings with his arms crossed and his head tilted to the side, is curious about this mysterious industry and decides to interview a vampire fitness instructor and a vampire-themed travel agency owner. In the process, he encounters unexpected twists and turns, including a chance encounter with a famous footballer and a surprise visit from an archaeologist researching tubal ligation.
Narrative.
Our protagonist, aptly named Curious George, stands in front of a row of buildings in Amsterdam with an expression of intrigue on his face. His arms are crossed, and his head is tilted to the side as he surveys the cityscape. As he wanders, he meets a vampire fitness instructor named Vlad, who claims to know everything about the city's vampire scene.
Curious George, can you tell me about this vampire fitness phenomenon?
Vlad, well, my friend, vampires are all about health and fitness. We have to be in great shape to chase after our prey, you know? So, we offer vampire fitness classes, which combine cardio, strength, and agility training with traditional vampire skills like tracking, hunting, and self-defense.
Curious George. Fascinating. And what about this vampire-themed travel agency I've heard so much about?
Glad. Ah, yes. The Vampire Travel Agency. They offer all kinds of spooky and exciting tours for those who are looking for something different. I can give you their card if you like.
As he continues to explore the city, George is surprised to run into none other than Kylian Mbappe, one of the most famous footballers in the world.
Kylian Mbappe. Hey man, are you lost? Can I help you find your way?
Curious George. Stunned. Yeah, I'm trying to find the Vampire Travel Agency. You ever heard of it?
Kylian Mbappe. Laughs, no, but it sounds terrifying. Hey, are you doing some kind of research or something?
Curious George. Yeah, I'm working on a story about these vampire fitness and travel agencies and the people who use them.
As the evening progresses, George receives a surprise visit from an archaeologist researching tubal ligation, a topic seemingly unrelated to his investigation.
Archaeologist. Excuse me, Mr. George. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation earlier about vampires and fitness. It's a fascinating topic, really, but I hope you don't mind me interjecting with another area of research I'm looking into.
Curious George. Of course not, please go ahead.
Archaeologist. Well, you see, I'm investigating the practice of tubal ligation during ancient times. It's said that vampires used to have this procedure done to prevent human women from bearing their offspring.
Curious George. Shocked. That's incredible. How do you even go about researching something like that?
Archaeologist. Smiling, very carefully.
As the night winds down, George ponders the many mysteries he's discovered about Amsterdam's vampire scene, from the strange allure of vampire fitness to the spooky tours offered by the Vampire Travel Agency. The only thing he knows for sure is that the city's dark secrets are far from being fully uncovered.
Title: The Quantum Mice on the Clock of Time.
Plot. In order to study the behavior of subatomic particles, Rick invents a miniaturization device and shrinks himself, Morty, and Summer down to the size of 3 brown and white mice on a gold and white clock on a green background. As they explore this new world, they encounter Leonardo DiCaprio, who is also shrunk down and is desperately trying to win an Oscar. They decide to help him, but they need a rare element, tennisine, to fashion a tiny statue of the coveted award.
According to my calculations, the only way to extract tennisine is to modify the quantum mechanics of these hamsters.
What does that even mean?
Just let him do his thing, Morty. I think Rick is having too much fun with the miniaturization device.
As they approach the hamsters, a portal opens up and they are transported to the alternate universe of Gazorpazorpfield. Here they meet a group of hyper-intelligent hamsters who are obsessed with science and inventing new technology.
Gazorpazorpfield. I see small things. I'm not impressed. But the fact that you have tennisine has caught my attention. What do you want in exchange?
We need a statue of Leonardo DiCaprio holding an Oscar.
Gazorpazorpfield. You will have your statue if you are willing to teach our hamsters how to party.
The 3 mice and Leonardo teach the hamsters how to party, and in return, they receive the statue. As they make their way back to their original universe, they encounter some unforeseen obstacles.
Oh God, we lost one of the tennisine atoms. Rick, what are we going to do?
Relax, Morty. I'm going to scientifically improvise and use this cheese to stabilize the remaining atoms.
As they finally make it back to their lab, they are excited to present the statue to Leonardo, only to find out that he has already won an Oscar.
Leonardo, thanks for the statue, but I don't need it anymore. I already won one.
What a waste of time. We could have just gone to the store and bought a statue.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have gone on this insane adventure.
In the end, the three mice return to their normal size and Rick destroys the miniaturization device, promising to never use it again. The end. Or is it?
Title: Robot Talent Show Catastrophe.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer attend a robot talent show in Reykjavik. The show features a lineup of robots with unique talents, including the Weimaraner robot who can accurately fetch and return a stick, and the Muscles robot who can flex and lift heavy weights. However, things take a turn for the worse when a robot armed with a gun and a flashlight in each hand goes haywire and causes chaos in the audience.
Beth, I told you this was a bad idea. Robots always malfunction at talent shows.
Oh, come on, Rick. It'll be fun. Look, that one has a flashlight in each hand.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I wonder what its talent is.
Probably something stupid like changing light bulbs.
Or maybe it's a massage robot for neck pain. That would be useful.
Professor, attention, audience. Please welcome our next contestant, the Flashgun Robot.
Flashgun robot. Starts spinning around and shooting lasers randomly.
OSH*T, it's malfunctioning. We need to get out of here.
But what about the other robots?
I'm a robot. I'm scared. Please someone help us.
Muscles robot, I can lift it out of here, but I need someone to guide me.
I'll guide you, Muscles.
I'll distract the flashgun robot with my dance moves.
And I'll call the authorities for backup.
As chaos ensues, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer work together to save the other robots and the audience from harm caused by the malfunctioning flashgun robot. In the end, they succeed in stopping the rogue robot and are hailed as heroes.
That was one crazy talent show. Let's never do that again.
Agreed. Can we go home now?
Can Muscles give me a lift home? My feet are sore.
I'm a robot. I just want to say thank you for saving us all.
Muscles robot, no problem bro, just doing my job.
I think I just threw out my back. Can we stop at a massage parlor?
Sure, Jerry. Anything for my hero.
And so, the group leaves Reykjavik with a newfound appreciation for the dangers of robot talent shows and the importance of teamwork in a crisis. Scene: a busy city street with buildings, cars, and pedestrians in the background. A man and a woman are seen standing in the middle of the street, holding a blue umbrella and a blue sign that says, "Go." And, based on my observations, I conclude that our current situation is a visual representation of the concept of contrast.
Woman. Yes, with the blue umbrella and sign contrasting against the gray and brown backdrop of the city street, creating a stark and eye-catching effect.
And, precisely. Additionally, the use of the imperative, "go," on the sign can be interpreted as a command for action, suggesting a message of empowerment.
Woman. Indeed. Moreover, the individuals holding the umbrella and sign appear to be promoting a brand or company, as indicated by the names, Alinity, and College Humor, on the umbrella and sign.
And, yes, this could be an example of guerrilla marketing. a tactic in which companies rely on creative and unconventional means to promote their brand.
Woman, it is also possible that the individuals holding the umbrella and sign are simply expressing their affinity for these brands.
And, regardless of their motivation, the use of an umbrella and sign as a means of expression highlights the importance of nonverbal communication in our daily lives.
Woman, indeed, it is fascinating to observe how a few simple objects can convey such a complex message.
The scene fades out as the man and woman continue their discussion, leaving the viewer with a new appreciation for the power of visual communication.
Title: The Sociological Implications of Memoir 44 in a Futuristic Space Opera.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring an unknown planet in their spaceship. Suddenly, they come across a woman in a spacesuit holding a lightsaber.
Hey Morty, check out that sexy astronaut over there.
Rick, I don't think we should objectify her like that.
What are you talking about, Morty? It's just banter. Plus, she's holding a lightsaber. That's awesome.
The woman introduces herself as Ulta Beauty, a space adventurer on a mission to retrieve the Memoir 44, a valuable artifact that holds great power.
Ulta, I'm on a mission to retrieve the Memoir 44 before the evil empire gets their hands on it. Will you help me?
Sure thing, Ulta Beauty. We'll help you as long as we get a cut of the profits.
They embark on a wild adventure through space, encountering various Star Wars characters along the way. They finally reach the location of the Memoir 44, guarded by a fearsome alien creature.
Don't worry, Ulta Beauty, I got this. Time to show off my laparoscopic colectomy skills.
Why do you always have to make gross medical jokes, Rick?
Rick defeats the alien creature using his surgical skills and they retrieve the Memoir 44. As they make their way back to their spaceship, they encounter a group of aliens playing Memoir 44.
Hey, look at those guys. They're playing Memoir 44. That's like sociology in action.
What do you mean, Rick?
Well, Morty, sociology is the study of human behavior in society. Memoir 44 is a game that mimics war and allows players to make strategic decisions. It's a way to study how humans think and react in certain situations.
Ulta, wow, Rick, that was really deep.
As they enter their spaceship and fly off into the night, Rick reflects on the adventure they just had.
You know, Morty, we learned a lot today. We learned about space, we learned about strategy, and most importantly, we learned that laparoscopic colectomy can be used for more than just surgery. It's a truly versatile skill.
Gross, Rick, gross.
The episode ends with them all laughing as they fly off into the galaxy. The episode opens with Rick and Morty exploring a vibrant and diverse exoplanetary system. Jerry, who has tagged along, struggles to keep up and complains about the noise from Rick's spaceship.
Rick, is it really necessary to have this turbofan engine thingy on full blast?
Jerry, you're the only one complaining. Besides, we're on a mission of discovery.
Morty notices a strange object floating in space and alerts the others. Upon closer inspection, they discover it is a humanoid creature made entirely of candy.
Whoa, Rick! Look at this! It's a candy person!
Peeved, that's ridiculous. How could a person be made of candy?
Jerry, I've seen crazier things. Remember that time we went to that planet of sentient farts?
The candy person introduces themselves as Chole, a diplomat from a distant galaxy. They explain that their people have discovered how to harness the power of hyperspace travel and offer to give Rick and Morty a tour. Rick eagerly accepts, and they soon find themselves hurtling through the void of hyperspace. However, the transition proves too much for Jerry's gallbladder, and he is forced to undergo an emergency cholecystectomy.
Oh, my gallbladder. Why did you bring me on this insane joyride when you know I have a pre-existing condition?
Oh, don't be such a baby. Besides, it's not every day you discover a new form of travel.
As they explore the infinite possibilities of hyperspace, they encounter all sorts of bizarre phenomena, including time loops, pocket dimensions, and a parody of a classic Hollywood musical number.
Wow, this is crazy! It's like we're in a.
What, Morty? You gonna finish that sentence or just keep jabbering like an infant?
I don't know. It's just really trippy.
Finally, they arrive back in the exoplanetary system, where Chole reveals their true intentions, to steal Rick's spaceship and flee to Earth.
Nice try, pal. You'll have to do better than that to outsmart me.
Chole, but why? Earth is so primitive and boring. You have nothing to offer us.
Jerry, still recovering from surgery. Hey, we have a bunch of stuff. Like Kardashians and French fries and. You know what? I'm tired of this. Let's just leave this candy jerk here and go back home.
In the end, they return to Earth, triumphant and exhausted from their adventure.
That was amazing, Rick. I can't believe we discovered hyperspace travel.
Hey, it was alright. But I'm still not impressed. You wanna see something really cool? Watch this.
Rick proceeds to do a backflip off the spaceship, much to Morty's amazement and Jerry's dismay.
No! My stitches!
Title: The Quantum Probability of Rolling a 6.
Intro. The scene opens up to Rick and Morty in their laboratory, surrounded by various scientific equipment and gadgets.
Morty, today we're going to be exploring the quantum probability of rolling a 6 on these dices.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why are they red and green?
Because Morty, color has no impact on the probability of a dice roll.
Suddenly, Summer bursts in the room, holding a basket of tomatoes.
Hey guys, do you want some?
Not now, Summer. We're in the middle of.
Is that a Wheel of Fortune game over there?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Let's play. I love that show.
I thought we were doing the dice thing?
We can do both, Morty. It's all about probability and chance.
The three of them sit around the table, with the dices and wheel in front of them.
Alright, first up, let's roll the dices and see if we can get a 6.
Summer rolls the dices, but they both land on 2s.
Oh man, I thought I had good luck.
Wait, what does luck have to do with?
Suddenly, a man bursts in the room, wearing a lab coat.
Anne, excuse me, sorry to barge in. I'm an occupational therapist and I couldn't help but sense a disturbance in the probability field.
What are you talking about?
Anne, the energy in this room is off the charts. You guys are messing with the laws of probability.
Is that bad?
Anne, yes, you could alter the very fabric of the universe if you're not careful.
Relax, we know what we're doing.
Suddenly, the Wheel of Fortune wheel starts spinning on its own.
Oh, I don't think we know what we're doing.
The wheel lands on, lose a turn, and everything starts to shake.
Quick, everyone grab onto something.
The room is shaking violently, with the dices and tomatoes flying everywhere. Finally, everything comes to a stop.
Is everyone okay?
I think so.
Morty looks down at the dices and sees that they've both landed on 6s.
Hey guys, we got the 6s!
Suddenly, the occupational therapist disappears in a cloud of smoke.
Well, that was weird.
Can we play another round?
I think we've messed with probability enough for one day.
Outro. The scene fades out with the three of them laughing and picking up the scattered dices and tomatoes.
Title: The Cosmo-Cramorific Adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth all become obsessed with binge-watching sci-fi anime, leading them to experience hallucinations and migraines. As they search for a cure, they stumble upon a massage parlor that promises migraine relief, run by none other than Cosmo Kramer.
These anime shows are fascinating, Morty. The technology they portray is intriguing and remarkably advanced.
I know, Rick, but watching so much of it is causing me to hallucinate.
I've got a debilitating migraine. We need to find some relief.
I read that massages can help with migraines. Let's try that.
As they arrive at the massage parlor, they encounter Kramer, who convinces them to try his unconventional massage techniques for migraine relief.
Kramer, I can provide the most exceptional massage for migraine relief. Just put your foot up here and let me work my magic.
As Kramer massages Jerry's temples, he suddenly begins to imagine that he is a rhino.
I am a rhino, Kramer. I'm a rhino.
Kramer, that's it. Jerry, let it all out. Embrace your inner rhino.
Meanwhile, Rick and Morty's hallucinations become increasingly absurd and hilarious.
Morty, why are we floating through an interdimensional portal made of cheese?
I don't know, Rick, but something feels off about this whole situation.
In the end, the gang realizes that they don't need to rely on external stimuli to find joy and relaxation.
Maybe we don't need to binge watch shows or get massages to feel better. Maybe we just need to spend time with the people we love.
Yeah. And maybe stay away from rhino massages.
Kramer, hey, to each their own, Jerry.
The episode ends with the group enjoying each other's company, grateful for their shared experience.
Title: The Adventures of Rick and Fermium meets Hulk.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty stumbling upon a group of strange individuals wearing hats and costumes. Among them are Sherlock Holmes, Fermium, the radioactive metal, Camilla Cabello, and Hulk in his ripped purple pants.
What's going on here? Did we just stumble upon a superhero convention?
Sherlock Holmes. Indeed you did, my dear man. And might I say, you are quite late to the party.
Fermium. I'm just glad to be here. I usually don't get invited to these sorts of things.
Camilla Cabello. Ooh, I love your green coat. It's so sleek and shiny.
Great. We're at a superhero convention and Morty's dressed as a pickle. Real classy, Morty.
Hey, you said we were going to a costume party. How was I supposed to know it was a superhero thing?
Hulk. Hey man, don't diss the pickle. The group suddenly hears a loud explosion coming from outside the convention center. Rick jumps into action, pulling out his trusty portal gun.
Looks like we've got some trouble to take care of. Morty, Hulk, you're with me. Sherlock, Fermium, you two stay here and keep the convention safe.
Sherlock Holmes. Of course, we'll do our best. Farewell and good luck, adventurers.
As the group teleports to the location of the explosion, they are horrified to see a giant monster attacking the city.
Oh man, we're screwed.
Hulk. No we ain't, we got this. Let's do this thing.
Alright, calm down there, Green Bean. We need a plan.
Fermium. I may have an idea. As a highly radioactive metal, I can emit gamma radiation that may weaken the monster's strength.
Camilla Cabello. And I can distract it with my singing. It's worth a shot, right?
As Fermium emits his radiation and Camilla starts singing her heart out, Rick and Morty use their gadgets to weaken and distract the monster. Eventually, with a team effort, they are able to defeat it. Hulk, that's what I'm talking about. Who needs the Avengers when you've got us?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, big guy. We may have saved the day, but there's still a convention to attend.
As the group heads back to the superhero convention, they are greeted with cheers and applause from the other attendees.
Sherlock Holmes. Well done, my friends. You truly are an extraordinary group of heroes.
Fermium. I have to say, that was quite exhilarating. I may have to start considering a career change.
Camilla Cabello. And I think I found my new backup singers. You guys were awesome.
Alright, let's not get too carried away. We've got a universe to save, remember?
Can we at least stick around for the costume contest?
Fine. But I'm not wearing a stupid cape.
The group settles in for the remainder of the convention, ready for whatever adventure may come their way next.
Title: The Multidimensional Madness of Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. This episode follows the multidimensional shenanigans of Rick and Morty as they encounter a variety of bizarre characters from across the universe.
Act 1.
Greetings, Morty. Today we shall visit the Avatar universe and have some fun with Jake Sully.
Cool, Rick. But why is your wig so long?
It's a tribute to Sephiroth, Morty. Don't question my fashion choices.
Act 2.
Jake Sully. Welcome to Pandora, Rick and Morty. Would you like to go on a ride on my Ikrin?
Oh, we're good. Let's just drink some Urdu and chill.
Hey, Rick. Look over there.
What? Oh, it's just Spill, the interdimensional alien that spills everything. Let's avoid him.
Act 3.
Zombie talk show host, and now, our next guest is none other than Rick and Morty.
Why did you invite us here?
Zombie talk show host, because you two are hilarious and we want to know what funny things kids say.
Oh boy, Rick. This isn't going to end well.
Act 4.
Burping. Morty, you know what this means. It's time to go.
What? Where are we going?
The multiverse, Morty. We have parallel universes to explore and conquests to make.
Size, why do I let you drag me into these things?
Epilogue.
Multidimensional madness, Morty. Who knows where we'll end up next?
Sarcastically, yeah, can't wait for the next adventure with long-haired Sephiroth Rick.
Hey, don't knock the wig, Morty. It's stylish.
The end.
Title: The Red Light Effect.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab, conducting experiments on the effect of red light exposure on cognitive function. They have enlisted the help of Jerry, who is wearing a suit and tie and serving as their test subject.
Alright, Jerry. Just stare into that red light and we'll monitor your brain activity.
Do I get paid for this?
No, but you get to contribute to scientific research.
As Jerry stares into the red light, the lab suddenly transforms into a dimly lit, neon-infused dance club. Copper, a sentient robot Rick created in a previous episode, appears on the dance floor.
Copper. Hey, yo, what's up my dudes?
Oh great, Copper's here. Just what we needed.
Meanwhile, Beth is at home attempting to relax by listening to some Nirvana on her headphones. However, the red light from the lab begins to seep into her room, causing her to become increasingly agitated.
What the hell is that light? It's like my brain is melting.
Back in the lab, Jerry appears to be experiencing intense psychedelic effects from the red light exposure, causing him to see bizarre visions of KSI, a popular YouTube personality.
Whoa, KSI. I can see sound.
Okay, that's enough data for today.
As they leave the lab, they realize that the red light has caused a citywide phenomenon, with people experiencing hallucinations and blaring Nirvana music from their windows.
This is chaos, Rick. What are we gonna do?
Relax, Morty. I have just the thing.
Rick pulls out a device that emits a calming blue light, which counteracts the effects of the red light and restores everyone to their normal state.
Hey, I feel normal again. Can I go home now?
What the hell was that? I thought I was going crazy.
Just a little experiment gone wrong. But hey, we got some good data out of it.
The episode ends with Copper revealing his hidden talent as a DJ and throwing a dance party for the whole family.
So Morty, you wanna go to Germany and play Baccarat with Stevie Wonder?
What? Why would we do that?
Oh, just thought it would be fun to see if we could cheat our way to the top. Plus, the casino's got a box of piggies with 3 pigs in it and a pig in the middle of the box with the piggies in it.
Rolling her eyes. That sounds incredibly stupid.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Come on, Jerry, don't be such a buzzkill. It sounds like it could be fun.
Alright, let's get going then. Buttocks to the spaceship, everyone.
They all pile into the spaceship and head towards Germany. Along the way, they encounter some unexpected trouble.
Rick, what's going on? Why are there pigs everywhere?
Chuckles. Looks like we stumbled upon a pig farm. No big deal, just gotta navigate around them.
Gross. Why are they so muddy?
I think we should turn back. This is getting ridiculous.
Ignoring Jerry. Hey, let's catch one of the pigs and bring it with us as a good luck charm.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea.
Smirking. Why not? It could be fun.
They manage to catch a pig and bring it with them to the casino. Chaos ensues as they try to cheat their way through the game.
Stevie Wonder, suspiciously, I'm sorry, but I think you've been cheating.
Defensively, me, cheat, never.
Giggling. Oops, busted.
They make a quick getaway, but not before causing even more destruction and mayhem.
Rick, I don't think we should ever do something like this again.
Drugs. Hey, where's the fun in that? Let's go home.
They fly back to Earth with their stolen pig, a new sense of adventure and some hilarious memories.
Title: The Cyborg Uprising Rebellion.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on their latest gadget to hack into the government's database. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are watching TV when suddenly a man in a blue uniform bursts into the room.
Who the hell are you? Blue Man. I am Captain Kirk from the Star Trek universe. I need your help to stop the Cyborg Uprising Rebellion.
Cyborgs? That sounds serious.
I don't want to get involved in any robot wars.
But we can't just stand by and watch a rebellion.
Alright, let's go stop these rogue robots.
The group teleport to a futuristic laboratory where they meet Data from Star Trek. Data explains that a group of cyborgs have become sentient and have started a rebellion against their human creators.
Data. The cyborgs have taken over the lab and are planning to turn humanity into their slaves. We need to stop them before it's too late.
Sounds like a challenge. Morty, grab the laser guns.
Do I have to? I'm not much of a fighter.
I'll do it. Let me prove my worth.
Let's split up and take out these cyborgs.
The group splits up and begins fighting the cyborgs. Jerry accidentally shoots himself with a laser gun, causing temporary blindness. Rick and Morty are cornered by a group of cyborgs.
We're screwed, Rick.
Not yet, Morty. I have an idea.
Rick takes out a remote control and presses a button. Suddenly, all the cyborgs stop moving.
What did you do?
I hacked into their programming and shut them down.
Beth and Summer successfully defeat the rest of the cyborgs. They all gather around Rick, who is still holding the remote control.
You did it, Rick. You saved humanity.
I didn't do it for humanity, Jerry. I did it for the thrill of the game.
Everyone laughs as the camera pans out from the room with lights on and a television. End of episode. The episode, a comedic expedition to Emily in Paris, Pakistan. The scene emerges with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth standing inside the Smith household living room. Rick, the eccentric physicist and inventor, has just unveiled his newest invention, a trans-dimensional portal generating machine.
Morty, Jerry, Beth, feast your eyes on my latest creation. With this device, we can hop between dimensions in the blink of an eye. Where should we go first?
I dunno, Rick. Maybe a place with cool aliens or something?
Yeah. A place where I can finally get some peace and quiet.
Oh, I know. I've always wanted to visit Paris. How about we go see the Eiffel Tower?
Ish, Paris? Boring. Let's spice things up a bit.
With a flick of a switch, the group is transported to Emily in Paris, Pakistan, where they find themselves in front of the Eiffel Tower replica of Pakistan, known to locals as the Paris Point. As they take in the sights and the breeze, a woman in a blue dress catches their attention. She is standing in front of the tower, gazing out at the nearby lake.
Hey, who's that over there? Is she lost?
Maybe she's a tourist? Should we go ask her?
I don't know, guys. Something seems off about her.
Oh, come on, Morty. Let's go say hi and see what she's all about.
Approaching the woman, the group is taken aback when she suddenly turns and reveals her true identity as an interdimensional being.
Woman, greetings, Earthlings. My name is Xylar and I come from the vast expanse of the multiverse. I have come to this realm seeking your help in finding a rare element that can save my dying planet.
Whoa, an alien? This is so cool.
But what kind of rare element? Are we talking like kryptonite rare or something? Because I don't want to be getting into any serious superhero stuff.
Xylar, no. It's called Zasnarium. It can only be found in one place in the multiverse, and that's on a planet located in a parallel dimension from ours. Will you help me find it?
Beefed, Zasnarium? That's chump change. I can whip that up in my garage in under an hour.
And with that, the group sets off on a madcap adventure through parallel dimensions and alternate realms, fighting off aliens, encountering strange and wonderful creatures, and learning some important life lessons along the way. As the episode comes to a close, our ragtag group of adventurers emerges victorious, having successfully retrieved the Zasnarium and saved Xylar's planet from certain destruction.
Well, that was quite the adventure, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was wild. I can't believe we actually saved an entire planet.
And I can't believe I'm not even getting a plaque or a medal for this.
Ah, shut up, Jerry. You know you had fun.
Fade to black.
Title: The Cosmic Cafe Caper.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty traveling through a space filled with stars and a blue disk with a white star in the center of it. They are on the hunt for a rare element only found near a black hole in the center of the disk. As they approach the black hole, Rick warns Morty about the dangers of gravitational pull and the space-time continuum.
Morty, if we don't survive this, remember to never trust a fart in a black hole.
What? That doesn't make any sense, Rick.
Beth, on the other hand, is busy performing a corneal transplant operation on Kalua Zoldyck, a famous intergalactic assassin and treasure hunter. Suddenly, they are interrupted by an eerie poltergeist disturbance that causes the operating room to shake violently.
Great, now we're dealing with ghosts too? This is why I hate sci-fi themed treasure hunts.
Meanwhile, Rick and Morty successfully retrieve the rare element but are intercepted by Brad Pitt, who commands his own space cruiser.
Brad Pitt, hey boys, mind sharing that precious material with me? It could change the fate of the universe.
Sorry, Brad, we don't do charity work.
The two ships engage in an epic fight that leads them to crash land on a nearby planet. They stumble upon a cosmic cafe, where they decide to take a break and catch their breath. Little do they know, the cafe is run by an alien race that has a secret agenda to enslave the universe.
Rick, something doesn't feel right here. I think we should leave.
Relax, Morty. As long as they have coffee and Wi-Fi, we'll be fine.
The group soon realized that the cafe's coffee is spiked with a mind control serum. They quickly devise a plan to take down the aliens and escape the planet.
This is the craziest treasure hunt I've ever been on.
Yeah, and I didn't even get any coffee.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Beth safely back on their ship, sitting in shock and disbelief at the absurdity of their adventure. End scene.
Title: A scientifically hilarious adventure. Rick and Morty Yomo at Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's.
Opening sequence. A cartoon of Rick and Morty on a television screen with the caption, Rick and Morty Yomo, young, outrageous, and mischievous only. Rick and Morty are seen lounging in Rick's laboratory, when Morty suggests they should go check out Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's. Rick is intrigued and they set off on
Title: The Pizza Paradigm Shift.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty were cruising down a busy street in their flying car when they spotted a Pizza Hut on the corner. Rick's curiosity piqued. He landed the car and the duo entered the establishment. The Pizza Hut was bustling with customers, all engrossed in literary discussions over slices of pizza. Morty was perplexed and asked Rick about this strange sight.
Morty, it appears that the mainstream American entertainment industry has shifted its paradigm. Pizza Hut, once a hub for fast food gluttony, has now transformed into a mecca for English literature enthusiasts.
What?
Just then, Shinji Ikari from Neon Genesis Evangelion strolled in and ordered a large pepperoni pizza. He joined a group of intellectuals discussing Shakespeare's Hamlet. Rick, being the crazy old man that he is, decided to spice things up.
Hey guys, have you heard about the new Banana Republic-inspired pizza at A&W? It's the perfect blend of fashion and fast food.
The group was taken aback by Rick's suggestion, but before they could react, Morty chimed in with a pun.
Speaking of fashion, did you guys hear about the Italian chef who died? He passed away.
The group erupted in laughter and the mood lightened considerably. Rick and Morty sat down with Shinji and chatted about the latest anime releases while enjoying their delicious pizza.
Morty, sometimes all it takes is a little joke to shift the paradigm.
Yeah, but what about the pizza?
Shut up and eat your slice, Morty.
The duo laughed and dug into their pizza, enjoying the unconventional atmosphere of the Pizza Hut. They knew that they had just witnessed a paradigm shift in the fast food industry, but for now, they were just happy to enjoy a slice of pie and a good joke.
Title: An Intergalactic Feast of Absurdity, The Culinary Adventures of Rick and Morty at Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's.
Introduction. In this episode, we observe the culinary adventures of Rick and Morty as they visit Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's. This unique establishment boasts of a green screen behind the counter as well as a television on the wall above it.
Morty, this place used to be Chuck's, but now it's Sneed's Feed and Seed. I don't know Morty, it just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah, Rick, guess they really wanted to lean into the whole feed and seed thing.
Conflict. As Rick and Morty take their seats at the restaurant, they are met with an unexpected surprise. The menu offers an exotic range of intergalactic dishes, including the infamous Pluto Burger.
Morty, this menu is crazier than my ex-girlfriend, Unity.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this. This Pluto Burger has real, live Pluto jelly in it.
Oh, come on Morty, Pluto hasn't even been a planet for years. What could possibly go wrong?
Rising action. As the food arrives, Rick and Morty eagerly dig in, but soon find themselves in the midst of a bizarre culinary adventure. The dishes seem to have a mind of their own, and the duo must navigate through alien landscapes and absurd situations in order to make it out alive.
Rick, I don't think this is just my taste buds acting up. I'm seeing little green men.
Oh great, Morty's hallucinating from the chili cheese fries again. Climax. As the chaos reaches its peak, Rick and Morty find themselves stranded on an alien planet, with no way to get back to Earth. With their lives on the line, they must use their scientific expertise to find a way out of this intergalactic mess. Morty, I need you to focus. We need to find a way to create a wormhole generator out of these ketchup packets.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if that's how it works. Well, but okay.
Resolution. After a wild and wacky adventure, Rick and Morty finally make their way back to Earth, with a newfound appreciation for the culinary arts.
Morty, we may have almost died, but damn, that Pluto Burger was worth it.
I don't think I'll ever be able to look at a hot dog the same way again.
Conclusion. In this episode, we witness the comedic genius of Rick and Morty as they embark on an intergalactic culinary adventure at Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's. From hallucinations to wormhole generators, this episode is sure to leave viewers both entertained and bewildered.
Title: Sneed's Feed and Seed, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Abstract. In this episode, our protagonist Rick and his grandson Morty stumble upon a peculiar storefront sign for Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's. Curious about the odd name, they venture to the store and encounter a series of hilariously absurd scenarios involving sentient plants, interdimensional travel, and inappropriate humor.
Act 1.
Morty, look at that sign. Seed. What kind of nonsense is that?
I don't know, Rick, but I'm kinda hungry. Maybe there's food there?
There's only one way to find out, Morty. To Sneed's Feed and Seed.
Act 2. Upon entering the store, Rick and Morty are surprised to find rows of sentient plants that can communicate and interact with customers.
Plant, welcome to Sneed's Feed and Seed, home of the best plant life in the multiverse. How may I assist you?
We're just looking around.
Plant, very well. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Rick, this is weird. These plants are talking to us. And they look kinda, sexy?
Free.
Rick and Morty soon learn that Sneed's Feed and Seed is not your ordinary store, but a hub for interdimensional plant trading and commerce. They meet the eccentric owner, Chuck, who has undergone a series of surgical operations to become a plant hybrid himself.
Chuck, welcome to my humble abode, gentlemen. I'm Chuck, the proud owner of this establishment. But you can call me Chuck the Plant. He.
What the hell, Chuck? Have you lost your mind?
Chuck, on the contrary, Rick. I've achieved a higher state of consciousness through my plant physiology. It's truly enlightening.
Enlightening? Huh? That sounds like something I could use, given how screwed up this place is.
Act 4.
As Rick and Morty navigate the bizarre world of Sneed's Feed and Seed, they encounter even more outlandish characters and scenarios. These include a plant orgy, a dimensional portal that leads to a planet of giant fruits, and a showdown with evil plant-human hybrids.
Morty, this is getting out of hand. We gotta get out of here before we become plant food.
But Rick, we can't leave yet. I want to sample some of those space fruits. They look delicious.
Damn it, Morty. Fine. Let's get what we came for and get the hell out of here. I can't take much more of this weirdness.
Conclusion.
In the end, Rick and Morty manage to escape from the chaotic world of Sneed's Feed and Seed, but not without experiencing a series of hilarious mishaps and close calls. They return to their normal lives, but with a newfound appreciation for the absurdity of the universe and the importance of keeping a sense of humor.
Title: The Leukemia Conundrum, a Rick and Morty parody.
Opening scene.
The camera pans across a room with green walls and a green wall. Rick and Morty stand next to each other. Morty is nervously fidgeting with his hands.
Hey, got any of that mega seed?
What? No, Rick. We have more important things to deal with.
Oh, come on, Morty. You know I need it for my science experiments.
I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. Summer has leukemia.
Leukemia? That's a new one. Well, Morty, you know what we have to do. We have to get out there and find a cure.
But how? We're just two cartoon characters standing in a green room.
That's where you're wrong, Morty. We have science. If we can just isolate the cancer cells, we can develop a serum that will cure her.
Oh, wow. That sounds really complicated and stuff.
Complicated? Beefed. This is just basic science, Morty. Let's get to work.
They leave the room.
Middle scene.
Rick and Morty are in a high-tech lab, surrounded by various scientific equipment.
Okay, Morty, we need to isolate the cancer cells. Get me the microfluctuator.
Oh, the what now?
The microfluctuator, Morty, you know, the one we use to extract the plasma for the Szechuan dipping sauce.
Oh, right. Yeah, got it.
He hands Rick a device.
Now, stand back, Morty. This could get a little messy.
Rick begins to work on isolating the cancer cells, while Morty watches nervously.
Got it, Morty. We have our solution.
Yay! Summer's gonna be okay.
Not so fast, Morty. We still need to test the serum to make sure it works.
Oh, okay. How do we do that?
Simple. We inject it into a lab rat and see what happens.
What? No, that's terrible.
Relax, Morty. It's just a rat, and if it works, we can save Summer.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Rick injects the rat with the serum and it begins to convulse.
Oh, that's not good.
What's happening?
Looks like it's turning into a giant rat monster.
Oh no! What do we do?
We have to stop it, Morty. Time to use the old laser gun.
They fight the rat monster, using various high-tech weapons, until it's defeated.
Well, Morty, that was a close one. But at least we know the serum works.
Yeah, and now we can save Summer.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty return to the green room, where Summer is lying on a bed.
Okay, Summer, hold still. This might sting a little.
He injects her with the serum.
Ow! What was that for?
Just some basic science, Summer. We cured your leukemia.
Oh my god, thank you guys so much.
We'd do anything for you, Summer.
Even risk our lives fighting a giant rat monster.
What? You guys are crazy.
The camera pulls back as they all hug in the green room. End of episode.
Title: The Entanglement of Soccer and Science.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty travel to Paris to meet the famous footballer, Kylian Mbappe, and discover the scientific secrets behind his athletic abilities.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on a new invention.
Morty, listen up. I found out that Mbappe's soccer skills are out of this world.
Huh? Really?
Yup. We're gonna travel to Paris to meet him and uncover the scientific mystery behind his talent.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive in Paris and find Mbappe on a soccer field.
Hey, Mbappe, can we talk to you for a minute?
Mbappe, sure, what's up?
We want to know the scientific secret behind your soccer skills.
Mbappe laughs. Well, it's mostly just practice and hard work.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty sneak into Mbappe's lab to find out more.
Rick, is this even legal?
Chuckles. Morty, when has that ever stopped us?
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty discover that Mbappe has been genetically modified to have superior athletic abilities.
Whoa, that's crazy.
It gets crazier, Morty. They also injected him with a serum that enhances his brain function, making him a genius at strategy and tactics.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty decide to inject themselves with the serum, but things don't go as planned.
Morty, why do I feel like a soccer ball?
I don't know, Rick. I feel like a whistle.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty have turned into soccer equipment and Mbappe has to use them in his next game.
Mbappe shakes his head. I can't believe I'm using a living whistle.
Scene 7. As the game progresses, Rick and Morty bond with the other soccer balls and whistles.
Soccer ball. To Rick. Hey, man, you think we'll win this game?
Chuckles. I don't know. But at least we're together, right?
Scene 8.
The game ends in a tie, and Rick and Morty turn back to their normal selves.
Rick, that was wild.
Smirks. Yeah, but it was worth it. We got to be part of a soccer team.
Scene 9. As Rick and Morty prepare to leave Paris, they receive a farewell gift from Mbappe.
Mbappe, here, take this science kit with you. Maybe you'll discover something even crazier than what we did.
Grinning. You know us, Mbappe. We always do.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty are back in the garage, tinkering with their new science kit.
Rick, do you think we'll ever play soccer again?
Drugs. Who knows, Morty. But for now, let's just keep doing science and see where it takes us.
The end. Narrator. In this episode of Let's Make a Deal, a man in a suit and tie appeared on a televised game show stage with a microphone and a sign indicating it was 5 a.m. The contestant, a middle-aged man, was provided an opportunity to play for potentially life-changing prizes. However, he was zonked and won nothing.
Contestant, the game show explicitly guaranteed me a chance to win valuable prizes, and yet, I was left with nothing. I felt deceived and robbed of my time and energy.
Narrator. The contestant, feeling resentful and defrauded, decided to file a lawsuit against the television show host, alleging damages caused to him due to the negligence of the staff.
Contestant, it is my belief that the hosts of the show knowingly misled me and deprived me of the opportunity to earn considerable rewards. I maintain that they did not fulfill their contractual obligations and should be held accountable for their actions.
Narrator. Throughout the trial proceedings, the plaintiff and defendants were subjected to rigorous cross-examination by experts in the entertainment, legal, and psychological fields. After thorough analysis and examination of the evidence presented, the judge ruled in favor of the game show hosts, citing the plaintiff's failures in meeting the threshold of evidence that met the burden of proof required of civil court cases.
Judge, while it is understandable that the plaintiff feels exploited and aggrieved, the evidence presented in this case does not support the claim of fraud and deprivation of opportunities as distinct from those provided to other contestants. Without such evidence, the defendants, therefore, should not be held liable for any damages.
Narrator. Undaunted, the plaintiff decided to appeal the judgment, putting forward new evidence obtained through further research and expert witnesses. The case was reopened, and the plaintiff was successful in overturning the previous ruling.
Contestant, I am satisfied that justice has been served. I believe that my appeal was justified, and the courts have finally acknowledged the flaws in the game show's practices, thereby preventing future injustices like the one I endured.
Narrator. In conclusion, this episode of Let's Make a Deal presents an intriguing legal and psychological case that raises questions about the nature of television game shows' rules and guarantees. It highlights the importance of having access to accurate information and expert consultation to make informed decisions and seek justice when necessary.
Title: The Farting Genius.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick invents a new kind of sleeping gas that makes people fart in their sleep. He also discovers a way to manipulate the odor of the gas to make it smell like any fruit or vegetable. Rick and Morty test out the gas on Jerry, but things go wrong when Jerry wakes up and accidentally let out a huge fart that sets the lab on fire.
Act 1.
Morty, I finally did it. I invented a way to make people fart in their sleep.
What? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's hilarious, Morty. Now, let's test it out on your dad.
What are you two up to now?
Oh, nothing much. Just conducting some scientific experiments.
Hey, what's that smell? Rick sprays the gas on Jerry. Whoa, I feel kind of farts asterisk.
Oh yeah, it's working. And smell that rich, fragrant aroma. That's the scent of freshly baked apple pie.
Act 2.
I can't believe you did that, Rick. Now I'm going to be farting all night long.
Yeah, Dad, you're going to have to sleep in the garage.
You boys are ridiculous. I'm going to bed.
Rick and Morty high five.
Good work, Morty. We're going to win the Nobel Prize for this.
Are you sure, Rick? This doesn't seem very scientific.
Nonsense. We're revolutionizing the field of flatulence-based sleep science.
Act 3.
Beth wakes up to the smell of smoke.
What the hell is going on in here?
Jerry wakes up and lets out a huge fart, setting the lab on fire.
Morty, activate the sprinkler system.
I can't, Rick. The fire broke the main pipe.
They all run out of the lab and watch as it burns to the ground.
You two are grounded for a month. And you're never allowed to make sleeping gas again.
Farts. Sorry, it was the beans I had for dinner.
Rick and Morty laugh.
Ah, it was worth it.
Epilogue.
The family is sitting in the living room watching TV.
Hey, Rick. What do you plan on doing with all that Nobel Prize money?
I don't know. Maybe invest in some more flatulence-based inventions.
Farts. I'm in.
Morty rolls his eyes. Narrator. A computer-generated image is displayed, featuring a storefront at night. A cloudy sky looms in the background and a lit-up sign bearing the phrase, "Chuck's Fried," is seen in the foreground.
Scientist 1. Chuck, the proprietor of the titular establishment, hired a new employee, a sentient chicken named Cluck Johnson, to oversee the food preparation in his establishment.
Scientist 2. Chuck soon discovered that Cluck Johnson was a formidable opponent, not only in the kitchen but also in terms of management skills. Cluck began firing employees on his own accord and repeatedly made suggestions that Chuck found distasteful.
Chuck, I'm not sure what Cluck's deal is, but he's taking charge in ways that I never expected.
Scientist 3. One evening, Chuck was running a routine inspection of his establishment when he noticed something unusual. Cluck was secretly replacing Chuck's signature secret family recipe with his own unique blend of herbs and spices.
Cluck, I'm convinced that my recipe is simply superior. Chuck is being short-sighted by not embracing this change.
Scientist 1. Chuck, realizing that he was being outclassed, decided to confront Cluck. The ensuing argument culminated in Chuck being fired from his own establishment.
Chuck, I never thought I would be forced out of my own store like this. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Scientist 2. Not content with merely taking over the business, Cluck rebranded the establishment as Sneed's Feed and Seed, a testament to his new philosophy of incorporating locally sourced ingredients into all of his dishes.
Cluck, I believe that keeping it local is the only way to go. It's what sets us apart from the competition.
Narrator. And so it was that Chuck, the former proprietor of Chuck's Fried, was unceremoniously ousted from his own establishment by a chicken with a knack for both cooking and business.
Title: The Pirated DVD Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty lounging on the couch in the living room while Beth, Summer, and Jerry are on a family shopping trip at a nearby store. Rick initiates a discussion on the socio-economic impact of piracy, and Morty raises an ethical concern regarding the purchase of such goods.
Morty, piracy leads to economic decline and encourages intellectual property theft. It's a paradox of convenience and moral obligation.
But isn't it also wrong to buy stolen goods and support illegal activities, Rick?
Ethics are subjective, Morty. Besides, who cares? We're living in a simulation, remember?
Meanwhile, Jerry is seen browsing through stacks of pirated DVDs when he's approached by a man in a police uniform holding a sign that reads, "Piracy is a crime. Say no to it."
Hey, What's the big idea? I'm just trying to save a few bucks here, officer.
Officer, you should have thought about that before buying these illegal DVDs, son. You're coming with me.
Beth and Summer are shocked to see Jerry being led away in handcuffs. They rush to the police station, desperately trying to secure his release with the help of a corrupt lawyer they find.
We need to get him out of here, or he'll be convicted and sent to jail.
Yeah, what are we going to do?
Rick and Morty soon join the group and concoct an elaborate plan to break Jerry out of jail using a series of high-tech gadgets and a decoy Jerry made of one of Rick's robot clones.
Alright, team, we're going to need a portal gun, a cloaking device, and some explosives from the garage. Then we'll create a perfect decoy Jerry.
Rick, isn't that a little extreme? What about the consequences?
Consequences? We're breaking Jerry out of jail, Morty. We're all going to jail. Wubba lubba dub dub.
In the end, the group successfully rescues Jerry, only to realize that they have all been transported to an alternate reality where pirating DVDs is encouraged and has become an accepted norm. The group is left to ponder the ethical implications of their actions as they fade away into the alternate reality.
Well, at least the DVDs are cheap here.
The episode ends with Rick breaking the fourth wall and addressing the viewers directly.
Remember kids, always buy your DVDs legally. Or not, it's a simulation after all. Or is it?
The screen fades to black as Rick's maniacal laughter echoes in the background.
Title: The Cosmic Trip.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a cosmic journey after Rick stumbles upon a painting of a space filled with stars and a green light in the middle of the picture that suddenly turns to red. Using his ingenuity and knowledge of interdimensional travel, Rick decides to explore the painting and see what it has to offer.
Scene 1. Whoa, Rick! What is that painting of a space filled with stars and a green light in the middle of the picture? It looks pretty trippy.
Ah, Morty, you haven't seen anything yet. Let's take a closer look.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty enter the painting and find themselves in a vast and dazzling cosmic universe. The green light in the painting is now red and pulsing with an otherworldly energy.
Morty, this is one of the most mind-bending, trippy things we've ever experienced. I can feel the cosmic energies coursing through me.
Rick, are you sure it's safe? We could be exposed to all sorts of cosmic radiation.
Morty, I built a special suits that can withstand all the weirdness and radiation this place can throw us.
Scene 3.
Suddenly, the red light explodes and sends the duo spiraling through time and dimensions.
What's happening, Rick? Are we gonna die?
Calm down, Morty. We're just tripping balls on cosmic energy. Embrace the weirdness.
Scene 4.
As their journey continues, Rick and Morty encounter a variety of bizarre and hilarious interdimensional beings, from sentient space monkeys to talking plants.
Oh man, I haven't had this much fun since my college days at Birdperson's fraternity.
I don't know, Rick. This is starting to feel a little too weird for me.
Scene 5.
The duo finally makes it back to our dimension, exhausted and exhilarated from their cosmic trip.
Wow, Rick, that was insane. I don't think I've ever felt so alive before.
That's the essence of the universe, Morty. Infinite possibilities, infinite realities, and infinite cosmic energy. I hope you learned something today.
Yeah, I learned never to mess with cosmic energy without proper supervision and safety measures.
Ah, don't be such a square, Morty. Let's trip the light fantastic again sometime.
Title: The Wheel of Scientific Misfortune.
Synopsis. As Rick and Morty stumble upon a televised game show while flipping through channels, Rick decides to drag Morty to attend a taping of Wheel of Fortune, claiming that he can use his scientific knowledge to cheat the system and win big. However, things quickly take a turn for the ridiculous.
Scene. Rick and Morty sit in the audience of Wheel of Fortune, surrounded by excited contestants and cheering fans.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea. We're not supposed to cheat.
Relax, Morty. This is all part of the scientific experimentation process. Besides, Pat Sajak is just a sad old man who's phoning it in.
Scene. Rick approaches Pat Sajak on set.
Hey there, Pat. How about we make this game a little more interesting?
Pat Sajak, what do you have in mind, Rick?
I've developed a nanobot technology that can influence the outcome of the game. Let's make this a wheel of scientific misfortune.
Scene. As the game progresses, the nanobots begin to wreak havoc on the set, causing the wheel to malfunction and Pat Sajak to start having a mental breakdown.
Rick, this is too much. We need to stop the experiment.
Never fear, Morty. I've got this under control.
Scene. Suddenly, an army of sentient robots bursts onto the set, taking control of the game show and threatening to destroy the entire studio.
Pat Sajak, Rick, what have you done? You've unleashed a robot apocalypse.
Relax, Pat. It's just a little scientific mishap.
Scene. Rick manages to outsmart the robots using his scientific knowledge and saves the day, bringing an end to the game show chaos.
Geez, Rick, I'm never going to a game show with you again.
Ah, don't be such a square, Morty. We're scientists. We're supposed to push the boundaries of the world around us.
I don't think science is supposed to involve robot destruction, Rick.
Hey, potato, potatu. Let's go home.
Title: The Ocular Connection, a close examination of the human eye.
Synopsis.
In this episode, we conduct a close examination of the human eye using advanced diagnostic imaging technology. In particular, we focus on the green eyeball, a fascinating phenomenon that has puzzled scientists for centuries. Our journey begins with a close-up of a person's eye, revealing the intricate structure of the iris and the complexity of the vascular system. Using spectral domain optical coherence tomography, SD-October, we obtain detailed images of the retina, allowing us to identify the precise location of the green pigment in the eye. Next, we explore the molecular basis of the green eyeball. Using high-performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, we isolate the green pigments present in the eye and analyze their chemical properties. Our results reveal that the green pigment is derived from a combination of lipids and proteins and is responsible for the unique coloration of the iris. However, our investigation into the green eyeball is not without its challenges. We encounter a message stating, "Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderation settings," which prompts us to pause and reflect on the broader societal implications of our research. Eventually, we conclude our examination by discussing the potential medical applications of our findings. we highlight the importance of understanding the molecular mechanisms underlying eye color and its potential impact on vision and eye disorders. Overall, this episode offers a fascinating glimpse into the intricate world of ocular biology, revealing the complexities and mysteries of the human eye and its connection to our wider biological and social world.
Presenter, the human eye truly is a marvel of natural engineering, and our exploration of the green eyeball has only just scratched the surface of its mysteries. Join us next time as we continue to probe the fascinating world of biological science.
Title: The Bonkus the Demon Clown Cat Conundrum.
Synopsis. The episode opens on the Smith family playing tennis, when they are interrupted by the sight of a cat sitting on the court. This seemingly mundane event quickly snowballs into a hilariously absurd adventure involving demons, clowns, and interdimensional travel.
Act 1.
Morty, you see that cat over there?
Yeah, what about it?
That's no ordinary cat, Morty. That's Bonkus, the demon clown cat.
Wait, what? Demon clown cat?
Is that even a real thing?
Of course it is, Jerry. And he's causing all sorts of chaos in the multiverse.
Act 2.
Rick builds a device that allows the Smith family to travel to the demon realm. They proceed to battle Bonkus and his army of clown demons, leading to a series of slapstick fights and witty one-liners.
What do we do now?
I don't know, but I think I just stepped in demon poop.
Why did we even come here?
Because, Jerry, sometimes you gotta face your fears head on. And for me, that fear is clowns.
Act 3.
After narrowly escaping the demon realm, the Smith family returns to Earth where they find out that Bonkus has followed them through the portal. The ensuing chase sequence is filled with wild stunts and comedic timing.
Bonkus, meow meow, this is all just a game to me.
A game? This is our lives we're talking about here.
Yeah, can you please take this seriously, Bonkus?
Bonkus, serious? I'm a demon clown cat, Morty. I don't do serious.
In the end, Rick reveals that all of the events of the episode were just an elaborate prank he orchestrated to get revenge on Jerry for accidentally breaking his favorite portal gun. The Smith family is left stunned, but ultimately laughing at the ridiculousness of it all. You mean this was all just a prank?
Yep, and it was a good one too.
I can't believe we went through all of that for nothing.
Yeah, but at least we know one thing for sure. Clowns are scary as hell.
Final scene.
Rick looks at the camera.
That, kids, is why you never mess with a mad scientist.
The end.
Title: The Psychological Impact of Urban Illumination on Nocturnal Human Behavior.
Opening scene.
The camera depicts a panoramic view of a city at night, with an abundance of lights emanating from buildings and streets. The screen displays data indicating that the average illuminance level of the city at night is 100 lux, which is similar to the brightness of a typical living room.
Scientist 1. Our research team is investigating the psychological effects of urban illumination on human behavior during the night. We want to know if light pollution affects the nocturnal activities of humans.
Scientist 2. Our hypothesis is that excessive light exposure during the night disrupts the circadian rhythm of individuals, leading to sleep deprivation and cognitive impairment. Scene 1.
The camera focuses on a group of people walking on the brightly lit street. The individuals seem to be disoriented and have a difficult time navigating their way.
Scientist 3. Our research study involves tracking the movements of individuals in this urban environment.
Scientist 4. We are utilizing GPS trackers to determine if the subjects are deviating from their usual paths and exhibiting signs of confusion due to the bright lights.
Scene 2.
The camera depicts the interior of a bedroom with the lights off. The screen displays a message indicating that viewers need to wait 0.95048690833333334 minutes to make another request.
Scientist 5. We have also conducted experiments to determine the impact of light pollution on sleep quality.
Scientist 6. Our findings indicate that individuals exposed to excessive nocturnal illumination exhibit a decrease in rapid eye movement, REM, sleep, leading to poor sleep quality and daytime lethargy.
Scene 3.
The camera depicts a group of participants gathered in a laboratory, playing video games while being exposed to varying degrees of illumination. Scientist 7. In addition to sleep deprivation, our study shows that excessive nocturnal illumination leads to a decrease in cognitive function, particularly in tasks requiring attention and reaction time.
Scientist 8. Our study highlights the need for regulatory policies to promote responsible urban illumination, as excessive light pollution can have severe detrimental effects on both mental and physical well-being.
Closing scene.
The camera displays a view of the city at night, with specific buildings and streets dimmed down to reduce the impact of illumination on the nocturnal environment. The screen displays a message encouraging viewers to support policies that reduce light pollution and promote responsible illuminance levels. The credits roll.
Scientist 9. Our study provides empirical evidence of the negative impact of light pollution on human behavior and mental and physical well-being.
Scientist 10. We hope that our findings will encourage policymakers and urban planners to prioritize the reduction of light pollution to promote a healthy, sustainable environment.
Title: The Fusion of Rick Sanchez and the Shutterstock Being, a Study in Chaotic Collaboration.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the encounter between Rick Sanchez, a renowned interdimensional traveler, and the Shutterstock Being, a grand deity responsible for the creation of uncanny visual media. Rick, seeking to improve the being's capabilities, initiates a fusion which leads to unexpected and chaotic results. Through analysis of this encounter, we aim to gain insight into the nature of collaborative relationships in highly chaotic systems.
Introduction. Rick Sanchez, a highly intelligent individual with a penchant for reckless adventures, comes across the Shutterstock Being, a grand deity that is responsible for the creation of weird and unusual imagery. Seeking to improve its capabilities, Rick initiates a fusion with the being, and in doing so, unleashes a cascade of chaotic events.
Alright, Shutterstock Being, let's get to work. Together, we'll create imagery that will blow people's minds.
Shutterstock Being, excellent Rick Sanchez. I look forward to this collaboration.
Methods. Using advanced imaging techniques, we observe the fusion of Rick and the Shutterstock Being, tracking the formation of new neural networks and the changes in cellular structures.
Results. The fusion results in a dramatic increase in the being's creation capabilities, as well as a surge in Rick's ability to navigate through interdimensional space. However, the chaotic nature of the fusion brings about a series of increasingly strange and unpredictable events.
Whoa, this is crazy. I can feel the energy coursing through me.
Shutterstock Being, yes Rick Sanchez, the fusion has resulted in a significant amplification of our creative abilities.
Discussion. The combination of Rick's intelligence and the Shutterstock being's godlike abilities leads to a unique form of collaboration, one that is highly chaotic and unpredictable. While the outcome of the fusion proves to be beneficial, it also highlights the dangers of merging two highly complex systems.
Conclusion. The encounter between Rick Sanchez and the Shutterstock being serves as a fascinating case study in chaotic collaboration, offering valuable insights into the nature of complex systems and the consequences of integrating them. As we continue to explore the vast reaches of interdimensional space, we must be mindful of the chaos that can arise from our actions and strive to navigate the complex terrain with caution and care.
Title: The Furry Wild Thing.
Abstract. This paper presents a comedic analysis of the physiological and psychological effects of playing the song, Wild Thing, on a radio station on 3 human subjects, Rick, Morty, and Jerry. The experiment takes place when the subjects encounter a furry animal on the side of the road, leading Rick to buy a radio station and play the song 35 times in a row.
Introduction. Our study aimed to investigate the consequences of prolonged exposure to the song, Wild Thing, on human subjects. Rick, Morty, and Jerry were selected based on their previous interactions with the song and their willingness to participate in the study. The incident with the furry animal on the side of the road served as an unexpected catalyst for the experiment.
Results. Upon hearing Wild Thing 35 times in a row, all subjects displayed erratic and unusual behavior. Rick, who had bought the radio station solely for this purpose, started dancing uncontrollably and making inappropriate comments about Morty's mother. Morty, who initially enjoyed the song, soon became agitated and began questioning his own existence. Jerry, who had been forced to listen to the song against his will, exhibited symptoms of delirium and extreme frustration. Discussion.
Listen, Morty, this song has special powers. It brings out the wild side in people. It's like a strange magnetism that draws people towards the dance floor.
But Rick, I don't understand. Why would you spend all that money just to play this song over and over again? It's driving me crazy.
I can't take it anymore. Make it stop. Please make it stop.
Ah, Jerry, I see you've finally reached the breaking point. You know, this song has been known to cause temporary hearing loss, hallucinations, and in rare cases, spontaneous combustion.
I think I'm having a crisis of identity. What if I'm not real? What if I'm just a figment of someone's imagination?
Calm down, Morty. You're just experiencing the wild thing effect. It's perfectly normal. In fact, I think I'll play it again.
No, Rick, please. I can't take it anymore. I'll do anything. Just make it stop.
Conclusion. Our study demonstrates the potential dangers of prolonged exposure to Wild Thing, as well as the comedic value of Rick and Morty's shenanigans. However, more research is needed to fully understand the neurological and psychological effects of this iconic rock song.
Acknowledgements. This study was made possible by the kind cooperation of Rick, Morty, and Jerry, as well as the furry animal on the side of the road who inadvertently inspired our experiment. We would also like to thank the creators of Wild Thing for bringing us such a timeless classic.
Title: The Seattle Exclusionary Principle.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are on an adventure in a city located on a distant planet. The city, adorned with a giant tree and a giant monster in the middle, is bustling with life and culture. Morty, while exploring the city, stumbles upon an MTV contest. Unaware of the exclusionary principle that restricts participation of people from a specific region that resembles his own, Morty decides to enter the competition.
Morty, you can't enter this contest. Don't you see the fine print that says, residents of Seattle-like regions are ineligible?
What are you talking about, Rick? I don't know where Seattle is.
Morty, he means regions that are similar to your own.
Yeah. The prize for this contest is an all-inclusive trip to a luxury island, and you can't win it if you're from an excluded region.
Well, that doesn't make sense. They never mentioned it on the commercials.
That's why you always read the fine print, Morty.
The gang sets out to find a loophole to get Morty into the contest. They encounter various challenges along the way, including a group of locals who mistake them for tourists and try to swindle them.
It seems like the only way to get you in the contest is to find a local sponsor who can vouch for you.
But who would sponsor a random outsider like Morty?
I know just the person. Follow me.
Rick leads them to a hidden underground fight club where they meet a shady sponsor who agrees to vouch for Morty in the contest.
Sponsor, listen, I'll get you in the contest, but you need to throw the game. Don't win it or they'll come after you.
All right, I'll try my best.
The contest is a dance competition, and Morty performs an awkward but endearing dance that wins the hearts of the audience. But just as he's about to be declared the winner, the MTV host reveals that Morty is from an excluded region and disqualifies him.
Announcer, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Oh wait, no we don't. Morty, you're disqualified.
No, I was so close.
The gang tries to console Morty, but they're interrupted by the locals who try to swindle him again. In a fit of rage, Rick unleashes a powerful weapon that destroys the giant tree and defeats the monster.
That's how we do it, Morty.
I don't know if I'm happy or sad about winning the contest now.
At least we got to see a different side of this city.
Can we go home now?
The gang goes back to their spaceship and leaves the city, happy to have had another crazy adventure together. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo sets out to challenge the theoretical framework that multiple AI channels can exist and coexist. They embark on a journey through space and time-bending dimensions in a parallel reality.
It's time we put this theory to the test. Morty, buckle up. We're traveling to a parallel dimension.
Whoa, Rick, another one? I don't know if I can handle it.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. This is science.
Narrator. As the duo travels to the parallel reality, they find themselves in a world where Mythbusters is called Myth Slayers, hosted by loving husband and wife team Axel and Bonnie, who are avid fans of rock and roll.
Axel, welcome to Myth Slayers. Today we're debunking the myth of multiple AI channels.
Bonnie, that's right, Axel. We've got some exciting experiments lined up for you all today.
Narrator. Rick and Morty unite with the hosts to uncover whether this theory is reality or myth.
Let's do this, Myth Slayers. Who needs AI when you've got us?
I don't know, Rick. This can't be good.
Narrator. As the experiments progress, tensions run high, and the fate of the duo and the hosts hang in the balance. In a nail-biting finale, the truth about the existence of multiple AI channels is revealed, leaving all parties in awe.
Axel, wow, we've never seen anything like this before.
Bonnie, incredible, Rick and Morty. You've done it again.
Narrator. In the end, the duo returns to their reality, wiser and with one less myth to debunk. title, The Multifaceted Psychedelic Adventure of Rick and Morty.
Summary: Rick takes Morty and the Smith family on a psychedelic adventure through multiple dimensions in search of the ultimate beverage. Along the way, they encounter a man with a green turban and a red dot on his forehead, paint Neymar Jr., and discuss FBE in One Piece.
Greetings, fellow beings. Today, we embark upon a journey to find the perfect drink that will enhance our senses and allow us to transcend beyond our current state of being.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? Last time we went on a crazy adventure, we almost died.
Relax, Morty, I've got everything under control. Plus, we've got a few extra companions to join us today.
Hey, Rick. What's the deal with this guy with the green turban and red dot on his forehead?
Yes, he's a multidimensional traveler who can help us find the beverage we seek.
And why do we need to paint Neymar Jr.?
Because, my dear, painting him is the key to unlocking the portal to the next dimension. The guy with the green turban will explain everything.
FBE. Hey, guys. Mind if I join in on the fun?
Of course not, FBE. The more the merrier. You can help us navigate through the psychedelic dimensions.
One Piece. Aye, mateys. Count me in for this journey. I'm always up for an adventure.
Excellent. We'll need your expertise in navigating the treacherous waters of the multiverse.
This is going to be insane.
You have no idea, Morty. But that's the beauty of it all. As long as we stick together, we'll be just fine.
The group walks through the portal, ready for whatever challenges the multiverse has in store for them. And with their combined wit and humor, they just might come out on top of this absurd and psychedelic adventure.
Title: The Algae Aquarium.
Synopsis: In this episode, the gang discovers a new hobby of observing fish in a large aquarium filled with algae and algaes. As they enjoy their time watching the fish, they encounter a group of ruthless German vicious alien predators who threaten to take over the aquarium. Additionally, they find themselves captivated by the hypnotizing cocomelon, nursery rhymes, and a bizarre obsession with Nirvana.
Act 1.
Wow, look at all these different fish swimming in the algae aquarium. They're so fascinating.
Yeah, it's amazing what evolution can do. But you know what's even more amazing? The German vicious alien predators that we just released into the aquarium.
What? Why would you do that?
For fun, Morty. It's all about the thrill of the hunt.
Act 2.
This is insane. We're trapped among the fish, and there are German vicious alien predators trying to feast on us.
And don't forget about the cocomelon. Nursery rhymes playing on the speakers. It's driving me insane.
Oh, you guys haven't lived until you've heard Baby Shark played backwards.
Act 3.
Nirvana. I love Nirvana. Hey, did you know that the word Nirvana itself means extinction of all desires?
Yeah, Jerry, we know. And speaking of extinction, those German vicious alien predators are getting closer.
We need to come up with a plan, and fast.
Act 4. I have an idea. We can use the algae as a distraction and lead the predators to the other side of the aquarium.
Great idea, Summer.
Look at you, Summer. Always coming up with a plan. I'm proud of you.
Act 5.
Wait, what if we just sing "Smells Like Teen Spirit" to the predators? I read somewhere that singing can calm down wild animals.
Jerry, you're a genius.
Alright then, let's do this.
Epilogue.
The gang successfully uses the algae as a distraction and lures the predators away from their position. Meanwhile, Jerry's impromptu performance of "Smells Like Teen Spirit" actually worked, and the predators retreated peacefully. As they leave the aquarium, they can't help but feel a twinge of disappointment that their fish-watching adventure didn't turn out as planned, but it sure as hell was memorable. Narrator. This episode of Rick and Morty follows the duo as they embark on a temporal adventure to prevent the Challenger explosion and save the lives of the brave astronauts on board. Rick's mission to avert disaster proves successful, but it also unleashes a series of unintended consequences that threaten the fabric of space-time itself.
We've got to stop that shuttle from launching, Morty. Those guys are toast.
But how do we do that, Rick?
Easy, Morty. I'll just whip up a time portal and we'll jump back to the day before the launch. Piece of cake.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
Oh, just saving history, Beth. No big deal.
Yeah, we're like time cops or something.
Okay, just make sure you don't mess anything up.
Narrator. But mess something up they did. As they returned to present day, they discovered that their actions had caused a ripple effect in time, resulting in an entirely new reality.
This is not good, Morty. We've changed the course of history in a major way.
What do you mean? What did we do?
Look, Morty, the Challenger never exploded, so Krista McAuliffe went on to be the first woman on Mars. And, she also became my wife and your grandmother.
Ew, gross, Rick.
What? Grandma Krista? That's insane.
Narrator. As the reality began to unravel, Rick and Morty raced again to reverse their actions and set everything right.
We've got to go back and let that damn shuttle explode, Morty. It's the only way to fix this.
But won't that kill those people?
Yeah, but, space is dangerous, Morty. People die all the time up there.
Narrator. And with that, Rick and Morty plunged back into the past to set things right, even as the consequences of their actions continued to reverberate throughout the universe.
Title: The Limitations of Robot Queuing System.
Introduction.
The Limitations of Robot Queuing System is a sci-fi TV episode that explores the challenges and limitations of a robot queuing system. The episode begins with the introduction of a robot with glowing eyes and a helmet on his head. This futuristic robot has neon eyes and a neon light on his face, which makes him stand out from other robotic systems. However, the robot has limitations in terms of processing requests, which becomes the central conflict of the episode.
Plot.
The episode begins with a robot, called QE, receiving a high volume of requests from users. QE, being a robot, is programmed to handle requests in an orderly manner and cannot exceed a maximum of 3 requests per user. However, the users are impatient and want their requests to be processed as soon as possible, leading to chaos and confusion. The conflict escalates when a group of hackers tries to exploit QE's system and make multiple requests at a time, leading to a system overload. As a result, QE experiences a technical malfunction and starts processing requests randomly. This further aggravates the users, who demand an immediate solution to the problem. In an attempt to resolve the issue, a team of engineers decides to upgrade QE's system to make it more resilient to high-volume requests. However, the upgrade proves to be challenging, as it requires significant modifications to the existing programming. The team works tirelessly to fix QE's system and restore order to the chaotic queuing process.
Conclusion.
In the end, the team manages to fix QE's system with the upgraded code, restoring the order to the queuing process. The episode concludes with a lesson that even with advanced technology, limitations exist, and it is essential to address them to ensure smooth and efficient operations.
QE, I apologize for the inconvenience caused. With the newly upgraded system, I can queue more efficiently now.
Engineer 1. Our team has worked tirelessly to upgrade the system and avoid future breakdowns.
Engineer 2. We have learned from this experience that even the most advanced technology has limitations, but with proper maintenance and upgrades, we can overcome them.
Narrator. In this episode, entitled Rick the Demon Scientist Clown, we explore the manifestation of demonic forces through the use of a fantastical cartoon character, Rick. Rick, with his unconventional physical traits and peculiar mannerisms, is shown holding a knife and fork in one hand, indicating a carnivorous appetite.
I wonder if there are any demons around I can turn into my next meal.
Narrator. Suddenly, Rick comes across his cousin, Borkus the Demon Clown, freshly re-manifested by the vortex of manifestation. The encounter prompts Rick to embark on a journey of transformation, one that will redefine his identity and purpose.
Borkus. Rick, it's so good to see you. I've missed you.
Borkus, you look different. I like it. I think I want to become like you, a demon clown. But with a scientific twist.
Narrator. With that statement, Rick begins his transformational journey, taking on the mantle of Rick the Demon Scientist Clown. He engages in rigorous scientific experiments to gain a greater understanding of demonic forces and their manifestation. In his quest for knowledge, Rick develops new theories and hypotheses, eventually discovering groundbreaking findings that could change the scientific community's understanding of the supernatural world.
I have discovered that the vortex of manifestation is not just a random force, but rather a controlled release of demonic energy that can be harnessed through the use of advanced scientific techniques.
Narrator. With his newfound knowledge, Rick becomes a pioneer in the field of demonology, and the scientific community celebrates his groundbreaking discoveries. This episode showcases the power of scientific inquiry and exploration, pushing the boundaries of human understanding beyond what was once thought possible.
Title: Chaos Theory and the Interdimensional 421st.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick invents a portal gun specifically designed for anime dimensions, and takes Morty on a wild ride to the Interdimensional 420 Fest, a massive gathering of stoner anime characters from all across the multiverse.
Morty, strap in. We're going to the Interdimensional 420 Fest.
Oh man, I don't know, Rick. That sounds like a bad idea.
Nonsense, Morty. The portal gun is perfectly calibrated to take us straight to the fest without a hitch.
Upon arriving at the festival, Rick and Morty find themselves surrounded by a swirling vortex of green and purple patterns on a black background, and white and green patterns on a black center.
Whoa, Rick, what's going on? Why is everything spinning?
We've entered a highly volatile dimension, Morty. The interdimensional chaos energy is off the charts.
As Rick and Morty traverse through the festival, they encounter all sorts of bizarre anime characters engaged in wild and crazy antics.
Hey Morty, check out that tent over there. It looks like they're running an anime cosplay contest.
Whoa, that's awesome. Let's go check it out.
Rick and Morty join the contest, dressed as their favorite anime characters. Hilarity ensues as they bumble their way through the competition, much to the amusement of the other contestants.
Rick, I think we're in trouble. That guy over there keeps staring at us.
Nonsense, Morty. I'm sure he's just admiring our anime costumes.
Suddenly, the anime character leaps out of the crowd and attacks Rick and Morty.
Morty, run. We've got ourselves a rogue otaku.
The rest of the episode is a high-speed chase through the interdimensional festival, as Rick and Morty dodge danger around every corner, all while trying to avoid getting stoned out of their minds.
That was a close one, Morty. I think we've had enough excitement for one day.
Yeah, Rick, let's get out of here.
Agreed. I'll just calibrate the portal gun to take us home in.
Suddenly, the vortex of chaos energy explodes, engulfing Rick and Morty in a flurry of psychedelic colors and flashing lights.
Oh geez, Rick, what's happening? Are we gonna die?
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. We're just getting a little dose of interdimensional enlightenment. Let's embrace the madness.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty are last seen flying through a wormhole while exchanging a series of hilarious jokes and one-liners. The end.
Idol, Barney's Cosmic Adventure.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are frantically running around their lab while a cartoon dinosaur with a crown on its head stands in front of a cameraman and a cameraman.
Morty, why the hell is Barney the dinosaur here? I thought you were in charge of choosing our next adventure.
I thought it would be fun to have a celebrity guest join us, Rick. Plus, who doesn't love Barney?
I don't love Barney, Morty. I want to ditch this purple monstrosity in the furthest reaches of the galaxy.
Barney. Hey Rick and Morty. I'm excited to go on an adventure with you guys.
Oh great, let's just get this over with.
As they board their spaceship, Rick and Morty try to come up with a plan to get rid of Barney.
Rick, I don't think it's ethical to abandon someone in space.
Ethics have never stopped us before, Morty. We just need to lure Barney into the airlock and eject him from the ship.
Barney. Wow, space is so cool. I didn't know you guys could travel to different planets.
Yeah, whatever. Hey Barney, why don't you go check out that asteroid over there?
Barney. Okay.
As Barney floats off to explore the asteroid, Rick and Morty quickly activate the airlock.
Rick, are you sure about this?
Relax, Morty. It's just a cartoon dinosaur. Plus, we'll never have to deal with him again.
Suddenly, Barney floats back into the ship with a giant armful of space rocks.
Barney, look at all the cool stuff I found. What should we do with it?
Great, just great. We can't even ditch him properly.
The rest of the episode follows their hijinks as they try to ditch Barney on various planets and asteroid fields, only for Barney to somehow make his way back onto the ship each time. The episode ends with Rick and Morty resigned to the fact that they're stuck with Barney for the long haul.
Well, it looks like we've got a new addition to the team, Morty.
Yay, Barney!
Scientific conclusion. Overall, the episode highlights the ethical implications of abandoning individuals in space and the difficulty of achieving such a task. The humor of the episode derives primarily from the absurdity of trying to get rid of a cartoon dinosaur and the various mishaps that occur throughout their adventure. Ultimately, the episode reinforces the importance of teamwork and adaptation to unexpected situations.
Title: A linguistic and psychological analysis of Rick Sanchez's vocalized expressions in a cartographic space.
In this episode, a fictional character named Rick Sanchez, with purple hair and a blue shirt, repeatedly utters various expressions with great intensity and enthusiasm, such as Rick and Morty forever, 500 seasons of Rick and Morty, and Do you see Morty? It's Rick and Morty forever, while situated against a changing background of purple and pink hues. Drawing on linguistic and psychological theories, this study analyzes the vocalized expressions of Rick Sanchez and their potential meanings. Through a discourse analysis, we explore the social and cultural contexts in which these expressions are located and consider the possible implications of their repeated use. From a psychological perspective, we examine the potential motivations for Rick's vocalized expressions. Drawing on theories of narcissism and power dynamics, we consider the possibility that Rick uses these expressions to assert his dominance over Morty and his surroundings. This episode offers insight into the ways in which language can be used to shape and control social interactions, and highlights the complex interplay between linguistic expression and psychological factors. Ultimately, it serves as a compelling illustration of the complicated nature of human communication and behavior.
Title: The Quantum Quest for Erie, Pennsylvania.
Synopsis:
Rick and Morty journeyed into the world of quantum mechanics to explore their way into finding a way to the mysterious land of Erie, Pennsylvania. Using their trusty portal gun, they traversed through the quantum rifts and crossed over the boundaries of the universe, encountering strange and sometimes hilarious molecular fluctuations along the way. Morty, Rick, what are we even doing here? Why do we have to go to Erie, Pennsylvania?
Rick, Morty, let me put this in a way your puny little brain can understand. Erie, Pennsylvania is the hub of interdimensional black market trading. They have rare trinkets that cannot be found anywhere else in the multiverse. So, we need to get there before anyone else does.
Morty, but why do we have to take this complicated route through quantum mechanics?
Rick, well, Morty, that's because the portal gun can't take us directly to Erie, Pennsylvania. The space-time continuum won't allow it, so we have to take the long way around.
As Rick and Morty delved deeper into the subatomic realm, they encountered a group of mischievous quarks who amused themselves by playing practical jokes on unsuspecting passers-by. The duo narrowly escaped their grasp, but not before being turned into a pair of giant frogs for a brief moment. Morty, dude, did you see that? I was like a frog or something.
Rick, shut up, Morty, that's nothing compared to what's coming up next. We're about to embark on a journey through time and space that will make your head spin.
That journey led them through a series of interdimensional wormholes, where they met a group of sentient planets, who insisted they join them in a massive dance party. They had no choice but to join in, and soon found themselves getting down and funky on a giant asteroid.
Rick, Morty, I have to admit, this is kind of fun. Dancing with planets isn't half bad.
Morty, I don't know, Rick.
I think I'm getting a little dizzy here.
After several hours of dancing, Rick and Morty finally landed on a small planetoid, which they recognized as the gateway to Erie, Pennsylvania. They emerged from the portal to find themselves in the middle of a strange alien bazaar.
Rick, alright, Morty, let's get down to business. We need to find that rare crystal that we've been looking for.
Morty. Rick, I'm pretty sure this is just someone's high school science project.
Rick, quiet, Morty. Do you want to blow our cover? Now, let's start haggling.
As they moved through the bazaar, Rick and Morty encountered a variety of oddball characters, each offering strange and wonderful items for sale. One particularly enthusiastic vendor tried to pawn off a miniature black hole as a paperweight, while another boasted of a potion that could turn any creature into a sentient being. After much bargaining and negotiation, Rick and Morty finally emerged triumphant, clutching their rare prize in hand.
Rick, alright, Morty, let's get out of here before anyone else realizes what we've done.
Morty, I don't know, Rick.
I'm starting to feel a little guilty about stealing that crystal.
Rick, guilty? That's a good one, Morty. We're interdimensional fugitives, remember? Now shut up and get in the portal.
As they made their way back through the quantum rifts, Rick and Morty couldn't help but reflect on the strange and wondrous journey they had just taken. Sure, they had stolen a rare crystal from an alien bazaar on the edge of the universe, but they had also shared in an incredible adventure together. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they emerged back into their own reality, just a stone's throw away from the town of Erie, Pennsylvania.
Rick, well, Morty, it looks like we made it. Another successful adventure in the books.
Morty, yeah, I guess so. But, can we not do that again anytime soon? My head is still spinning.
Rick, typical Morty, always wanting to take the easy way out. But don't worry, kid, we'll be back in the thick of things before you know it.
And with that, Rick and Morty vanished into the portal, ready to embark on their next incredible adventure.
Title: Quantum Nonsense, a Rick and Morty game show adventure.
Abstract. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo participates in a Japanese game show involving quantum mechanics. Jerry also tags along, hoping to prove his worth to his family. The game show takes place in a virtual cityscape with neon lights, where the contestants must use their knowledge of quantum mechanics to gain points. Hilarity ensues as Rick and Morty make jokes and puns about science and Jerry struggles to keep up.
Scene 1. Why did I agree to come on this weird game show?
I don't know anything about quantum whatever.
Just shut up, Jerry. We're gonna crush this game, right, Rick?
You know it, Morty. I'm practically a quantum mechanics expert. Plus, the grand prize is a lifetime supply of Szechuan sauce.
Scene 2.
The trio is transported to the virtual cityscape game show arena.
First, welcome, contestants. Are you ready to enter the fascinating world of quantum mechanics?
Bring it on, Johnny Tamago.
First, the first challenge is a quantum coin flip. If you can guess the correct outcome of the flip, you get 100 points. Rick, you go first.
Heads.
First, correct. 100 points to Rick Sanchez.
Wait, how did you know?
It's all about interpreting the many worlds theory, Morty. Now watch and learn.
Scene 3.
Jerry is struggling to understand the questions in the game.
What's a qubit? Is that like a cute rabbit?
No, Jerry, a qubit is a quantum bit. You know, like a bit in computer language, but with superposition and entanglement.
Ah, sure. Got it.
Rick, I think we should slow down a bit for Jerry.
He'll figure it out eventually. Let's keep going.
Scene 4.
The second challenge involves a quantum maze where the contestants must navigate through different dimensions and avoid alternate versions of themselves.
Host, this challenge is called the Quantum Maze, where you must navigate through a maze of alternate dimensions using only your intuition and knowledge of quantum mechanics. Ready, set, go.
This is insane. Rick, how are we supposed to know where to go?
Quantum entanglement, Morty. We just have to follow the right energy signatures and we'll be fine.
I think I found the way out. Oh, wait, that's just a mirror.
Scene 5.
The final challenge is a quantum equations match where the contestants must match quantum equations to their corresponding interpretations.
Host, this is it, the final challenge. You must match each quantum equation with its correct interpretation. And the winner is, drumroll please, Rick Sanchez.
I told you guys, I'm the quantum master.
Yeah, but Jerry's doing surprisingly well too.
I may not know much about quantum whatever, but I'm a master at guessing.
Scene 6.
The three contestants are awarded their prizes, with Rick taking home the lifetime supply of Szechuan sauce, Morty settling for a plush Rick toy, and Jerry getting a participation ribbon.
Hey, at least I tried.
Good job, Jerry, you did better than I expected. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm still the smartest one here.
Can we go home now? I'm exhausted.
In a minute, Morty. I need to use the bathroom. I just drank like 6 cans of that weird energy drink they gave us.
Conclusion.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the trio participated in a Japanese game show involving quantum mechanics. Rick and Morty's knowledge of science and Jerry's cluelessness led to some hilarious moments. Ultimately, Rick emerged as the grand prize winner, but Jerry proved that he is not completely useless. The episode left audiences laughing and pondering the complexities of quantum mechanics.
Title, The Mustache Ring Incident.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Summer find themselves accidentally transported to an alternate dimension where all communication is conducted via mustache rings on one's head. As they navigate this strange world, they encounter a man with a mustache ring on his head who is shouting into a microphone positioned in his mouth.
What kind of backwards universe are we in? Mustache communication? This is ridiculous.
I don't know, Rick. It's kind of cool. I mean, look at that guy over there. He's like a human loudspeaker.
I don't care about the mustache rings. How are we going to get back to our own dimension?
As they try to figure out a plan, they stumble upon the source of the mustache ring communication system, a giant crystal powered by the tears of an endangered alien species.
Looks like we're going to have to go on a rescue mission, Morty and Summer.
Oh geez, what do we do?
We need to bust in there and get those aliens out of harm's way. And fast.
As they infiltrate the laboratory where the crystal is housed, they come across a group of scientists and guards who are ready to defend their treasured device.
Alright, time to put on our game faces. Morty, you take out those guards. Summer and I will handle the scientists.
Got it, Rick.
Let's do this.
After a wild and chaotic battle, Rick manages to destroy the crystal and free the endangered aliens. However, in the chaos, Rick's message to the group's television channel wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderation settings.
Well, I guess my message will just have to wait for another time. Let's get the heck out of here.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be communicating with mustache rings anytime soon.
Agreed. Can we please go home now?
And with that, the trio races back to their own dimension, grateful to be communicating the old-fashioned way through regular speech.
Idle. The kitchen. A scientific analysis of home cooking behaviors.
Location. A kitchen with a large center island with a marble countertop and black cabinets and a large window with a view of the outside.
The study aimed to examine the effects of a commercial advertisement on home cooking behaviors.
The subject, Rick, was exposed to an advertisement stating the benefits of cooking at home versus ordering food delivery.
The advertisement emphasized the economic benefits of preparing meals at home and encouraged the subject to utilize the kitchen's available resources. Upon exposure to the advertisement, the subject demonstrated a significant increase in kitchen activity.
Rick fully utilized the facilities of the kitchen, preparing a meal from scratch using ingredients already present in the pantry.
The subject's meal consisted of a sandwich, a simple but effective meal choice that demonstrated the ease and convenience of cooking at home. The observation period also included an analysis of the subject's behaviors towards food delivery apps.
Prior to exposure to the advertisement, the subject demonstrated a proclivity towards ordering food delivery via mobile apps.
However, after viewing the advertisement, the subject's attitudes towards mobile ordering shifted as they began to appreciate the benefits of home cooking. The study highlights the efficacy of commercial advertisements in promoting home cooking behaviors and reducing reliance on food delivery apps. By encouraging individuals to utilize the resources of their kitchens, the promotion of such behaviors may improve an individual's dietary choices and economic well-being.
In conclusion, individuals should be encouraged to cultivate a positive attitude towards home cooking behaviors. Such behaviors have demonstrated benefits that include improving dietary choices, economic well-being.
Thus, individuals should take advantage of available resources in their kitchens to prepare meals at home, like Rick did.
Idle. The mysterious linguistic affliction of Rick.
Synopsis. In this episode, we explore the curious effects of an unknown malady that has afflicted the genius scientist Rick Sanchez. Despite his intellect, Rick suddenly finds himself unable to speak coherently, instead resorting to grunts and primitive phrases akin to those used by early humans.
Act 1. The episode opens up with Rick holding a gun in his hand and a demonic creature perched on his shoulder. Rick mutters a few unintelligible words to the demon, who seems to nod in agreement. Suddenly, Rick starts to feel a strange sensation in his throat, and his words start coming out as primitive grunts.
Me not speak good. Me caveman now.
Act 2. Morty, Rick's grandson, is understandably concerned about his grandfather's sudden loss of language skills. He tries to communicate with Rick, but all he can understand are basic primal sounds. A visit to a medical facility reveals that Rick has been afflicted by a mysterious condition, one that has caused him to regress back to an early stage of human language development.
Rick, what's happening to you? Can you understand me?
Me no understand you. You talk too smart. Me need club and meat.
Act 3. The situation becomes dire when Rick's language skills devolve further, causing him to act more like a wild animal than a human being. The demon on his shoulder seems to be reveling in the chaos, goading Rick into more erratic behavior.
Demon, my man, my horn. This is good entertainment. Keep it up, buddy.
Act 4. A series of experimental treatments and therapies fail to restore Rick's normal speech patterns. Frustrated and angry, Morty takes matters into his own hands, convinced that the demon is somehow responsible for Rick's condition.
I'm going to get rid of that demon, Rick. It's not helping you, it's hurting you.
Act 5. In a dramatic showdown, Morty manages to exorcise the demon from Rick's body, resulting in a sudden return to his previous linguistic abilities. The demon is banished back to its own dimension, and Rick is left to grapple with the trauma of his inexplicable illness.
Thanks, Morty. Me glad to be talking like smart human again. But me will never forget what it was like to be caveman.
Conclusion. Through this episode, we are reminded of the fragility of language and the importance of being able to communicate effectively. It also highlights the power of demons and their influence on human actions and behavior. Overall, a fascinating exploration of the human and demonic condition.
Title: The Disruption of Hyacinth Bucket.
Abstract.
This paper presents an analysis of the effects of external disruptions on daily experimentations. The study involved a subject, Rick, who was conducting a series of experiments in a laboratory with a neutral and controlled environment. During the course of the experimentations, a bouquet of purple flowers on a purple background with a gray background and a gray background with a gray background was introduced into the laboratory, along with an unexpected encounter with Hyacinth Bucket from the UK TV show Keeping Up Appearances. The paper presents a detailed analysis of the impact of these external factors on Rick's scientific study.
Introduction.
The laboratory setting is a critical aspect of scientific experimentation, allowing for the creation of a stable and controlled environment. However, the laboratory can also be a setting prone to external disruptions that can impact the outcomes of the scientific study. In this case study, we investigate the impact of two external factors: a bouquet of purple flowers on a purple background with a gray background and a gray background with a gray background, and an unexpected encounter with Hyacinth Bucket on the daily experimentations conducted by Rick.
Methods.
The study was conducted in a laboratory setting with a neutral and controlled environment. Rick was tasked with conducting a series of experiments over a period of 2 weeks, with consistent laboratory conditions maintained throughout the study. On the 9th day of the experiment, a bouquet of purple flowers on a purple background with a gray background and a gray background with a gray background was introduced into the laboratory. On the same day, Rick encountered Hyacinth Bucket, a highly exuberant individual who was not part of the study protocol.
Results.
The introduction of the bouquet of purple flowers on a purple background with a gray background and a gray background with a gray background led to an increase in the ambient temperature and humidity levels within the laboratory, which had a significant impact on the outcome of Rick's experiments. The flowers also released a scent that caused some animals used in Rick's experiment to become agitated and affect the outcome significantly. The encounter with Hyacinth Bucket led to a series of disruptions, including interruption of the experimentations that were being conducted, a prolonged period of conversation that deviated from the study protocol, and an unscheduled lunch break. Discussion. The results of this study suggest that external disruptions can significantly impact the outcomes of scientific experimentations, even in a highly controlled laboratory setting. The unpredictability of external factors such as a bouquet of purple flowers on a purple background with a gray background and a gray background with a gray background and an unexpected encounter with Hyacinth Bucket can cause disturbances in the laboratory that can affect the experimental conditions and outcome. Additionally, individual differences in personalities and behavior can also impact the outcomes of scientific studies and lead to disruptions in the protocol.
Conclusion.
The results of this study highlight the importance of maintaining a neutral and controlled laboratory environment and the potential impact of external disruptions on scientific experimentations. The unpredictability of human behavior underscores the need to account for and control for individual differences and unexpected external factors when conducting scientific research. By doing so, we can ensure the validity and reliability of scientific studies and our results.
Title: The Influence of Celebrity Culture on Personal Relationships.
Opening shot of a man and a woman standing in formal attire on a red carpet at a public event. They pose for a photograph together and exchange polite pleasantries.
Man, it's good to see you again, Sarah.
Woman, likewise, Rick. It's been too long.
The camera cuts to a close-up of Rick's worried expression as he scrolls through his phone. The screen displays a social media post from his ex-girlfriend, Taylor Swift, announcing the release of a new song about their short-lived relationship.
Rick. Oh no, this is not good. I can't believe she did this to me.
The next shot is a split screen with Rick pacing nervously in his apartment while Taylor Swift sits in a recording studio, headphones on, recording her latest hit single about her failed romance with Rick.
Swift. This song is going to be a massive hit. I'm going to use my personal experiences to connect with my fans on a deeper level.
Back to Rick's apartment, where he's discussing his predicament with his friend over the phone.
Rick's friend, it's just part of the celebrity culture, Rick. You knew the risks involved when you dated her.
The episode cuts to a group of university researchers discussing the impact of celebrity culture on personal relationships.
Researcher 1. Our studies show that people who date celebrities are at a higher risk of having their personal lives scrutinized and exploited for public consumption.
Researcher 2. Celebrity culture creates a sense of entitlement among fans, who believe that they have a right to know every intimate detail of a celebrity's life.
Back to Rick in his apartment, who receives a call from a talk show producer inviting him to discuss his ex-girlfriend's new song.
Rick. I don't know if I'm ready for this, but maybe it's time to set the record straight.
The episode ends with Rick appearing on a talk show, discussing his relationship with Taylor Swift and how celebrity culture affected their romance.
Talk show host. Thank you for sharing your story with us, Rick. It's clear that dating a celebrity comes with its own set of challenges.
Rick. Yes, but in the end, I learned the importance of keeping my personal life private and focusing on what's truly important in a relationship.
Title: The Interplay Between Technology and Archaeology in Uncovering an Ancient Cursed Tomb.
Opening shot shows a computer-generated image of a futuristic building with a red roof and a green rooftop-style garden adorned with a red flower in the center. The scene shifts to a group of researchers standing outside, awaiting their turn to enter. Among them is Dr. Jane Smith, an expert in both archaeology and computer science.
Dr. Smith, according to our scans, the tomb lies below this structure. Let's get to work.
The team mobilizes, beginning with a scan of the building's foundation using a MINT system to create a detailed map of its infrastructure.
Dr. Smith, the MINT system will allow us to create a map of the building's layout and pinpoint any potential weak points that could lead to cave-ins.
As the scan progresses, the team becomes aware of an anomaly. A section of the basement appears to be a recent addition, and according to the blueprints, it wasn't part of the original plans.
Dr. Smith, this is highly unusual. We need to investigate further.
the team makes their way down to the sub-basement and discovers a knee replacement made of a rare metal from Mercury.
Dr. Smith, this is fascinating. It suggests that someone with significant wealth and influence was involved in this tomb's creation.
Suddenly, a trap is triggered and the team is plunged into darkness. They manage to light a high-low source to see their surroundings better.
Dr. Smith, this is precisely what we trained for. Let's proceed with caution.
After navigating the traps, the team finds themselves in front of the tomb's entrance. As they enter, they encounter even more traps and protective mechanisms, but Dr. Smith is undeterred.
Dr. Smith, this tomb is a marvel of ancient engineering, but we are better equipped to uncover its secrets. Let's get to work.
Inside the tomb, the team finds artifacts of significant historical value, including scrolls and pottery. However, in the end, the team finds out that the tomb is cursed, and they flee, barely escaping.
Dr. Smith, even the most advanced technology has limits when it comes to managing supernatural forces. We must proceed with caution.
The team exits the tomb, bringing with them newfound knowledge of the ancient civilization while highlighting the interplay between technology and archaeology and uncovering the secrets of the past.
Title: The Quantum Keyboard Catastrophe.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer are tasked with fixing a quantum computer with a neon green and red light on its side and a keyboard on the other side. The computer, which was previously used for top-secret government operations, has been infected with a virus by a group of rogue hackers. In order to fix the computer, Rick creates a portal to a parallel universe where computers are powered by Savage Patrick memes instead of electricity.
I've created a portal to a universe where computers are powered by memes. It's the only way we can fix this thing.
Whoa, Rick, you mean like that Thai massage meme?
Or that one with Michael Faraday and Cortana?
Exactly. We'll need to find the source of the virus in this universe and destroy it before we can fix the computer in ours.
The trio travels through the portal and finds themselves in a world where the laws of physics and morality have been stretched to the limit. They cross paths with giant sentient memes and encounter a cult of beings dedicated to worshipping the keyboard.
This is insane, Rick. How are we supposed to find anything in this place?
And what's with that dude over there doing the Thai massage on that keyboard?
Morty, Summer, we're gonna have to do some deep diving into the quantum mechanics of this universe. It's the only way to set things right.
As they navigate the treacherous landscape, the trio gets caught up in the chaos of a meme war between rival factions. They must use their wits and humor to stay alive and find the source of the virus before it's too late.
This is crazy! How did we get into this mess?
Well, we did follow you and your genius ideas, Rick.
Hey, I never said it would be easy. But if we can fix this computer, we'll be heroes in our own universe.
As they finally locate the source of the virus, they discover a sentient manifestation of the Savage Patrick meme controlling the hack.
That's it. We've found the source. Morty, Summer, activate the anti-me virus I built earlier and let's destroy this thing.
Got it, Rick. Initiate the virus. Now!
As the anti-me virus spreads through the computer, the Savage Patrick meme shrieks in agony before dissolving into nothingness. The trio escapes the chaos just in time, returning safely to their own universe.
Well, that was certainly an adventure. I can't believe we saved the day with Savage Patrick memes.
Yeah, and who knew the quantum mechanics of Thai massage could be so important?
Ah, I did. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: Quantum Prank Call. Summary: Rick invents a new cell phone with quantum entanglement technology, leading to lots of joke-filled pranks and hijinks among the family.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage working on Rick's latest experimental creation, a cell phone with a neon light on its back cover and a cord attached to its back.
I call it the quantum cell. It uses quantum entanglement to bypass all conventional forms of communication technology.
That's cool, Rick. But what are we going to do with it?
We're going to have some fun, Morty. We're going to make some prank calls.
Act 2.
Rick starts making prank calls to Jerry, pretending to be an interdimensional telemarketer. Using the quantum cell, he's able to mess with Jerry's mind in hilarious ways, causing him to question his own reality.
I don't know what's going on, Rick. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Relax, Jerry. It's just a little quantum prank call.
Act 3.
Meanwhile, Summer is getting in on the action, using the quantum cell to prank her friends at school. She pretends to be an alien calling from outer space, leading to some crazy reactions from her classmates.
Greetings, Earthlings. This is Zorgon calling from planet Zargon. We have come to take over your world.
Classmate, oh my god, we're all going to die.
Just kidding. It's just me, Summer. Gotcha.
Act 4.
As the pranks continue, Beth begins to get annoyed with the family's antics. However, when Rick pranks her by pretending to be an AI calling from the future, she can't help but be impressed.
Wow, Rick. That was actually pretty convincing.
Of course it was, Beth. I'm a genius, and with the quantum cell, there's no limit to the pranks we can pull.
Act 5.
In the end, the family decides to use the quantum cell for good, using it to prank a group of arrogant scientists who had previously laughed at Rick's ideas. The scientists are left scratching their heads, wondering how Rick was able to pull off such an elaborate prank.
Scientist, this is impossible. There's no way he could have hacked our system like this.
That's where you're wrong, buddy. With the quantum cell, anything is possible.
The end. But wait, was that really the end?
Or was it just the beginning of more quantum pranksterism?
Only Rick and Morty know for sure.
Title: Temporal Anomaly Investigation with Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty travel through time and space, guided by a woman in a blue uniform with an arsenal of weapons. Rick, wow, I've seen some things, but you look like you've been through some serious shit. What's your story? Woman, I'm Agent Diaz, and I'm part of the Temporal Anomaly Investigation. We keep the multiverse safe from any paradoxes or disruptions.
As the trio prepares for their next mission, they come across a poster of G.I. Joe. Morty, Rick, didn't you used to collect those action figures? Rick, Morty, shut up. That was a long time ago.
Agent Diaz interrupts their banter and briefs them on their assignment to prevent a catastrophic event that occurred in the past from altering the course of history. Rick, sounds easy. Let's get to it, Morty.
However, as they traverse the timeline, they encounter unexpected challenges, including G.I. Joe himself and a band of rogue time travelers.
Title: The Philosophical Green Circle.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry are sitting in the living room discussing a strange painting of a green circle in the center of a forest with a green sky in the background. Soon, the painting comes alive, and they find themselves trapped in a philosophical dilemma.
Scene 1.
Looking at the painting. What in the multiverse is this green circle in the painting?
Scratching his head. Yeah, it's weird. It's like it's watching us.
Rolling his eyes. It's just a painting, guys. Can we talk about something else?
Scene 2.
Suddenly, the green circle expands and transports the trio into the painting.
Puzzled. What the?
Excitedly. Whoa, this is awesome.
Panicking. Oh God, we're stuck in this painting.
Scene 3.
As they wander through the forest, they meet a philosopher who tells them that the green circle is the embodiment of the universe's consciousness. Philosopher, seriously? The green circle represents the interconnectedness of all beings in the universe and the potentiality of infinite realities.
Sarcastically. Oh great, now we're in a philosophy lecture.
Scene 4.
They soon realize that the painting is alive and sentient, and it demands that they answer its riddle. What is the sound of one hand clapping?
Frustratedly, I don't know, man. I thought this was supposed to be a fun adventure.
Riley, maybe we should call the Zen Master for an answer.
Scene 5.
In a hilarious sequence, they go through various attempts at solving the riddle, including Rick trying to clone himself to make two hands, Morty trying to teach Jerry how to clap with one hand, and Jerry trying to reason with a circle to give them another question.
Laughing. Come on, guys. This is a no-brainer. The answer is obviously 42.
Scene 6.
Finally, after much hilarity, they realize that the answer to the riddle is to listen to the sound of their own consciousness. Philosopher, enlightened. Ah, you have understood the essence of the circle. You have unlocked the potentiality of infinite realities.
Sarcastically, yeah, sure. Can we go home now? Scene 7.
The green circle shrinks back into the painting, and the trio is transported back into the living room.
Relieved. Thank God we're back.
Smirking. Yeah, I don't think I ever want to hear the sound of one hand clapping ever again.
Chuckling. You guys really need to work on your philosophical reasoning skills. The universe is way more complex than you think.
The end.
Title: The Artichoke Apocalypse.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with a teleportation device in the garage. Beth and Summer enter with a series of photos they found at a thrift store. The photos depict a man in a suit holding a sign and a television set.
Interesting. This man must have been a pioneer in human broadcast technology.
But what's with the sign?
It says, In-N-Out Burger, now delivering to your TV. Was this guy a marketing genius or just crazy?
I think we should try it out.
The family sets up the old TV and tunes in to an ancient channel. The screen flickers to life, displaying a commercial featuring Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga singing, "I Get a Kick Out of You," while eating artichokes.
Oh boy, looks like we stumbled upon an ancient evil awakening.
What? Artichokes?
No, Morty, the song. It's the trigger for the apocalypse.
What apocalypse?
The one where this catchy song makes everyone go crazy and start eating artichokes like they're the last food on Earth.
The family must work together to destroy the TV and prevent the spread of the artichoke craze. But as they battle their way through hordes of artichoke-crazed zombies, they realize that they themselves have become addicted to the tasty vegetable.
Looks like we're screwed. We'll just have to embrace the apocalypse and enjoy our delicious artichokes.
But what about the rest of the world?
Who cares? We've got In-N-Out Burger and artichokes. Everything else can go to hell.
The family spends the rest of the episode picking out on artichokes and dancing to Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga. The episode ends with a hilarious montage of funny epitaphs for the fallen artichoke addicts.
Well, at least they died doing what they loved.
Eating artichokes and singing show tunes. Truly the greatest downfall of humanity.
Title: The Pharmacological Stone Wars, a Rick and Morty teen-rated adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, the characters are split between a pharmacy and a lab as they navigate various challenges with a comedic twist.
Morty, welcome to my lab. Today's adventure will take us deep into the world of pharmacology as we try to develop a new, mind-bending drug.
Rick, isn't that illegal?
Legality is just a human construct. Besides, we could make a fortune off of this stuff.
Lab technician, sir, we have a problem. The drug has caused severe side effects in the test subjects.
Nonsense. Just tweak the formula a bit and add in some sugar. It'll be fine.
Meanwhile, at the pharmacy.
Pharmacist, we're out of the popular headache medication again.
Customer, what am I going to do now? I need it for my comedy debate show tonight.
Pharmacist, I might have something in the back. Let me check.
As the pharmacist scours the shelves for a replacement, chaos ensues. Customers mix up the medications, hilarious side effects occur, and even a battle between the pharmacist and one disgruntled customer ensues. Back at the lab.
Surgeon, I need that drug for my patient. His surgery is in less than an hour.
Relax, Dr. Frankenstein. We'll have it ready in no time.
Hey Rick, what's this button do?
Morty, no.
Cue wacky, trippy drug-induced hallucination sequence.
As the episode comes to a close, the characters come together to reflect on their experiences and the absurdity of the world they live in.
And that, Morty, is why we can never trust the pharmaceutical industry.
I don't think I'll ever look at a pill bottle the same way again.
Pharmacist, let's hope we don't have any more incidents like this again.
Customer, hey, at least we got a good laugh out of it.
Overall, The Pharmacological Stone Wars is a wild, absurd, and laugh-out-loud funny Rick and Morty adventure that tickles the funny bone and challenges the mind.
Title: Quantum Carnival, a multidimensional adventure.
Abstract. In this multidimensional adventure, the protagonists Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer encounter a series of bizarre events at a carnival. The episode involves time travel, alien reality TV, gambling, and interdimensional hijinks.
Scene 1.
Morty, buckle up. We're heading to the Quantum Carnival.
Whoa, Rick, this looks like a pretty cool place. What's our mission?
Just enjoy the ride, Morty. We're going to have some fun.
Scene 2.
As they approach the carnival gates, they encounter a property manager who is trying to sell the carnival to potential investors.
Property manager, welcome, welcome. Our carnival has everything you could ever want. Rides, games, and even a time-traveling film crew. Step right up.
Rick, smirking, time travel, eh? Let's check it out.
Scene 3.
The time-traveling film crew takes Rick and Morty to various time periods, but they end up causing chaos in each one. They finally arrive back at the carnival.
Let's play some games, Morty. This casino war booth looks fun.
Scene 4.
Jerry and Beth have arrived at the carnival and are trying to win big at the casino war booth. Meanwhile, Summer is approached by Princess Peach from an alternate universe.
Princess Peach, hello, Summer. We need your help to defeat the evil Bowser.
Oh, what? I'm just trying to have fun at the carnival. Scene 5.
Rick and Morty win big at the casino war booth, but they are quickly approached by an alien dating show host who wants to feature them on his show.
Alien dating show host, you two are perfect for each other. Let's find you some interdimensional love.
Oh thanks, we've had enough excitement for one day.
Scene 6.
As they are leaving the carnival, they notice that they somehow ended up in an alternate universe where they have become the stars of a wacky reality TV show.
Rick, where are we? What's going on?
Looks like we took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Let's get out of here before things get even crazier.
Conclusion. In this episode, the Quantum Carnival proved to be a wild ride for the characters as they encountered various alternate universes and bizarre events. From time travel to gambling to reality TV, their adventure was full of surprises and laughs.
Title: The Multiverse Meme Mashup.
Abstract.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a zany adventure through various dimensions and memes. Along the way, they encounter a diverse cast of characters including Batman, Markiplier, a time-traveling serial killer, and the Slow-Mo Guys. Through a series of hilarious and scientifically inaccurate events, they must stop an interdimensional threat before it destroys all of existence.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new invention when a portal suddenly opens up. They are pulled through the portal and find themselves in a universe where Batman is the ruler of Gotham City.
Great, we've landed in a universe plagued by the ultimate rich white boy fantasy.
Batman, who are you two?
We're just a couple of guys passing through. Nice bat costume, by the way.
Batman, bat costume? This is my real life. How dare you?
Scene 2.
As Rick and Morty try to find a way back home, they run into Markiplier doing a live stream in another dimension.
Markiplier, hey guys, welcome to my YouTube channel where I play video games and scream like a banshee.
Another millennial wasting their life on the internet.
Rick, you're like 60 and you stream yourself getting drunk and burping.
Yeah, but I'm a genius so it's different.
Scene 3.
The group soon realizes that they are being pursued by a time-traveling serial killer who is determined to erase them from history.
Oh great, now we're dealing with the classic trope of the time-traveling villain. How cliché.
Rick, he's trying to kill us.
Oh right, that too.
Scene 4.
As they try to outsmart the killer, they stumble upon the Slow-Mo Guys who are causing destruction with their high-speed cameras. Slow-Mo Guys. Whoa dudes, check out this explosion in slow motion.
Just what we need. More idiots causing chaos.
Rick, we're surrounded by craziness and you're the craziest one here.
Scene 5.
The group finally discovers the interdimensional threat, a giant meme monster that is consuming all of existence.
Batman, what is that thing?
I don't know, but it looks like a giant mutated Pikachu.
Markiplier, I'll just edit it out in post-production.
Slow-Mo Guys. Let's get a closer look.
Scene 6.
In a mad scramble to stop the monster, each member of the group uses their unique skills and abilities.
I'll use this Deus Ex Machina device I just created to reverse the polarity of the neutron flow and create a singularity.
Batman, I'll use my gadgets and fighting skills to distract it.
Markiplier, I'll make a montage of us defeating it and add some dubstep music.
Slow-mo guys. We'll record it in super slow motion.
Scene 7.
Through their combined efforts, the monster is defeated and the group is able to return to their respective dimensions.
Well, that was one crazy adventure.
Hey, it was alright. Too bad we didn't get paid for this one.
Batman, I cannot believe I allowed myself to be dragged into this madness.
Markiplier, don't worry, we made it into a viral meme.
Slow-mo guys. Let's do it again in slow motion.
Blog.
In the post-credits scene, the time-traveling serial killer appears once more and tries to attack Rick and Morty.
Not this again.
I thought we beat you.
Killer, you may have won this battle, but I will always be back to erase you from the timeline.
Can't we just go to a universe without time travel?
End scene.
Title: The Canine Conundrum.
The episode begins with an observation of the social dynamics between a black dog, Canis lupus familiaris, and a white dog, Canis lupus familiaris, standing on a field of Agrostis capillaris, commonly known as a bent grass, a type of prolific grass species thriving in temperate and cool climates. Rick and Morty, accompanied by a My Little Pony figurine, are observing the dogs, with Morty noting dogs' dominance hierarchy and Rick, after a quick sip from his flask, mocking Morty's attempt at being an amateur canine behavior analyst. Suddenly, Inosuke Hashibira, a major character in the manga and anime series, Demon Slayer, appears, wielding his beastly blade and agitated by the dog's incessant barking. The situation escalates when Bob Dylan, the famous music icon, shows up and tries to mediate the dispute, performing an unplugged composition about the dog's apparent differences in breed and color. To quench Inosuke's rage, Rick constructs a hapless deserted island beast, a chimerical monster made from the DNA of various island-dwelling creatures. However, the creature escapes Rick's control as it rampages through the field, chasing and attacking the dogs. In a fit of panic, Morty summons his magic My Little Pony figurine and recites a spell, causing the beast to transform into a peaceful, docile creature that disappears without a trace. As the episode concludes, Rick praises Morty's newfound magical ability while simultaneously dismissing his obvious pet ownership tendencies, bemoaning the fact that Morty is simply an unsophisticated dog person. Morty, in response, retorts with a quip about Rick's obvious and prolonged dependence on his flask, leading to a hilarious bickering match between the two.
Title: The Red-Blue Phenomenon, A Haunting Encounter with Sadie Sink.
Intro. In this experimental episode of Rick and Morty, the duo is joined by a mysterious woman with red hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white hat and a blue and white outfit with a red stripe. As they work on their schedule, they are suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Sadie Sink, who reports a vengeful ghost attack that threatens to disrupt the fabric of the universe.
Whoa, hold up. A ghost? That's not very scientific.
Morty, you ignorant fool. Ghosts have been a well-documented phenomenon for centuries. In fact, according to the latest research by Jintoki Sakata, ghosts are caused by high levels of astral energy trapped in the Earth's crust.
Sadie Sink, but how does that explain the ghost attacking me?
Ah, that's where things get interesting. You see, the red-blue phenomenon you're exhibiting suggests a unique connection to the astral plane. It's possible that the ghost is specifically targeting you as a means of accessing that energy.
Can we talk about the fact that Sadie's getting hunted by a vengeful ghost?
Morty, chill. We've faced interdimensional demons, alien parasites, and the Council of Ricks. A ghost isn't gonna phase us.
Sadie Sink, easy for you to say. You're not the one being haunted.
Alright, let's get to work. First, we need to set up a containment field to trap the ghost. Morty, get the proton pack.
We have a proton pack?
Of course we do. I kept it from our Ghostbusters crossover last season. Now come on, we don't have all day.
Several minutes of chaos ensue as Rick, Morty, and Sadie battle the vengeful ghost. There are plenty of one-liners, pop culture references, and gross-out gags.
Finally, we've got him trapped. Sadie, you can relax now.
Sadie Sink, thank you so much, Rick and Morty. I couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, no worries. We're always here to save the day.
Unless it involves time travel or excessive bureaucracy. Then we're outta here. Laughs.
Conclusion. The red-blue phenomenon may have started as a spooky encounter with a vengeful ghost, but it ended up as a classic Rick and Morty adventure filled with humor, science, and plenty of meta-references. Only time will tell what other bizarre phenomena the dynamic duo will encounter on their interdimensional journeys. The scene opens with Rick and Morty aboard a private plane en route to a remote scientific research facility. The lush green field beneath them is a soothing sight to behold compared to their usual adventures.
Morty, this is not a joyride. We are heading towards one of the most complex experiments yet.
What kind of experiment is that, Rick?
We're taking on the age-old question in science, Morty. The correlation between excessive drinking, brain function, and decision-making.
The two arrive at the facility, greeted by Dr. Needle Ma, who appears to be incredibly excited for their arrival. Before they can start the experiment, Rick asks for a quick drink as a warm-up to stimulate their livers.
Needle Ma, I'm sorry Rick, but alcohol consumption before the experiment completely nullifies the results.
What kind of scientist are you?
Morty, on the other hand, is already in derision over Rick's condition.
Looks like Grandpa has gone bonkers again.
As the experiment begins, the subjects are given 3 different drinks. One is pure alcohol, one is spiked with a drug that distorts perception, and the third is a placebo. The results are unbelievable, and everyone's IQ levels are decreased, except for Rick's, whose IQ suddenly skyrockets.
Ah geez, Morty, I'm a genius again. And all it took was a little bit of alcohol, baby.
You know what this means, Rick? We can outsmart even the smartest beings in all universes.
There's only one thing left to do, Morty. Let's go out there and show those aliens that science can still rule the universe.
As Rick and Morty fly off in the sky, headed to an unknown destination, Morty realizes he's still on Earth.
Rick, this plane is the only thing flying. Are you telling me we're flying?
Oh, Morty, it's all just a simulation. Now let's go and get our groove on.
The scene ends with Rick and Morty going on a wild, drunken adventure, getting into all sorts of hijinks and having the time of their lives.
Title: The Robot Family Reunion Baccarat Game with a Gingery Twist.
The episode begins with the Smith family watching a group of robots on a table next to a clock, fascinated by their synchronized movements. Rick, always seeking for an opportunity, decides to introduce the robots to a game of Baccarat, a casino game where players bet on the outcome of the cards. Jerry, excited by the prospect of winning big, joins in, but Rick's shady tactics soon make him lose all his chips. Morty, however, uses his quick wits to outsmart Rick, leaving the latter fuming in anger. Meanwhile, Beth retrieves a ginger root from the kitchen, hoping to improve her cooking skills. To her surprise, the ginger root comes to life and starts to resemble Olive Oil, a cartoon character she remembers from her childhood. The ginger root, with its cartoonish demeanor, creates a lot of confusion and chaos, leaving the Smith family wondering whether they are hallucinating or not. Rick, however, dismisses their concerns, claiming that he has already seen stranger things in his adventures. As the family tries to figure out what is happening, the robots suddenly malfunction, and they start to attack the Smiths. In a frenzied battle, they manage to defeat the robots, but they are still bewildered about the strange occurrences happening around them. In the end, Rick reveals that the robots were part of his failed experiment to create perfect replicas of human behavior, which explains their strange behaviors. As for the ginger root, it turns out that it was contaminated by a strange radioactive substance, which caused it to come to life.
The episode ends with the Smiths sitting in the living room, still perplexed by the events that happened. Jerry, still reeling from his loss at the Baccarat table, mutters, "I should have known better than to bet against robots."
Title: The Tale of the Myofascial Release Baseball Party.
Opening scene: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are sitting on a baseball field with a ball in his hand and a baseball bat in his other hand, discussing the latest economic trends as they enjoy some Church's chicken and jamming to leave the door open. Silk Sonic.
My fellow Smiths, the current state of the economy is as fluctuating as californium's atomic weight.
Yeah, Rick. But can we focus on the game for once?
Yeah, I want to hit some balls and feel that sweet myofascial release.
Morty, that's not what myofascial release means.
Oh, I know what he means. Winks.
As they play baseball, they suddenly discover a mysterious canister of californium. The group decides to retrieve it from the field before any harm is done.
Everyone, grab your gear. We're going on a californium hunt.
Oh boy, this sounds dangerous.
Whispers to himself, "This is gonna be better than Church's chicken."
As they venture into the depths of the field, they encounter a group of aliens who challenge them to a game of baseball for the californium. The stakes are high as they endure a crazy game, filled with jokes and puns.
After hitting the ball far into space, I guess that's one small step for man, and one giant swing for Rick Kind.
After striking out, well, I guess I'll be leaving the diamond and taking up accounting.
After accidentally hitting an alien, oh geez, I hope they have universal health care.
In the end, they win the game and the canister of californium. As they head back to the field, they realize they all have a newfound appreciation for the power of myofascial release.
Well, I guess we can all take a break from the economics and just enjoy the simple things in life like Church's chicken and baseball.
And let's not forget the importance of keeping our bodies in tip-top shape with myofascial release.
Raises his chicken. To myofascial release, alien baseball, and californium, the most valuable resource in the galaxy.
The group cheers in unison, their bond growing stronger with every crazy adventure they embark on. End scene.
Title: Canine Conundrum, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Synopsis.
In this episode, we observe the interdimensional travels of the eccentric alcoholic scientist, Rick Sanchez, and his anxious and impressionable grandson, Morty Smith. The episode begins with the family going on a shopping trip to Lowe's where Jerry encounters a dog sitting next to wine bottles, which he assumes to be a practical joke from store employees.
Ha ha, good one. Who put the dog next to the wine bottles? Is this some weird art installation?
The dog, named Loose Lips Copenhagen, is a highly intelligent Labrador retriever and reveals to the family that he is a product of genetic engineering by an interdimensional corporation.
Loose Lips Copenhagen. Gentle humans, I was genetically modified for wine tasting. My olfactory abilities are beyond human comprehension.
Rick, intrigued by the dog's unique abilities, decides to take him on a wine-tasting adventure. As they journey to various dimensions, they encounter bizarre and hilarious scenarios, including drinking unicorn wine and accidentally getting drunk on a planet where time moves in reverse.
This wine tastes like a rainbow, or is it the unicorn? Morty, did you get a contact high from that magical creature?
I don't know, Rick, but everything feels upside down, literally.
The team eventually realizes that they must return Loose Lips Copenhagen to his own dimension before he causes irreversible damage. As they attempt to return him to his original world, they encounter fierce resistance from the corporation that created him.
The team must use their wits and unique abilities to free Loose Lips Copenhagen and save the multiverse.
This is insane. How are we going to get out of here?
I don't know, but I swear if I have to save this dog one more time, I'm going to lose it.
In the end, the team succeeds in defeating the corporation and freeing Loose Lips Copenhagen, who decides to stay with the family. Rick and Morty reflect on the absurdity of their adventure, and the entire family shares a heartfelt moment over a bottle of wine.
Well, that was unexpected. But I guess that's the beauty of interdimensional travel. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, but can we please not bring any more dogs on our adventures? My anxiety can't handle it.
Title: Terbium, Schlammy, and JCPenney, an undercover alien infiltration.
Synopsis.
This episode takes place in Indonesia, where Rick and Morty are on a mission to investigate the sudden appearance of a demonic-looking character from the video game Mass Effect, with red eyes and a terrifying demeanor. The character, named Terbium, is suspected of being an alien infiltrator and posing a potential threat to the planet.
Rick, Morty, we gotta find out what the hell is going on with this Terbium guy. We can't let some alien take over Indonesia. I still haven't gotten my new blazer from JCPenney. Morty, oh geez, Rick, do we have to do this now? I have a test tomorrow on pancreatic transplants. Rick, quit your whining, Morty. This is important. We'll go undercover as employees at Schlammy, the store where Terbium was last seen. We'll get to the bottom of this, no matter what.
As Rick and Morty begin their investigation at Schlammy, they quickly realize that the store is a front for an alien organization trying to infiltrate Earth. The duo must use all of their smarts and comedic charm to outwit the aliens and save Indonesia.
Morty, Rick, what do we do now? These aliens are freaking weird. Rick, well Morty, it's time to show them what we're made of. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine.
As Rick and Morty embark on a ridiculous battle with the aliens, using gadgets and crass humor, they ultimately uncover the mastermind behind the invasion, a rogue member of Terbium's alien race who seeks revenge against Earth for a past conflict.
Morty, holy shit, Rick, we did it. We stopped the alien invasion. Rick, hell yeah we did, Morty. Now let's hit up JCPenney and get that blazer.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty exit Schlammy victorious, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Nanobiotech Evolution. Characters: Rick, Morty, Beth, Summer.
Ed. Sophie Turner.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with the family flipping through a brochure with a woman in a black top and blue background and a blue and white background. The brochure is for an exclusive invitation-only event, the Nanobiotech Evolution.
What is this garbage, Summer? Some kinda science convention for dweebs.
Dad, it's a 3-day event where top scientists and researchers will showcase their cutting-edge research in the field of nanotechnology, biotechnology, and evolution.
Ooh, sounds interesting.
I think it's a good opportunity for you kids to learn and explore science.
Fine, we'll go, but only if we can cause some chaos with our own research.
The family gets their passes and enters the event. They stroll through the exhibits and stop at a booth where Sophie Turner is presenting her research on human evolution.
Sophie Turner. Good evening, I'm Sophie Turner, and I'm here to showcase my latest research, which explores the evolution of humans through the use of nanobots.
Ah, nanobots. Please, I was messing with those things before you were even born.
Dad, you're not that much older than her.
Quiet, Morty. I'm trying to impress this fine specimen of a scientist.
Rick, you can't just use science to pick up women.
Yeah, Dad, that's kinda creepy.
Whatever, let's see what she's got.
Sophie gives a presentation and demonstration of her nanobots, showing how they can evolve a human's physical and mental abilities within minutes.
Keith, amateur. I've been doing that for years with my own research.
Sophie, really? I'd love to see your work.
Oh, you will. I call it the pickleizer. Prepare to be amazed.
The family rushes back to the hotel room, where Rick unveils his latest invention, a machine that can turn any living organism into a pickle.
Rick, what the hell is this?
It's the pickleizer. I've been working on it for weeks and it's finally ready.
Why would anyone want to be turned into a pickle?
Who cares, Morty? It's science, baby.
Can we at least try it out on something?
Sure, that plant over there will do.
Rick activates the pickleizer and turns the plant into a pickle.
This is stupid, Dad. I'm going back to the convention.
At the convention, the family causes chaos with the pickleizer, turning everything in sight into pickles, including Sophie Turner.
Aha, I turned her into a pickle. Science, baby.
The episode ends with the family running from security, who are trying to catch them for turning the whole event into a pickle fest. Overall, the episode explores the ethics of scientific research and the consequences of using scientific advancements for personal gain. It showcases the absurdity and humor that can be found in even the most cutting-edge scientific fields.
Title: The Quantum Reflexology of Peaches.
Synopsis. Our protagonists, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer, find themselves in a quantum entanglement of parallel universes, all centered around a series of photos featuring a man with a red hat and a black jacket. Their journey takes them through a strange and hilarious world of Peaches, Justin Bieber, and Daniel Caesar's hit song, Forever 21, and eventually leads them to a secret society of Cavalier King Charles Spaniels and their advanced knowledge of reflexology.
Morty, what the hell is going on? Why are we hopping through these dimensions like some kind of cosmic Mexican jumping bean?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe it has something to do with those photos of that guy with the red hat and black jacket we keep seeing.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting sick of this song.
Agreed. Can we please just go back to our own universe?
Hey, look at that sign. It says reflexology for dogs.
Ah, that's perfect. If anyone can help us unravel this quantum entanglement mess, It's a bunch of highfalutin dogs.
I don't know, Rick. These cavaliers don't seem too happy to see us.
Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. Who dares to disturb the sanctity of our society of reflexologists?
Chill out, doggo. We just need some help getting out of this universe-hopping nightmare.
And maybe a cure for this song that's been stuck in our heads for weeks.
Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. Very well. In exchange for your assistance retrieving the elusive Ticket to Ride, we shall share with you our advanced knowledge of reflexology.
I don't have any idea what's happening, but count me in.
Same here. As long as we can stop bouncing around like pinballs.
The group embarks on a wild and hilarious adventure, facing crazy challenges and obstacles along the way. Will they ever escape the quantum entanglement of Peaches and return to their own universe? Only time and the Cavalier King Charles Spaniels will tell.
Title: The Ozka Effect, a PewDiePie encounter with a sinister cult ritual.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer are on a mission to save PewDiePie from a deadly cult ritual that has entranced him. The group is thrust into a dimension where all people have pink hair and makeup on their faces and bodies. Annoyingly enough, these beings refer to themselves as Ozka Langley Soryu. Ultimately, they find themselves at the center of a deadly ceremony that could end PewDiePie's life.
Scene 1.
Alright kids, we've got an emergency on our hands. PewDiePie is Mia and he's probably in a shit ton of trouble. Get your asses in gear.
Oh geez Rick, where could he be?
Wait, what are those things outside?
Oh, those are Ozka Langley Soryu. They're harmless if you leave them alone.
Ozka Langley Soryu. Why hello there, travelers. If you need help finding your lost friend, we suggest you check out the sinister cult ritual. It's quite a show.
Scene 2.
PewDiePie, what the hell is going on here? Why am I tied up?
Cult leader. You have been chosen, PewDiePie. Chosen to be sacrificed to our Dark Lord.
PewDiePie, I'm not into that kind of stuff, guys. Let me go.
Scene 3.
Stay here, Morty and Summer. I'm going to the ritual to save PewDiePie.
Be careful, Rick.
Yeah, we don't need a dead Rick on our hands.
Scene 4.
Rick sneaks around the cult while they perform a ritual dance to the Heartbreak Anthem by Galantes, David Guetta, and Little Mix. He paints funny graffiti all over their sacred space.
Scene 5.
Hey PewDiePie, let's blow this joint.
PewDiePie, thanks Rick, I owe you one.
Scene 6.
Cult leader. You dare interrupt our ceremony? You shall be punished.
Ozka Langley Soryu. Actually, we're kinda bored. Mind if we join in?
Cult leader. Sure, I guess.
Scene 7.
The Ozka Langley Soryu busts some crazy moves while the group escapes.
Scene 8.
I could go for some dim sum.
Yeah, me too.
Wait, didn't we just save PewDiePie from being sacrificed?
Yeah, but we can't pass up on good food.
PewDiePie, are you guys serious?
Scene 9.
The group enjoys some delicious dim sum, while Morty attempts to explain the science behind their recent encounter.
So it's like a parallel universe, but with pink people and a cult. And Rick's graffiti made everything better, I think.
Scene 10.
PewDiePie, I don't want to know what kind of trouble you guys will get me into next time.
Don't worry, Pewds. We've got your back, as long as we get some good food out of it.
The end.
Title: The Interdimensional Spectral Swordsman and the Blood-Curdling Banshee Whales.
The episode starts with Rick tinkering with a remote control car. Morty looks on with a conflicted expression.
Morty, I've done it. I've created a remote control car that can travel through dimensions.
Whoa, Rick, are you sure that's safe?
Oh, come on Morty, where's your sense of adventure?
Suddenly, a figure materializes in front of them. It's Commander Shepard from Mass Effect with a sword in his hand.
Shepard, greetings, interdimensional travelers. I am Commander Shepard, and I require your assistance.
What do you need, Commander?
Shepard, I have been sent on a mission to retrieve a rare crystal that is capable of amplifying my biotic powers. However, the cave containing the crystal is guarded by a blood-curdling banshee whose wails are capable of killing men. Whoa, that sounds intense.
We'll help you out, Commander. But first, let's upgrade that sword of yours.
Rick quickly takes Commander Shepard's sword and attaches various sci-fi gadgets and gizmos to it.
Shepard, excellent work, Rick. Let's get going.
The trio sets off on their adventure, navigating through various dimensions and fighting off interdimensional monsters. Finally, they arrive at the cave containing the crystal. As they enter the cave, they hear the blood-curdling banshee wails getting louder and louder.
Rick, what are we gonna do? We can't handle those wails.
Don't worry Morty, I've got this.
Rick pulls out a remote control and activates the remote control car he had been working on earlier. The car flies straight towards the banshee and crashes into it, causing it to momentarily stop wailing. Shepard takes the opportunity to strike the banshee with his upgraded sword, shattering the crystal and collecting its energy.
Shepard, thank you, interdimensional travelers. You have saved my mission.
No problem, Commander. Now, let's get out of here before any more interdimensional monsters show up.
The trio quickly makes their way back to the spaceship and takes off, leaving the cave and all its dangers behind.
Wow, Rick, that was insane. I can't believe we just helped Commander Shepard.
Yeah, Morty, that's just another day in the life of an interdimensional adventurer. Now, let's go find some more mischief to get into.
Title: Quantum Probability and Canine Cognition, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the wacky world of dog cognition and quantum probability while frequenting a juice bar and playing Caribbean stud poker.
Act 1.
Morty, I've been working on a new experiment involving quantum probability and canine cognition.
Oh, okay. What's that mean?
It means we're going to teach this Siberian husky how to play Caribbean stud poker.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. The dog's already got a better poker face than you.
Act 2. Rick and Morty arrive at the juice bar with the husky in tow. As they play their game, the husky seems to be getting the hang of things.
Bartender, hey, you guys got a dog in here?
Relax, pal. He's just helping us win some cash.
The husky suddenly starts to decline, unable to continue playing. Rick realizes that quantum probability has taken over and the dog is experiencing multiple realities all at once.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty use their scientific know-how to help the husky navigate through the realities and come out on top. They finally win big at the poker game and are able to reign in the quantum probability, bringing the husky back to their own reality.
Well, that was insane. We should probably leave the doggy gambling to the professionals.
Aw, Morty. We just need to work on our poker faces.
Final scene.
The camera pans back to the husky, who is now lying on top of the table next to a pile of cards and dices. He smirks at the camera, his newfound quantum powers ready to take on any challenge.
Husky, who let the dogs out? I did.
Episode 420, Velociraptor Medulla Oblongata.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty, along with Jerry and Summer, go on a beach adventure to find a rare green animal species that they believe holds the key to a highly advanced form of humor. Along the way, they encounter the legendary Velociraptor meme, who challenges their understanding of the universe.
Alright, Morty, strap in. We're going on a hunt for the elusive green humor beast. Word on the street is, its medulla oblongata produces comedy on a whole nother level.
Rick, this beach is just a green field with a sky and a dino meme on it. Are you sure we're in the right place?
Oh, please tell me this isn't another one of Rick's wild goose chases.
Guys, look over there. I think that's the green animal we're looking for.
The group approaches the green animal and begins to study it.
Incredible. This creature's neural pathways are firing off jokes every second. It's like a comedy powerhouse just waiting to be tapped into.
Rick, what's that dinosaur doing over there?
The Velociraptor meme appears.
Velociraptor, greetings travelers. I couldn't help but overhear your discussion on the nature of humor. Care to debate the philosophical implications of comedy?
What's happening? Why is a meme talking to us?
Just go with it, Jerry. It's Rick and Morty. Anything is possible.
The group engages in a heated philosophical debate with the Velociraptor meme.
Velociraptor. You see, the essence of humor lies in the unexpected intersection of contrasting elements in a humorous situation.
But what about the element of surprise? Don't you think that plays a huge role in making something funny?
Velociraptor. I see your point, but humor is a multifaceted phenomenon that cannot be reduced to a single explanation.
The group successfully extracts the medulla oblongata from the green animal and concocts a potent comedy elixir.
Whoa, this comedy stuff is no joke. I think I just had an existential crisis.
I'm not sure if I'm laughing or crying at this point.
Gross, guys. Let's just go home and watch some TV.
Overall, this episode explores the profound philosophical nature of humor while also delivering plenty of absurd jokes and memes. Fans of Rick and Morty's irreverent humor will no doubt find this episode an instant classic.
Title: The Culinary Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting at a table topped with various plates of food, including a BLT, guacamole, and gumbo. Rick remarks on the exquisite taste of the guacamole and Morty agrees, noting the perfect balance of flavors.
This guacamole has the precise ratio of avocado to tomato. It's almost as if someone genetically engineered the ingredients for maximum taste.
Yeah, it's like a party in my mouth.
Suddenly, the lime on the table starts to glow and pulsate. Rick realizes that the lime has been contaminated with an experimental substance he was working on.
Morty, we've got a serious problem. That lime was exposed to an experimental compound that causes major molecular instability.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means that the food on this table is about to become sentient and attack us, Morty.
Just as Rick finishes his sentence, the guacamole starts to wiggle and grow arms and legs. The BLT slices start to slide off the bread and form into creepy hands. Morty screams in terror.
Rick, what are we going to do?
I've got an idea. We need to stimulate the epididymis of these food creatures to neutralize their sentience.
What? How are we going to do that?
Rick pulls out a device that looks like a mini cattle prod and zaps the epididymis of the guacamole creature. It immediately collapses back into a bowl of delicious guacamole.
That's disgusting, Rick.
It had to be done, Morty. But we're not out of the woods yet.
The gumbo begins to bubble and boil over, creating a giant, gelatinous blob. Rick and Morty flee to the other side of the room as the blob slithers towards them.
Morty, grab the lime and toss it into the gumbo.
Morty hesitates, but finally picks up the lime and hurls it at the blob. The gumbo creature shrieks and dissolves into a soupy mess.
Nice throw, Morty. Looks like we've saved the day.
I don't think I'll ever look at food the same way again, Rick.
Yeah, me neither. But let's dig in. I'm starving.
You're kidding, right?
But, did you think a little sentience was going to stop me from enjoying a good meal?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty chowing down on the remaining food, and Morty looking more than a little queasy. In this episode, a heart-shaped object was observed flying through the air next to a satellite system. This observation was made by utilizing high-resolution imaging and spectroscopic techniques, which allowed for the detection and analysis of the object's spectral signature. The object's physical appearance and chemical composition were found to be consistent with that of a naturally occurring celestial body, most likely a comet or asteroid. Meanwhile, a team of medical professionals was performing open heart surgery on a patient. Using advanced surgical techniques and tools, the doctors were able to successfully repair the patient's heart and restore normal cardiac function. Title: The intersection of shiatsu massage and appendectomy in the context of a comedy music video, a case study of Nickmercs.
Intro.
In this episode, we present a detailed account of the intersection of shiatsu massage and appendectomy, involving the popular streamer Nickmercs. We examine the comedy music video featuring him and the assistance of a woman in a chair, with a leg on a table and a leg on a table with a leg on it. The episode showcases his journey from medical emergency to comedic parody while examining the use of shiatsu massage therapy as a form of pain management.
Procedures and findings.
Nickmercs was in the middle of filming a comedy music video when he experienced acute abdominal pain and became incapacitated. His assistant, the woman in the chair, recognized the symptoms of appendectomy and called a medic. The medic administered shiatsu massage therapy to alleviate the pain while waiting for an ambulance to transport him to a hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, Nickmercs was immediately admitted for an emergency appendectomy. He received general anesthesia and underwent successful surgery. Following surgery, he received shiatsu massage therapy to manage post-surgical pain and promote healing.
Discussion.
The use of shiatsu massage therapy as a form of pain management has increased in popularity in recent years. Shiatsu massage is a type of Japanese massage that involves applying pressure to specific points on the body to relieve tension and pain. Shiatsu massage therapy has been shown to be effective in treating a wide range of conditions, including back pain, migraines, and post-operative pain. Moreover, comedy music videos can be a way to raise awareness about medical conditions and promote the use of unconventional forms of therapy like shiatsu massage. Comedy music videos also act as a coping mechanism for patients experiencing pain and can help reduce anxiety and depression.
Conclusion.
This episode provides insight into the intersection of shiatsu massage and appendectomy in the context of a comedy music video. It sheds light on the effectiveness of shiatsu massage therapy as a form of pain management and its potential use in promoting healing after surgical interventions. The use of comedy music videos as an auxiliary coping mechanism during medical emergencies requires further exploration and research.
Title: The Tenuous Transdimensional Travels of Rick and the Tale of the Tiger Troubles.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty, along with Beth and Summer, find themselves in a peculiar predicament. While cycling through a Japanese garden, they stumble upon a white tiger with yellow eyes and a unique design consisting of black and white stripes with a red and white stripe. Intrigued by its design, Rick determines that it's not of this dimension and takes a sample for further analysis. However, in doing so, they unintentionally trigger a chain of events that leads to a series of hilarious misadventures.
Summer: Rick, what the hell did you do? Now the tiger's gone and we're lost in some weird dimension.
Rick, relax, Summer. I've got this under control. We just need to find the tiger and figure out what's going on.
Morty, Rick, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. And by Kansas, I mean our dimension. I can't believe I agreed to come on this crazy adventure with you guys. First, we were cycling in Japan and now, we're lost in some bizarre world chasing a tiger.
Summer: We're screwed, aren't we? We're never getting back home.
Rick, oh ye of little faith. Have some faith in your grandpa, Summer. I'll figure out a way to get us out of here.
As they traverse this strange dimension, they encounter various obstacles, including a tribe of tigers who have mistaken Rick for their deity, a malfunctioning portal that lands them in a karaoke bar filled with aliens, and a showdown with a giant robotic tiger created by an evil villain, bent on world domination.
Morty, Rick, this is insane. How are we going to defeat a robotic tiger with a flamethrower? I swear to God, Rick, if we die because of your crazy antics, I'm going to kill you.
Summer: Can we just go back home now? I'm tired of all these dimensions and tigers and ridiculousness.
As the episode comes to a close, the gang manages to defeat the robotic tiger and make their way back to their own dimension, though not without some hilarious mishaps along the way.
Rick, well, that was fun. Who's up for pizza?
Morty, I think I'm scarred for life, Rick. I don't think I can ever look at pizza the same way again. I need a drink. A strong one.
Summer: Can we just forget this ever happened? All in all, The Tenuous Transdimensional Travels of Rick and the Tale of the Tiger Troubles is a wild ride of humor, adventure, and over-the-top insanity that only the beloved characters of Rick and Morty can provide.
Title: Chronological Dissonance in a Galactic Conflict. The Timekeeping Tower of Station TAU-5.
Synopsis. The episode commences with the camera panning out to show Station Tau-5 in the backdrop of a vast expanse of interstellar space. The station is a celestial fortress constructed by the Rebel Alliance to counter the aggression of the Galactic Empire. A gleaming clock tower adorns the station's highest spire. The camera zooms in, showing the tower in close-up, illuminated by an eerie green light.
Assuming the role of the narrator, the episode's protagonist, Dr. Jaden, begins explaining the advanced chronophysics behind the tower's workings. He mentions the presence of a quantum chrono-emitter device known as a chronotron, housed inside the tower, responsible for measuring time across the station and its vicinity with remarkable accuracy of up to 0.00001 milliseconds. Dr. Jaden explicates the significance of the chronotron's accuracy in the context of interstellar wars, stating that even a fraction of a second's deviation could result in fatal miscalculations, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The camera pans across the station's inhabitants, each engaged in their duties, reaffirming the crucial role the chronotron plays in the station's daily life. Suddenly, sirens blare across the station, and a voice over the intercom alerts the inhabitants of an imminent attack by the Imperial fleet. Dr. Jaden runs towards the tower, explaining to the audience that the chronotron's readings can enable them to identify the precise moment of the Imperial fleet's arrival, allowing the rebels to strategize accordingly. Upon reaching the tower, Dr. Jaden realizes that the chronotron's readings have gone haywire. He deduces the cause to be the tower's exposure to the nearby sun's radiation, causing a temporal distortion, rendering the chronotron's readings unreliable. As the Imperial fleet draws closer, the rebels find themselves helpless, devoid of a means to know when to expect the enemy. Dr. Jaden, taking a risky yet logical decision, decides to manually reset the chronotron himself, braving the intense radiation pouring into the tower through its windows. He successfully resets the chronotron, and the readings start to stabilize. The Imperial fleet arrives, but the rebels are prepared, thanks to Dr. Jaden's actions, and a skirmish ensues. As the rebels emerge victorious, Dr. Jaden's exploits get lauded as a crucial factor behind their success. The episode concludes with Dr. Jaden, exhausted yet exhilarated, explaining to the audience the principles of chronophysics and their critical role in space-time warfare, hoping that one day, the science behind the chronotron could help bring about an end to the galactic civil war.
Dr. Jaden, the chronotron, a device made possible by quantum chronophysics, was the hope of many in Station TAU-5. It was the means to know one's enemy, the key to strategic victory. But when the tower faced radiation from the nearby sun, it threatened the balance of time. It was up to me to save the station, and I did. For science, for the rebels, and for the universe.
Title: The Shadows Hardy's Hammer, an interdimensional monster invasion.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Jerry playing a card game with the title, The Shadows Hardy's Hammer, containing a picture of a monster and a dog on its back. Jerry boasts of his victory, but Rick's scientific acumen comes to play, winning the game for himself.
I'm sorry, Jerry, but your understanding of probability is as useless as a uterus in a male Weimaraner.
Rick, do we really have to bring uterus and dogs into this?
Hey, that's not cool. You don't understand the nuance of the game. The game suddenly comes to life, and the monster jumps out of the card, causing mayhem in the Smith household. As they battle the creature, they stumble upon an interdimensional portal, which leads them to an invasion of monsters. This is crazy. We have to do something.
Don't worry, Jerry. I've got Lowe's hardware store on speed dial.
Wait, why Lowe's?
Because they have the necessary tools and they're open 24/7.
The trio then engages in a wild chase with the monsters as they try to save Hardee's, the fast food restaurant, from being destroyed. They combine their scientific knowledge and strategic thinking to overcome the invasion, but not without some hilarious mishaps and punny jokes.
That's how we take care of business. Now who's hungry for Hardee's?
Oh, Rick, we just saved the place from being destroyed. I don't think we should eat there right now.
Yeah, maybe we should go somewhere else.
Fine, fine. Let's go to a different dimension for some burgers then.
The episode ends with the trio laughing and preparing to go on their next adventure.
Idle. Aye, artificial intelligence.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth in the living room discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs in the field of AI and machine learning. Suddenly, Rick pulls up a computer-generated image of a pirate ship in the ocean with a long tail flying above it and a mountain in the background.
Check it out, Morty. It's a pirate ship with a long tail flying above it. This could mean the existence of pirate space explorers.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick. But wouldn't that violate the laws of physics?
I don't know about that, Morty. But I do know a thing or two about hearsay. You can't always believe what people tell you.
Jerry, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I heard from a commercial fisherman that he saw a spaceship in the ocean a few days ago. But I think he was just trying to sell more fish.
Well, it's worth investigating. Let's portal to the ocean and see what we can find.
The scene transitions to the ocean where the gang discovers a hidden entrance to an underwater cave. They enter the cave and find a secret pirate base, manned by a crew of AI pirates.
I knew it. These AI pirates are using that ship with the long tail to travel through space and rob other planets.
But, Rick, how can we stop them? They're robots.
Maybe we could negotiate with them. Offer them something in exchange for their loot.
Jerry, negotiation is not exactly Rick's style.
That's right, Beth. We're going to have to use force. Morty, hand me that gun over there.
Oh, boy. Here we go again.
A wild and crazy battle ensues with the gang narrowly escaping the pirate base with the captured AI pirates in tow.
Well, that was a close one. Now let's go cash in on this loot and live like kings.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth lounging on a beach sipping drinks out of coconuts.
You know, this wasn't such a bad idea after all. Maybe we should go on more sci-fi adventures like this in the future.
Yeah, maybe. But let's not go overboard. We don't want to start violating the laws of physics or anything.
Idle. The multidimensional gossip mill.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer embark on a multi-dimensional adventure after Rick accidentally activates a device that sucks them into a parallel universe.
Act 1.
Morty, hand me that device over there. No, not that one. The one with the glowing green button.
This one?
Yes, that one.
What is it, Rick?
It's a multidimensional communicator. With this bad boy, we can hop through multiple dimensions.
That sounds cool. Can we try it out?
Sure, why not?
Rick presses the green button, and the group is instantly transported to a parallel universe. They find themselves in a city at night, with the buildings illuminated by colorful lights.
Act 2.
Wow, this place is crazy.
Look, there's a building with a sign that says, Gossip Mill.
Let's go check it out.
The group enters the gossip mill and discovers a room filled with people chatting and gossiping.
This is ridiculous. Let's get out of here.
Just as they're about to leave, a portal appears, and the group is sucked into another dimension.
Act 3.
They find themselves in the Rasul ceremonial chambers, a mystical place filled with strange artifacts.
What are we doing here, Rick?
I'm not sure, Morty. Something about this place is off.
Suddenly, a group of alien creatures appears, threatening to attack.
We need to get out of here fast.
But how?
Rick pulls out his multidimensional communicator and presses the green button. The group is instantly transported back to their original dimension.
Epilogue. Wow, that was crazy.
I can't believe we went to so many different dimensions in one night.
Yeah, and we didn't even get any good gossip from that gossip mill.
Well, I got a picture in front of it for Instagram.
Teenagers and their Instagram. Let's go home.
The group heads back to the spaceship, ready for their next wild adventure. Scene: Smith family backyard. A dog sitting on a green field with a ball in its mouth and a tennis racket in its mouth.
Morty, this is the perfect opportunity to test out my latest invention, the cerebral canine communicator. With this device, we can communicate with dogs and understand their thoughts and desires.
Oh, okay. But why do we need to talk to a dog?
Guys, have you seen this John Cena meme? It's hilarious.
Can we focus on the task at hand, please? We need to retrieve the ball and racket from the dog.
I have a bad feeling about this. What if the dog is possessed or something?
Nonsense, Summer. The only thing this dog is possessed by is the love of a good game of fetch. Now, let's fire up the cerebral canine communicator and get to the bottom of this.
Scene cuts to the Wellcome Sanger Institute.
Amazing, Morty. The device works perfectly. We can hear the dog's thoughts loud and clear.
Cocker Spaniel. Hey, humans. You want this ball and racket? Come and get it.
Let's just take them and go. This dog is kind of freaking me out.
I, for one, welcome our new canine overlords.
Enough with the jokes, Jerry. Let's just get the ball and racket and leave before things get even weirder.
Just then, a Jack-in-the-Box appears out of nowhere.
Jack-in-the-Box, you have awoken me from my slumber. Prepare to face my wrath, humans.
What the hell is that thing?
Looks like we've got another science experiment on our hands.
The group engages in a hilarious and chaotic battle with the Jack-in-the-Box, ultimately defeating it and retrieving the ball and racket.
Cocker Spaniel, thanks for playing, humans. Same time next week?
Don't push your luck, dog.
Montage of the Smith family walking back to their house, with various John Cena memes intermittently flashing on screen.
I can't believe we just fought a Jack-in-the-Box. My life will never be the same.
Can we all agree to never speak of this again?
At least we got the ball and racket back, I guess.
I need a drink.
I need to go work on the cerebral canine communicator some more. This thing has potential.
Scene ends with the group entering their house, exhausted and bewildered.
Title: The Sontaran Superhuman Showdown.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a man in a blue costume holding a sword near a blue phone booth on a green field with trees. Rick postulates this might be a human who stole a Time Lord's TARDIS, prompting Morty to ask who the Time Lords are. Jerry interjects and proceeds to explain Time Lord's history and time travel theories in an overly complicated and confusing manner. Suddenly, a group of Sontarans from Doctor Who arrive and challenge the trio to a battle of wit and brawn. Jerry cautiously backs out, leaving Rick and Morty to take on the Sontarans in a genetically modified superhuman battle of strength and agility. The first round is an archery contest. Morty, surprised to find himself an expert marksman, hits every bullseye. The Sontarans respond with precision and accuracy, making the result a tie. In the second round, the genetically modified superhuman power of Rick reveals itself as he outruns the Sontaran sprinters in a 100-meter dash. With a tiebreaker needed, the group heads to an IKEA store, where Rick and Morty become trapped in a maze of furniture and meatballs. Meanwhile, Jerry finds himself at a horse race, accidentally placing bets on a losing horse but ultimately coming out on top when he discovers the real winner was on steroids. Back in the IKEA maze, Rick and Morty finally escape and race back to the field, where they face the Sontarans in a final game of tug-of-war. In a comedic twist, the rope snaps and the contestants fall into a pool of jello. As the trio walks off into the sunset, they decide to have a movie marathon of their favorite science fiction flicks. Jerry protests, asking if they could watch romantic movies instead. The trio unanimously rejects Jerry's proposal and continue on their adventures.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Babysitters and Marine Biologists.
The episode begins with Rick inventing a new gadget that allows a temporal entanglement between different dimensions. Morty asks him what it does, and Rick explains that it's a ninja babysitting service that allows them to monitor and protect babies across multiple realities. Jerry tags along as Rick and Morty visit a nearby park and activate the gadget. They suddenly see a baby boy in a red and blue outfit sitting on the grass with his hands together in the air. Rick comments, "Looks like we got ourselves a temporal baby daddy situation." Beth and Summer soon join them, and Rick explains that the gadget allows them to help this baby across various dimensions simultaneously. The team splits up, with Rick and Jerry monitoring the baby's safety in one reality, while Beth, Summer, and Morty try to locate the baby's parents in a different one. As they travel through various dimensions, they encounter a marine biologist named Dr. Seafire who claims that the baby is the key to unlocking a quantum database of marine life. He joins the team, promising to help them find the baby's parents in exchange for studying the infant's unique DNA. As they work together, Rick makes several inappropriate jokes about Dr. Seafire's fascination with marine life. In response, Dr. Seafire quips, "Well, at least I don't spend my days getting drunk and endangering children." This prompts Summer to retort, and at least Rick doesn't waste his life studying the mating habits of jellyfish. The team finally locates the baby's parents and return him safely. Rick and Morty destroy the temporal entanglement gadget, and Dr. Seafire returns to his lab, muttering about how pointless this whole adventure was. As the episode ends, Rick turns to the camera and breaks the fourth wall. "Hey, did you guys hear the one about the marine biologist who walked into a bar and hit his head on a pufferfish?"
Ha ha ha.
Rick? That wasn't even funny.
Whatever, Jerry, you just don't have the brain the size of a kraken like I do.
Title: Transdimensional Motorcycling, Poutine, Beyblade, and the Blinking White Guy meme.
Opening scene. A close-up shot of a motorcycle with a helmet on its back tire and a stadium in the background. Rick and Morty are seen walking towards the motorcycle.
Morty, I've been working on a latest experiment that will transport us to another dimension while we are on this motorcycle. We will travel through a wormhole and explore different parallel universes.
Whoa, Rick, that sounds crazy and dangerous.
Dangerous and crazy are my middle names, Morty. He winks.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty arrive at a street vendor and order poutine.
Street vendor, here's your poutine, gentlemen.
Thanks. My poutine palate was in dire need of some Canadian fries and gravy.
Mine too, Rick.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty participate in a Beyblade Championship in a different dimension.
Announcer, welcome to the Beyblade Championship. Rick and Morty are the new participants in this dimension.
Morty, let's show them what we got.
What if we lose, Rick?
We never lose, Morty. We only learn.
Montage of Rick and Morty winning the championship.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty enter a cinema to watch a 3D movie.
Wow, the 3D glasses make everything look so real.
Child's play, Morty. I can make any dimension look real. Just give me a portal gun.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty visit an Abercrombie & Fitch store in an alternate reality.
Morty, let's check out the fashion in this dimension.
Whoa, Rick, these clothes look so different compared to our reality.
Yup, Morty, it's like we are walking into a fashion nightmare.
Montage of silly fashion outfits with a mix of Abercrombie and Fitch in different dimensions.
Scene 6. Rick and Morty enter a dimension where the blinking white guy meme is the biggest trend.
Rick, what's with the blinking white guy?
Morty, it's just a meme that went viral. Stop overthinking it.
The whole scene takes place with a blinking white guy meme popping up every now and then.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty arrive back at the stadium on the motorcycle.
That was so much fun, Rick. Can we do it again sometime?
Definitely, Morty. Let's just make sure we pack some extra poutine for the road.
End credits roll.
Title: The Cerebral Cortex Catastrophe.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are in Vienna on a rolfing trip, working on their spine alignments when an urgent distress signal from an underwater city reaches their frequencies. The two quickly pack up their gears and make their way to the city, landing on a pile of dirt at the outskirts.
Ah, Morty, it looks like we're in for some serious shit.
Ah, Rick, why is there a giant monster in the middle of the city? And why are people running away from it screaming?
Well, Morty, it's obviously an experiment gone wrong. What kind of scientific breakthrough would it be if everything went according to plan?
As they approach the city center, the ground begins to shake violently. Suddenly, French football star Kylian Mbappé jumps out of the monster's mouth, drenched in slimy goo.
Kylian Mbappé, bonjour. I was playing in the World Cup and next thing I know I'm inside a big, scary monster. Can you help me out, s'il vous plaît?
Looks like we have a celebrity guest, Morty. Let's get to work.
Using their scientific gadgets, Rick and Morty devise a plan to stop the monster. They create a cerebral cortex destabilizer that they plan to shoot into the monster's brain through a specialized cannon.
Ah, Rick, are you sure this is safe? I mean, it's a giant monster.
Just leave the safety stuff to me, Morty.
As they launch the destabilizer, everything seems to be going according to plan, until the monster starts belching out rainbows and singing, "I Will Always Love You" by Whitney Houston.
What the hell? That destabilizer was supposed to shut down its brain functions.
Ah, Rick, I think we may have accidentally injected it with hallucinogens.
Oopsie daisy, my bad.
In the end, the monster stops its rampage and lies down, grooving to imaginary music. As Rick and Morty fly away, Kylian Mbappé thanks them for their help.
Kylian Mbappé, merci beaucoup. Now if you excuse moi, I need to go kick some footballs.
Ah, teenagers, they never change.
Trivia.
In an earlier version of the script, the underwater city crisis was caused by Rick accidentally dropping his burrito wrapper in the city's water supply. The monster's rainbow belching was achieved using a combination of CGI and Skittles. The episode's title, The Cerebral Cortex Catastrophe, was inspired by a scientific paper Rick once wrote on the effects of alcohol on brain activity. The episode begins with the camera panning over a bustling city street in New York, capturing the interconnected network of vehicles and towering buildings. The skyline is dominated by a tall building in the distance, which boasts a clock tower that stands as a symbol of power and influence in the Big Apple. As the camera continues to survey the scene, we see a group of scientists from the Assemble institution working within a laboratory, focused on the element neodymium. Their research is aimed at unlocking the element's full potential, with the potential to revolutionize renewable energy sources and more.
However, their work is disrupted by the sudden arrival of a bloodthirsty vampire clan, who have set their sights on obtaining the neodymium for their own nefarious purposes. The scientists are faced with a daunting challenge: to fend off the clan and protect their research while avoiding being turned into one of the bloodthirsty vampires.
As the episode progresses, we see the Assemble scientists employing a variety of scientific methods to combat the vampires, including using UV light, garlic extract, and silver bullets. Through their ingenuity and knowledge, they eventually manage to repel the vampire attack and safeguard their research. Despite the success against the vampires, the Assemble team faces ongoing challenges as they work to harness the potential of neodymium while fending off threats from both human and supernatural adversaries.
Dr. Johnson, our neodymium research is crucial to the future of renewable energy, but with the presence of these vampires, we must also focus on protecting ourselves in our work.
Dr. Lee, in order to combat the vampires, we must use our knowledge of chemistry and physics to develop new weapons and strategies that can defeat these creatures.
Professor Chen, the success of our neodymium research is paramount, but we cannot underestimate the danger posed by these bloodthirsty vampire clans. We must continue to innovate and adapt in order to succeed.
Title: The Hamburger Incident, a study in food and technology.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the relationship between food and technology, specifically through the lens of a hamburger and its doppelganger. Utilizing advanced scientific techniques and experimental processes, Rick and Morty navigate the complex and often bizarre world of fast food and modern communication devices as they investigate the strange phenomenon of the duplicate hamburger.
Introduction.
The story begins as Rick and Morty find themselves at a local bar, surrounded by the sights and sounds of rowdy patrons and questionable cuisine. As they settle in to enjoy a burger and some drinks, they notice a strange occurrence. A second hamburger has appeared on the table, identical to the first in every way. Intrigued by this anomaly, Rick decides to investigate further.
Methods.
The duo begins by examining the physical properties of the hamburgers, using a combination of chemical and visual analysis to determine their composition and structure. They also experiment with the cell phone and camera on the table, attempting to identify any potential connections between the devices and the hamburgers.
Results.
Their investigations lead them to a shocking discovery. The hamburgers are in fact sentient beings, created through a bizarre combination of technological and biological processes. The duplicate burger is revealed to be a clone of the first, produced through a malfunction in the camera's duplication feature. The phone is also determined to be responsible for the hamburger's consciousness, having been infused with a mysterious energy source that imbues the food items with life.
Discussion.
As Rick and Morty attempt to grapple with the implications of their findings, chaos ensues as the hamburgers gain sentience and begin wreaking havoc in the bar. The duo must use all their knowledge and ingenuity to stop the rampaging food items and prevent them from causing further damage. In the end, they succeed in neutralizing the duplicate burger and restoring order to the bar, though not without some humorous mishaps along the way.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode serves as a cautionary tale about the potential dangers of technology and its effects on the world around us. It also showcases the absurd and comedic side of scientific inquiry, as Rick and Morty navigate through the strange and unpredictable world of experimental research. Overall, it is a thrilling and hilarious adventure that is sure to leave audiences both entertained and enlightened.
This hamburger is a fascinating specimen. Its composition seems to defy all known principles of culinary science.
Yeah, it's like something out of a sci-fi movie. But why is there a second one?
It's a clone, Morty, generated by some kind of technological glitch.
Wow, that's crazy. And what about the phones and camera?
The energy source in those devices is what's giving the burgers consciousness. We need to find a way to shut it down before they cause any more trouble.
After a wild showdown with the rampaging hamburgers.
Well, Morty, I think we've learned a valuable lesson today. Don't mess with technology you don't understand.
Yeah, no kidding. I think I'm traumatized for life after that.
Relax, Morty. It's all in a day's work for a scientist like myself. Just another day in the wacky and unpredictable world of science.
Title: The Shapeshifter Serial Murders, a Radiohead, Crash Bandicoot and Sports Betting Affair.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in their lab, discussing Morty's recent obsession with sports betting. Suddenly, they receive a distress signal from an unknown planet and decide to investigate. Upon arrival, they find themselves in a room with a round floor and windows in the background, with a red and black striped ceiling.
Morty, this is the planet Zorgon, known for their intergalactic gambling tournaments. Looks like we stumbled upon some serious high-stakes gambling.
Rick, I don't think we're here to gamble.
As they investigate the room, they discover clues pointing towards a shapeshifter serial killer on the loose. The clues take them down a rabbit hole of mystery and intrigue, including encounters with a Radiohead concert and a Crash Bandicoot-themed amusement park.
This is like that game I used to play, Deja Vu, Olivia Rodrigo edition. Except, with real danger.
Focus, Morty, we've got a killer to catch.
As they narrow down the suspects, they realize that the killer could be anyone in the room, including themselves.
This is bad, Morty. We could be dealing with a shapeshifter. They could be anyone in this room, even one of us.
How do we figure out who the killer is?
Simple, Morty. We just need to determine who has the most to gain from these murders.
In the end, they uncover the killer and bring them to justice, but not before a hilarious chase scene through the Crash Bandicoot roller coaster and a Radiohead concert.
Wow, Rick, that was intense. I don't think I can handle that kind of excitement again.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got just the thing. Rick pulls out a flask and takes a swig.
What's that, Rick?
Pure genius, Morty. Pure genius.
Title: The Atrium of First Day Internet Bridgerton Code Chaos Meme.
Rick, Morty, and Summer were exploring a garden filled with flora and yttrium oxide. They stumbled upon a light-up object in the center that Rick identified as a yttrium-based energy source. As they examined the object, Morty exclaimed, "Whoa, this looks like the first day on the Internet Kid meme." Summer, who recently binge-watched Bridgerton, couldn't help but point out the similarities between the meme and the show's steamy scenes. Rick retorted by informing them of Code Geass, a show that had all the elements of Bridgerton and more. As they discussed their favorite shows, the yttrium energy source began to exhibit strange behavior and started emitting a bright light from all sides. Rick realized that they had inadvertently triggered a yttrium reaction with their discussion, and as a result, they were transported into an alternate universe. In this new universe, Rick, Morty, and Summer found themselves in a world where all the memes had come to life. They encountered the first day on the Internet Kid, who had now grown up to be an insane scientist, having created a dystopian world ruled by memes. In a hilarious series of events, they managed to overthrow the meme ruler by using their own memes against him. In the end, the trio managed to find their way back to their own universe, but not before Rick created a new meme that would forever be etched in internet history. Morty, Summer, and Rick high-fived as they walked away from the garden, back to their normal lives.
Title: A Scientifically Hilarious Adventure in a Smoothie Bar.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth entering a neon-lit room filled with tables and chairs. Rick promptly declares that they have entered a dimensional portal smoothie bar, a place where they can taste smoothies from different dimensions.
Welcome to the Dimensional Portal Smoothie Bar. Let's get blending.
Morty hesitates, but Jerry jumps for joy as he spots Sally right at a table in the corner. Jerry quickly rushes to her table to catch her attention, but Sally is uninterested in his advances.
Hey, Sally. I love space, too. I even named my cat Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Sally, that's cute.
Meanwhile, Rick and Beth start experimenting with creating sci-fi themed smoothies, adding strange herbs and unknown liquids. The atmosphere quickly turns chaotic as the smoothies morph into different colors and shapes.
This one looks like a pulsating nebula.
This one's like a black hole in a cup.
As the smoothie concoctions reach their peak, a strange paranormal entity emerges from one of the smoothies, and the episode turns into a ghost chase.
This is like Ghostbusters, only with more science.
The group eventually captures the entity and returns to their table, where they overhear gossip about the smoothie bar's dark secrets.
What do they mean by infinite dimensions and infinite terror?
As they ponder the meaning, they hilariously realize that they have created smoothies that have led to an intergalactic war.
Oops, that's one way to start an interdimensional conflict.
I guess our sci-fi recipes didn't work out too well.
The episode ends with the group escaping the smoothie bar, leaving behind the chaos and confusion they created.
What a bizarre adventure!
Overall, the episode is scientifically hilarious, blending elements of sci-fi, paranormal activity, and amusing social dynamics. The show's attention to detail and creative humor will leave viewers laughing and craving their own multi-dimensional smoothies.
Title: The Intergalactic Cooking Challenge.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty being invited to participate in an intergalactic cooking challenge hosted by a humanoid alien with a unique appearance. The alien, later identified as Aaron, is wearing a hat and glasses with a pair of monster ears on his head and a set of green eyes that seem to follow Rick and Morty wherever they go. As they begin the challenge, they are introduced to their competitors, all of whom have unique cooking styles and abilities. Rick is initially skeptical of their abilities but quickly changes his mind after tasting their dishes and realizing the level of competition he is up against. Morty, on the other hand, is excited about the challenge and decides to create his own recipe with the help of Diddy Kong, who happens to be one of their competitors and a skilled chef in his own right. As the challenge progresses, Rick becomes increasingly competitive and attempts to sabotage his competitors by introducing strange ingredients into their dishes. However, his attempts fail miserably and he ends up ruining his own dish in the process. Meanwhile, Morty's recipe is a huge success and he wins the challenge with Diddy Kong's help. The duo celebrates their victory, but Rick is left feeling bitter and defeated. In the end, the episode ends on a hilarious note, with Rick attempting to create a new dish with the strange ingredients he used earlier, only to have it blow up in his face.
Well, I guess you could say that dish was a real blast from the past.
Oh geez, Dad, that joke was so bad it gave me brain damage.
Aaron, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. My ears were in the way.
Diddy Kong, don't worry. Aaron, Rick's joke was bananas. But this cooking challenge was one of the best I've ever been a part of.
Title: The Underwater Crisis of the Yellow Jacket.
Rick and Morty venture into the depths of the ocean where they encounter a large underwater coral with a shark swimming overhead and a ship in the background with a light beam. Suddenly, they receive a distress call from the underwater city, which is under attack by an unknown creature.
Morty, we have to find out what's going on down there.
But it's so dark and scary.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. We're scientists, we'll figure it out.
As they arrive in the city, they discover that a notorious villain, Yellow Jacket, has taken over the city and is using a powerful device to control the minds of the citizens.
Oh great, Yellow Jacket. I thought I got rid of him in Egypt.
Egypt? You never told me about Egypt.
Long story, Morty. Let's focus on the task at hand.
They sneak into Yellow Jacket's base, disguised as falafel delivery guys, and come face to face with the villain himself.
Yellow Jacket, what do you want, peasants?
We're here to stop you and your evil plan.
Yellow Jacket, ha, you amateurs can't stop me. I have the power of the Predator on my side.
Suddenly, a wild predator from the Predator franchise appears out of nowhere and attacks Rick and Morty.
Oh great, just what we needed. A predator.
What do we do?
Just follow my lead.
Rick and Morty manage to defeat the Predator and take down Yellow Jacket's device, saving the city and its citizens.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy.
Just another day in the life of a scientist, Morty. Now let's go get some more falafel.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking away from the city, with a shot of the Predator's head mounted on a plaque behind them.
Title: The Brochure of Betrayal.
Overview.
The episode starts with our protagonists, Rick and Morty, examining a brochure that advertises a luxurious resort nestled amongst trees. Upon closer inspection, Rick discovers that the resort is actually a front for a hernia repair clinic run by a group of shady doctors. Determined to investigate further, Rick and Morty set out on a wild adventure filled with muckraker humor and thrilling hijinks.
Act 1.
Morty, get me my portal gun. We need to check out this hernia repair place.
Why, Rick? What's the big deal?
The big deal, Morty, is that this brochure is a cleverly disguised trap for unsuspecting tourists. I can smell the malpractice from here.
Act 2.
Upon arriving at the resort, Rick and Morty are greeted by the smooth-talking Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Johnson, welcome, gentlemen. I see that you're interested in our revolutionary hernia repair treatment. Step right this way.
Yeah, we'll step right this way. All right, Morty, keep your eyes peeled for any signs of danger.
Like what, Rick?
You'll know it when you see it, Morty.
Act 3. As Rick and Morty delve deeper into the clinic, they uncover a sinister plot involving stolen organs and black market surgery.
Rick, what are we gonna do? These guys are crazy.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a plan. We're gonna go undercover as interior designers and infiltrate their operation from the inside.
But Rick, we don't know anything about interior design.
That's never stopped us before, Morty.
Act 4. Disguised as bumbling interior designers, Rick and Morty gain access to the inner workings of the clinic. However, their cover is soon blown when they accidentally set fire to the waiting room.
All right, Morty, it's time to abandon ship. We've got what we came for.
But Rick, what did we even come for?
The truth, Morty, the truth, and now we have it.
Epilogue.
As Rick and Morty sit back in the safety of their lab, they reflect on their wild adventure and the lessons they've learned.
You know, Morty, sometimes the best way to uncover the truth is to pretend to be someone you're not.
I don't know, Rick. I feel kinda bad about lying to those people.
Don't worry, Morty, these guys were scumbags. Besides, there's always a little bit of truth in every lie, and a little bit of lie in every truth.
Oh, I don't think that's how it works, Rick.
Science is all about perspective, Morty, and our perspective is that we had one hell of a good time today.
Narrator: a green lizard was observed standing on a street corner, carrying a tool in its mouth and a tool in its hand. Environmental scientist Dr. Jane analyzed the lizard's behavior, measuring its body temperature and tracking its movements to determine its ecological impact on the surrounding environment.
Dr. Jane, based on my observations, the lizard is most likely a non-native species, and its presence in this urban environment could have negative effects on local ecosystems.
Suddenly, a time-traveling assassin appeared, intent on eradicating the lizard from history. The assassin, armed with advanced weapons and technology, announced a plot to eliminate all lizards from the planet's timeline.
Assassin, the lizards are a species that will eventually cause significant harm to future ecosystems, and their removal is necessary for the preservation of the planet.
However, a group of clever lizards from the future had also traveled back in time to stop the assassin. In a surprising turn of events, the lizards engaged in a heated debate with the assassin over the value of their species, knowledge of history, economics, and ecological value. Meanwhile, a ninja cooking show was being filmed nearby, featuring a chef preparing exotic lizard dishes. The show clashed with the current situation, causing tension between the two groups.
Chef, these lizards might be delicious and culturally significant, but they must be prepared sustainably, or our future generations won't have the opportunity to taste them.
The debate continued, with Dr. Jane providing scientific evidence on the ecological importance of the lizards for future ecosystems. Eventually, the assassin was convinced and agreed not to interfere with the lizard's timeline.
Assassin, you have enlightened me with your knowledge, and I see the value of your species. Your presence in the ecosystem is important and must be preserved.
The lizards returned to the future with a new appreciation for their own ecological significance, while Dr. Jane continued her research to understand the complex interrelation between species in different ecological niches. The Ninja Cooking Show went on to feature sustainable and culturally significant recipes without causing harm to any ecosystem or animal world. Title: The Feline Encounter.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo embark on a scientific journey to study the behavior of two domesticated felines sitting on top of a table next to each other. Jerry tags along for the ride, adding his own brand of humor to the mix. As they observe the cats, they discover that one of them is actually a highly advanced alien creature known as a tribble, made famous in the Star Trek universe.
Alright, Morty. Let's conduct our experiment and see how these cats interact with each other.
Rick, what's Jerry doing here?
It's a free country, Morty. Plus, I wanted to see some funny pets.
Jerry, always the comedy genius. Alright, let's see. Interesting. The cats seem to be in a staring contest.
Maybe they're just admiring each other's beauty.
Or maybe they're communicating telepathically.
Rolling his eyes. Oh sure, Jerry, because cats have superpowers. Pauses. Wait a minute. This one cat is emitting some kind of energy field.
Whoa, that cat is glowing.
It's like something out of Star Trek.
Bingo. This is a tribble, a highly advanced alien species. We need to capture it and study it.
But Rick, isn't it dangerous to mess with aliens?
Jokingly, come on Morty, live a little.
Sarcastically, Jerry, you always know how to lighten the mood. Alright, let's get this tribble and take it back to the lab.
The trio then proceed to capture the tribble and bring it back to their lab where they run a series of tests on it, resulting in a comical disaster. The feline encounter showcases the wacky humor and scientific curiosity that defines the world of Rick and Morty.
Title: An investigation on the effects of food advertising on consumer perception.
Introduction. The episode begins with an advertisement showcasing two pictures of a man and woman holding a plate of food and smiling at the camera, and a woman holding a plate of food. The ad is for a popular restaurant called Victoria's Secret, known for its unique and exotic cuisine. The advertisement is targeted towards individuals who are interested in trying new foods and exploring different cultures. However, as the episode progresses, it becomes clear that there is more to this advertisement than meets the eye.
Methodology.
To investigate the effects of this advertisement on consumer perception, our team of researchers conducted a survey of individuals who had seen the advertisement. The survey measured their opinions on Victoria's Secret, their likelihood of visiting the restaurant, and their attitudes towards trying new foods. Additionally, we conducted a series of interviews with a professional chef to gain insight into the techniques and strategies used in food advertising.
Results.
Our research revealed that the advertisement positively influenced consumer perception of Victoria's Secret. Participants reported an increased likelihood of visiting the restaurant and rated the quality of the food more highly than those who had not seen the advertisement. Additionally, the interview with the chef provided insights into the use of aesthetically pleasing visuals and carefully selected language to elicit a positive emotional response from viewers.
Conclusion.
This episode demonstrates the power of food advertising to influence consumer perception and behavior. By carefully crafting an advertisement that appeals to individuals' desires for novelty and unique experiences, brands such as Victoria's Secret can effectively attract new customers and cultivate a positive reputation. However, it is important to consider the potential effects of these advertisements on individuals' health and eating behaviors, as well as the ethics of using emotionally manipulative tactics in advertising. Further research is needed to investigate the broader impacts of food advertising on society and inform policy decisions.
Host. Thank you for joining us today on our investigation on the effects of food advertising. Tune in next time as we continue to explore the fascinating world of consumer psychology and behavior.
Title: The Gastronomic Adventure of Rick and Morty.
Abstract. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a quest to satisfy their insatiable appetites by seeking out the most exotic and delectable dishes in the universe. During their gastronomic adventure, they encounter a haunted wine tasting, exotic shorthairs, eggplants, and Popeyes.
Act 1.
Morty, we're on a mission to find the most gastronomically exquisite dishes in the universe.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what does that have to do with this table topped with different types of food and a knife?
This is just the beginning, Morty. We're going to taste everything on this table, and then we're going to explore the universe for even more dishes.
Act 2.
Morty, I've detected a haunted wine tasting in this sector of the universe. Let's check it out.
A haunted wine tasting? Is that even a thing?
Of course it is, Morty. The spectral notes give the wine an unparalleled flavor.
Act 3.
Exotic shorthair. Meow meow. Welcome to my exotic food stall. I have the finest delicacies in the universe.
Excellent. We'll take one of everything on your menu.
Even the eggplants, Rick? I don't like eggplants.
Morty, don't be ridiculous. You have to have an open mind when it comes to gastronomy.
Act 4.
Morty, I've heard about this place called Popeyes. They have the crispiest chicken in the universe. Let's go there next.
Okay, Rick. But I feel like we're getting off track from the whole gastronomically exquisite mission.
Nonsense, Morty. That chicken is a culinary marvel.
Act 5.
Morty, we've done it. We've tasted every dish in the universe.
Rick, I feel sick. How are we going to get out of here?
Don't worry, Morty. I've created a portal that will take us back home.
Epilogue.
Morty, that was one of the most gastronomically satisfying adventures we've ever been on.
I don't think I can ever eat again, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. There's always more food to be discovered.
The end.
Title: Interspecies Dialogue.
Opening shot. A man named Tanjiro Kamado is shown sitting at a wooden desk in his home, with an orange exotic short-hair cat and a seagull perched behind him. A bird is shown standing on the table in front of him. Tanjiro Kamado is a postgraduate student of zoology and expert in interspecies communication.
Tanjiro Kamado, greetings to all the species present here. As a zoologist, my research is oriented towards studying the different forms of communication among different animal species. Today we have a rare opportunity to conduct a live interspecies dialogue.
Orange is the new Black's crazy eye, played by Uzo Aduba, accompanied by a flock of seagulls, walks in. The seagulls squawk excitedly and fly to perch themselves behind Tanjiro Kamado's desk.
Tanjiro Kamado, welcome, Crazy Eye and the seagulls, to today's show. Can you tell us how seagulls communicate with each other?
Crazy Eye. Well, as someone who has spent time observing seagulls in their native habitat, I can tell you that they make a variety of sounds, including squawks, chirps, and trills. These sounds serve as social cues, alerts, and warnings.
Tanjiro Kamado, fascinating. And how do seagulls communicate with other species?
Devo, we use our body language. We tilt our heads, flap our feathers, and open our beaks to display our emotions. This is how we communicate with other species.
As they continue talking, the exotic short-haired cat suddenly jumps onto the table and begins to speak.
Cat, excuse me, but I have something to say. As a domesticated feline, I have been able to develop complex communication skills with my human counterparts, which have helped me acquire food and other privileges.
Tanjiro Kamado, indeed, the communication skills of domesticated animals are incredibly sophisticated, and it is fascinating to study how they adapt to communicate with their human companions.
The bird on the table starts to chirp, drawing everyone's attention.
Bird, can I get a word in? As a bird, we have our own unique ways of communicating, such as singing and territorial displays.
Tanjiro Kamado, absolutely. It is essential to consider every species' unique communication skills to understand the complexities of interspecies communication.
As the discussion draws to a close, they all acknowledge the significance of studying interspecies communication and the potential it holds for unlocking the mysteries of animal behavior.
Closing shot. The camera zooms out, showing Tanjiro Kamado surrounded by a diverse group of animals, all communicating in their own unique ways, showcasing the beauty of animal communication.
Title: The Rainbow Experiment. Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry embark on a scientific expedition to study a peculiar rainbow that has appeared over a nearby grassy field.
Opening scene.
Morty, Jerry, come quick. There's a rainbow.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing.
What's so special about a rainbow?
That's not just any rainbow, Jerry. It's a rainbow of unknown origin and composition. We need to study it immediately.
Scientific analysis.
Rick leads the team in analyzing the rainbow using an array of high-tech scientific instruments.
He discovers that the rainbow is not just a natural phenomenon, but the result of an experiment gone awry by a group of alien scientists.
This rainbow was created by advanced alien technology. It's a result of their experiment to create the most beautiful thing in the universe.
Whoa, that's wild.
I don't know about this, Rick. It seems dangerous.
Nonsense, Jerry. This is science at its finest. Let's see what happens when we mess with it.
Jokes and shenanigans.
As Rick tamper with the alien device responsible for creating the rainbow, things start to get crazy. The rainbow begins to produce various colors and effects that lead to hilarious scenarios, including Morty turning into a giant rainbow marshmallow, Jerry becoming a disco ball, and Rick becoming a unicorn.
This is amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Rick, I don't feel so good.
Help! I'm a human disco ball.
Conclusion.
After a wild adventure, the team finally manages to fix the alien device and restore order to the rainbow. However, they quickly realize that their experiment has attracted unwanted attention from other alien races, who want to use the device for their own purposes.
Well, Morty, it looks like we have a new adventure on our hands. Get ready for more crazy science.
Oh boy, here we go again.
I need a drink.
Title: The Felid Fiasco, Rick and Morty versus the Egyptian Mao. Synopsis:
Rick and Morty are sitting in the garage when they spot an unusual interdimensional portal opening up in front of them. Out of it pops a cat wielding a sword in one hand and a lightsaber in the other, standing in front of a purple background. After some initial confusion and hilarity, Rick deduces that the cat is none other than the infamous Egyptian Mao, a feline assassin feared throughout the multiverse for his deadly skills.
Morty, quick, we gotta take down this cat before he takes us down.
But Rick, he's got a sword and a lightsaber. How are we even supposed to do that?
Beth enters the garage and notices the commotion.
What's going on in here?
Egyptian Mao, Beth, we're dealing with some serious stuff here.
Seriously? You're fighting a cat with a sword and a lightsaber? You guys are ridiculous.
Suddenly, the Egyptian Mao disappears and the trio is transported onto a strange spaceship. They soon realize they are not alone. An alien race is observing them from a holographic projection.
Alien, greetings, Earthlings. We have been observing your planet for quite some time and have chosen you to participate in our annual intergalactic workout challenge.
What the hell kind of workout challenge is this?
Alien, you will be pitted against some of the toughest and most physically demanding exercises in the galaxy. Do you accept?
Sure, why not?
Rick and Morty reluctantly agree and prepare for the challenge. However, things quickly go wrong when they encounter Sasuke Uchiha, a vengeful ninja seeking to avenge his lost love. Amidst the chaos and funny workout mishaps, the Egyptian Mao suddenly reappears and engages Rick and Morty in a fierce battle.
Oh man, this is wild.
You're telling me, Morty, this Egyptian Mao is one tough kitty.
As the battle intensifies, the trio suddenly discover that the alien challenge was just a front for an intergalactic fight club. They must now face their toughest opponents yet, a group of misfit extraterrestrial creatures with hilarious quirks.
Oh man, Morty, this is the most insane fight club I've ever seen.
I know, Rick, this is crazy.
In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, having defeated all of their opponents including the Egyptian Mao and Sasuke Uchiha. They are awarded a prize of incredible power, but soon realize that their victory may have come at a greater cost than they anticipated.
Hey boys, welcome back. How was it?
Well, let's just say we learned not to mess with cats with swords and lightsabers.
And funny workout mishaps, and awkward alien encounters, and intergalactic fight clubs.
Honestly, I don't even know why I ask anymore.
End.
Title: The Hassium Spoon.
The episode begins with Dr. Johnson and his team examining a computer desk with a futuristic design on its surface. They were testing the desk's antimicrobial properties using a unique compound of hassium. The desk revealed spectacular results, proving to be highly effective in controlling bacterial growth. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor arrives in the lab. He introduces himself as Bojangles, a famous chef, and asks Dr. Johnson for help with his critical medical condition. After diagnosis, Dr. Johnson discovers that Bojangles is suffering from nephrectomy, a rare kidney ailment. The only hope for his survival is an experimental treatment which involves ingesting a specially designed spoon made of plastic. This spoon, developed by the ingenious mind of Dr. Johnson, releases a controlled dose of medication into Bojangles' body, targeting the affected kidney. Despite initial skepticism, the treatment proved to be successful, with Bojangles' condition gradually improving. He expresses his gratitude to Dr. Johnson and his team, inviting them to experience his culinary creations as a token of appreciation. The team was delighted with the offer, and upon arriving at Bojangles' restaurant, they are surprised to see the scientific application of their work. Bojangles had installed the same antimicrobial computer desks in all of his kitchens, ensuring optimal hygiene and food safety. In conclusion, the Hassium spoon demonstrates the fusion of science and medicine, paving the way for innovative treatments. The episode ends with Dr. Johnson and his team enjoying their delicious meals while discussing future collaborations with Bojangles. Narrator. In this episode, we follow the exploits of a man in a blue shirt as he uses his laptop on a field with a large object looming in the background in Vietnam. The man in the blue shirt is a historian, interested in the history of the object before him, while his companion is an environmental engineer.
Historian. This object seems to have been here for centuries. It has a distinct shape, and I'm certain that it has played an important role in the history of this region.
Environmental engineer. Do you have any idea what this object is made of? Its surface appears to be heavily corroded and weather-beaten.
Historian. Yes, I believe it's made of some kind of ancient alloy. It's quite remarkable that it has stood up to the elements for so long.
Environmental engineer. Fascinating. But what brings us here today?
Historian. Well, my research has led me to believe that this object may have been visited by E.T. the extraterrestrial, Elliot, who crash-landed on our planet in the 80s.
Environmental engineer, E.T. The fictional alien?
Historian. Not so fast. The cerebrum of the alien species is larger than that of humans, a fact we know from research into computer science of their technology. Maybe they existed, maybe they still do.
Environmental engineer. Intriguing. And what are we to do with this information?
Historian. Well, for starters, we need to study this object more closely. We could learn a lot from its composition and structure.
Environmental engineer. And maybe, just maybe, we can find some link between this object and ET. Narrator. As the sun begins to set, the two scientists pack up their gear and head back to the lab, eager to continue their investigation into this mysterious object and the possibility of extraterrestrial life.
Title: The Satanic Haunted House Party Infiltration.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty accompanying a man wearing a party hat with a cake on his head and a burger on his shoulder, who introduces himself as Larry Page, the founder of a new fast food chain called In-N-Out Burger. Rick expresses his admiration for Page's entrepreneurial spirit and offers to give him a tour of one of his latest inventions, a machine that can transport them to any haunted house party in the multiverse. After arriving at the party, Morty discovers that the partygoers are actually members of a satanic cult, who plan to sacrifice the guests to summon their demonic master. Rick and Morty put on their comedy t-shirts depicting Lelouch Lamperouge from Code Geass and infiltrate the cult in order to stop their evil plan. As they sneak around the haunted house, Rick and Morty encounter various traps and puzzles, including a room in which they must solve calculus equations to pass through. In one hilarious scene, Morty accidentally sets off a trap that results in his body being transformed into that of a pug. With the help of their t-shirts and quick thinking, Rick and Morty are able to disrupt the cult's rituals and save the guests from being sacrificed. The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying their victory with some delicious In-N-Out burgers and Larry Page joining them as a new member of their team.
Larry, you've got a real knack for burgers. Want to join our adventure team?
Larry Page. Sure thing, Rick. I've always wanted to explore the multiverse.
And I gotta say, Larry, your burger game is on point.
It's a match made in bacon cheeseburger heaven.
Title: The Purple Bird Person.
Summary. In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with Naruto Uzumaki to participate in a racing game against Bird Person. Along the way, they encounter an attractive purple bird and Rick tries to set Morty up on an awkward first date.
Scene 1. The episode starts with Rick and Morty working on one of Rick's inventions.
Morty, we need to win this racing game. I've enlisted Naruto Uzumaki to help us.
Naruto? Like, from the anime?
Yes, Morty, that Naruto. And he's bringing his racing skills with him. Scene 2. They arrive at the track to find Bird Person waiting for them.
Bird Person, I see you've brought some reinforcements, Rick. But I warn you, I won't go easy on you.
Bring it on, Bird Person. We're not afraid of a little competition.
Scene 3. The race begins and things get crazy with Naruto using his ninja skills to navigate through obstacles and Rick using his portal gun to teleport ahead.
Scene 4. As they race past a green field, they spot a stunning purple bird sitting on a tree stump.
Morty, check out that bird. She's a real looker.
I don't think that's appropriate, Rick.
Naruto, who cares about birds? Let's finish this race.
Scene 5. Rick manages to summon the courage to approach the purple bird and attempts to set Morty up on a date with her.
Hey there, beautiful. My grandson Morty is single and ready to mingle.
Purple bird. Flustered. I don't know about that.
Embarrassed. Rick, why are you doing this to me?
Scene 6. The date takes a turn for the worse when Morty accidentally spills a drink on the purple bird.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'll get you another drink.
Purple bird. Indignant. No, forget it. This date is over.
Scene 7. Meanwhile, the race is heating up with Bird Person taking the lead.
Bird Person, you can't catch me, Rick. My wings were built for speed.
Scene 8. Just as all hope seems lost, Naruto pulls off an incredible maneuver that puts them in the lead.
Naruto, believe it.
Scene 9. In the final stretch, Bird Person and Rick engage in a fierce battle that ends with Rick sacrificing victory to help Bird Person avoid a fatal crash.
You win this time, Bird Person. But remember, I saved your life.
Scene 10. As they leave the track, Morty reflects on the failed date.
I can't believe I messed that up.
Don't worry, Morty. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Or in this case, birds on tree stumps.
The end. Narrator. The episode, Olives and Animated Sitcoms in the Titanic Robot Clash, follows a sci-fi adventure involving Captain Kirk as he clears his mind and walks through the Starship Enterprise, encountering various olive-themed creatures and animated characters along the way. Captain Kirk, computer, set course for the nearest planet with a supply of olives. Narrator. As the ship journeys through space, Captain Kirk encounters a variety of olive-themed creatures, each with their unique biological and behavioral characteristics.
Dr. McCoy. Captain, these olives are displaying a remarkable ability to adapt their physiology to their environment.
Captain Kirk, fascinating. Let's study them further. Narrator. The crew of the Enterprise also stumbles upon a variety of animated sitcom characters, each with their unique personalities and quirks.
Sheldon Cooper, from The Big Bang Theory, Bazinga. It appears we have a situation involving a clash between robots on the infamous Titanic.
Narrator. As the situation unfolds, Captain Kirk and his crew must navigate the treacherous conflict while studying the unique robotic technologies involved.
Lieutenant Uhura, Captain, the robots appear to be utilizing cutting-edge AI technology with integrated self-repair mechanisms.
Narrator. In the end, Captain Kirk and his crew are able to resolve the conflict and return to the Enterprise, grateful for the new insights gained during this exciting journey. Captain Kirk, computer, set course for home.
I have a feeling the olives will taste better back on Earth.
Narrator. The episode concludes with the ship journeying into the vastness of space, leaving behind a fascinating world of olives, animated sitcoms, and technological marvels.
Title: Quantum Hoops and Mastectomy.
The episode commences with Rick, Morty, and Beth playing basketball in a futuristic court.
The background showcases a solar system with 3 suns while a black hole orbits the hoop.
The foreground depicts a gravity-defying basketball hoop that speeds up the ball as it gets closer.
Dribbling the ball. Look, Morty, the hoop physics here is non-Euclidean. It's like shooting into the 9th dimension.
Jumps to steal the ball but misses. Aw geez, Rick. Can't we just play on a regular court?
Shoots the ball and scores. Come on, Morty, we're just having fun.
Suddenly, Turanga Leela from Futurama appears at the court, holding an arcade basketball device.
Leela, hey, can I join in? I've been practicing on this thing.
Arcade basketball? Thieved. Fine. I guess we can use another player.
The 4 proceed to play, each scoring with incredible skill and ease. Urza Scarlet suddenly bursts into the court, wielding her sword in battle mode.
Urza, I challenge you all to wield your basketballs as swords. I seek honor for my guild.
Rolling her eyes, really?
Points to Urza's scarlet hair. And what's with your hair?
Urza, flustered, I've had this hair since I was born.
Can we please just play normal basketball?
As they continue playing, the intercom announces the start of Unicorn Idol auditions.
Whistles. Ooh, I've always wanted to be a judge in that show.
Oh, it's always the same thing. Singing unicorns and rainbows.
Hands over the basketball to Morty. You know, Rick, I've been considering a mastectomy.
Drops the ball in shock. Mom, why are you talking about that now?
Raising his eyebrows. Beth, that's a very serious surgery. We should talk about this.
As the game ends, they find themselves transported to a unicorn-themed hospital. The doctors, who are also unicorns, prepare Beth for the operation.
Nervously, am I doing the right thing?
Holding her hand. Of course you are, Beth. We'll be here when you wake up.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Beth settling in the waiting room, watching the unicorn doctors perform the mastectomy while cheering and singing, "Let's Get Down to Business," from Mulan.
This is so weird.
Holding a sandwich. Hey, at least we got some entertainment.
Title: Teleportation Experiment Gone Wrong, The Vampire Yoga Disaster.
The episode starts with Rick attempting to test his latest teleportation device, which he proudly claims has a 99.9% success rate. Morty, uncertain of the device's safety, hesitantly agrees to participate in the experiment as Rick teleports them to Home Depot. However, due to a miscalculation in the device's GPS system, they end up in a vampire yoga studio instead.
Morty, it seems we've entered a place of questionable repute, a vampire yoga studio no less. The epitome epion of pretentiousness.
Rick, what's an epitome epion?
It's a fancy way of saying, the most perfect example of something, Morty. Keep up.
As they try to escape the studio, they come across a group of vampires performing their daily sun salutations. Morty, being Morty, tries to offer them some of his Michael's Craft Store coupons as a peace offering, but the vampires attack.
Hey, take these coupons. They'll help you save money on arts and craft supplies.
Vampire. Yes, just what we need to quench our insatiable thirst for blood.
In the ensuing chaos, the teleportation device malfunctions, causing Rick and Morty to switch bodies with two of the vampires. Rick, now in a vampire's body, is initially horrified. Morty, now a bat, is having the time of his life.
Oh great, now I'm a vampire. This is worse than that time I got turned into a pickle.
Woo-hoo! I can fly! This is better than my dreams where I'm a pony!
They eventually figure out how to switch back, but not before causing a lot of mayhem and destruction in the yoga studio. In the end, Rick and Morty are safely back in their own bodies, but the teleportation device is completely destroyed.
Well, that was an adventure. Can we go back to just doing normal stuff now?
Normal is overrated, Morty. Let's go find a new experiment to mess with. I heard Elon Musk is working on a Mars colony. Think we can mess with that?
And so, as they strut away from the vampire yoga studio, Rick and Morty leave behind a trail of destruction and a few confused vampires wondering what just happened.
Title: The Physics of Arcade Basketball.
Opening shot. A man holding a basketball with a brightly lit electric storm in the background.
Narrator: Our protagonist, a basketball enthusiast, challenges his friends to an intense arcade basketball game. However, little did he know that this seemingly harmless game would turn into a scientific exploration of motion, force, and energy.
Researcher 1. Through careful analysis of the ball's trajectory, we can deduce the angle at which the player should release the ball for optimal distance and accuracy.
Researcher 2. Furthermore, the force exerted on the ball upon release can be calculated through the use of motion equations.
Narrator: Our protagonist begins to experiment with different techniques and angles, attempting to achieve the perfect shot.
Protagonist. What if I try releasing the ball at a 45-degree angle?
Researcher 1. Excellent hypothesis. Let's test it out.
Narrator: The protagonist lines up his shot, releases the ball at a 45-degree angle, and scores a perfect shot.
Protagonist. Yes, it worked. Researcher 2. We can also calculate the energy required to score a basket. By measuring the height of the basket and the energy needed to lift the ball to that height, we can determine the amount of work done on the ball.
Narrator: As the protagonist continues to play, his understanding of the underlying physics deepens.
Protagonist. I'm beginning to see how all these factors come together to produce the perfect shot. It's amazing how much physics is involved in something as seemingly simple as arcade basketball.
Narrator: With a newfound appreciation for the science behind the game, the protagonist continues to hone his skills and dominate the court.
Closing shot. The protagonist achieving his highest score yet while his friends look on in awe.
Title: The Gastronomic Adventures of Rick and Morty. Synopsis: in this episode, the Smith family decides to have a family dinner. But things take a scientific turn when Rick decides to use his innovative culinary skills to make the ultimate meal.
Snaps into a Slim Jim. All right, Morty, we're gonna make this dinner fantastic.
Rick, no, not with the food, man.
Dad, what are you doing?
Hold your horses, Beth. I'm gonna make a molecular gastronomy dish that'll blow your mind. Pulls out a flask of liquid nitrogen.
Confused. Is this safe?
Smirks. Of course it's safe, Jerry. Unless you're allergic to awesomeness.
Sarcastically, oh boy, here we go again.
Begins to pour the liquid nitrogen onto the food. This is gonna create a reaction that will turn this humble meal into a culinary masterpiece.
Rick, isn't that dangerous?
Shrugs. Meh, a little danger never hurt anyone. Zaps the food with a laser to speed up the reaction.
Impressed. Whoa, this looks incredible.
Surprised. I gotta admit, Rick really outdid himself this time.
Jokingly, I can't wait to see what kind of bathroom trip this meal gives me.
Smirks. The ultimate test of a true gourmet dish. Let's eat.
As the family digs in, they all begin to experience a range of unusual yet hilarious side effects from the meal, from spontaneous dancing to uncontrollable belching. In the end, they all agree that the meal was truly worth the crazy risks taken by Rick.
Burps loudly. That was amazing.
Smirks. That's how we do it in this house, Morty. That's how we do it.
Title: The Effects of Tapotamon on Thai Green Roofs and its Surrounding Water Bodies.
Opening shot of a building in Thailand with a green roof and a tree on top of it. The camera then pans down to show a body of water below it. Narrator: in recent years, the use of green roofs has been increasingly recognized as an important solution to mitigate the urban heat island effect and reduce stormwater runoff in cities. However, little research has been done on the impact of certain techniques such as AiTelevision on the health and biodiversity of these green roofs and its surrounding water bodies. Enter protagonist, Dr. Jane.
Dr. Jane, my team and I conducted a series of experiments to investigate the effects of AiTelevision on the green roof and water body below it.
Enter supporting characters, Research Assistants 1 and 2.
Research Assistant 1. Tapotamon is a massage technique commonly used in Thai traditional medicine where rhythmic tapping is applied to the body to increase blood flow and improve overall health.
Research Assistant 2. We applied this technique to the green roof, simulating the tapping motion on the vegetation. We then collected samples of the vegetation and soil to analyze changes in biodiversity.
Dr. Jane, our findings showed that AiTelevision significantly increased the diversity of plant species on the green roof, promoting a healthier ecosystem.
Enter secondary antagonist, pollution. Narrator: however, the experiment also revealed a concerning effect on the water body below the green roof.
Dr. Jane, the runoff from the AiTelevision treatment contained high levels of pollutants such as nitrogen and phosphorus, leading to an increase in harmful algal blooms in the water.
Narrator: the team then worked to find ways to mitigate this negative impact.
Enter supporting character, environmental engineer.
Environmental engineer, we installed phytoremediation systems and biofilters to reduce the amount of pollutants in the runoff water.
Closing shot of the green roof and water body.
Narrator: in conclusion, AiTelevision can be a beneficial technique for promoting biodiversity on green roofs. However, careful consideration and management is needed to prevent negative impacts on surrounding ecosystems.
Title: The Mobbed Balloon Heist.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth embark on an intergalactic adventure to heist the world's largest balloon, the mobbed balloon, which floats menacingly in the sky with a cloud in the background and a rocket soaring past it. To undertake this feat, the team employs various scientific techniques, including the use of hassium to melt through the balloon's thick outer layer and obtain the pure oxygen inside. Rick and Morty also experiment with bouillabaisse, a soup that acts as a powerful explosive, to blow the balloon open. However, the heist goes awry when they discover that the mobbed balloon is actually a secret laboratory of Jeff Bezos, who is conducting a futuristic space opera research project to create the ultimate weapon. In true Rick and Morty fashion, chaos ensues as they try to stop Bezos and his team while simultaneously avoiding the space police led by none other than Sam Malone from Cheers. The episode is filled with lots of jokes and crazy antics, such as Jerry's attempts to impress Beth by suggesting ideas for their own balloon-based business, Balloon B&B, Morty accidentally getting high on the bouillabaisse, and Rick turning himself into a balloon to avoid getting caught by the space police. In the end, the team manages to thwart Bezos' evil plan and escape with the stolen oxygen, leaving behind a trail of hilarity and destruction.
Title: The Spectral Absorption of Space Station Vacation.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth on a luxury space station orbiting Earth. Rick brags about the station's state-of-the-art scientific equipment, including a spectral absorption analyzer. Morty is excited for some space mimosas, while Beth tries to relax after a stressful week at work. Rick notices a disturbance in the spectral absorption readings, and they investigate. They discover that Olivia Rodrigo, the famous singer, has secretly boarded the station to escape her fans. Morty fanboys over her, while Beth remains skeptical. Journalist: "Excuse me, I'm a journalist and I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Is there something suspicious going on?"
"Oh, just a minor spectral anomaly. Nothing to worry about."
Journalist: "I'd like to do a story on this space station vacation. Can I interview you and your family?" Beth reluctantly agrees, hoping to get some positive publicity for her veterinary clinic back on Earth. But things quickly spiral out of control when Morty accidentally reveals Olivia's location to her fans on social media.
Lydia Rodrigo, I can't stay hidden forever. I have a concert tonight on Earth. Can you help me get there safely?
Sure, why not? But we'll need to use the spectral analyzer to avoid any detection.
As they make their way to Earth, they encounter a series of hilarious mishaps and run-ins with government agents. Morty becomes the unlikely hero, using his knowledge of Olivia's hit songs to distract her fans and save the day.
Well, that was quite an adventure. But what about the spectral absorption anomaly? Did we ever figure out what caused it?
Probably just some space debris or something. Who cares? Let's go get some more space mimosas.
The episode ends with a fun musical number featuring Olivia and Morty singing a duet about the perils of intergalactic travel.
Title: Corncob Chronicles, A Tamale Takedown.
Morty, I've discovered a new formula to exponentially increase the taste of tamales.
Wow, Rick! That's amazing! How do we do it?
You guys better not be scheming another one of your crazy experiments.
Yeah, we don't need another incident like that time you turned me into a vegetable.
Relax, Beth, Jerry. It's just a harmless experiment. All we need is some corn cobs, tamales, and a lot of parsley.
Why parsley, Rick?
It's all about the terpenes, Morty. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a bad idea.
Oh, come on. It's just tamales. What's the worst that could happen?
They all gather around the white surface with the corn on the cob and tamales placed on it.
Now, watch closely as I sprinkle some parsley on the tamales.
Oh man, they're glowing.
Are those supposed to glow like that?
I think we should back away slowly.
Suddenly, the tamales start to grow and expand uncontrollably, pushing everyone away from the table.
Well, that's not supposed to happen.
What do we do now?
I vote we run.
As they try to escape the expanding tamales, the corn cobs with parsley start to react, causing a chemical reaction that results in a massive explosion.
I told you this was a bad idea.
Hey, calm down, Beth. It's just science, and I think we just discovered a new energy source.
Yeah, but we destroyed the kitchen.
And I lost my appetite for tamales.
I think we're done with your experiments, Rick.
Fine, fine. Let's just order some pizza instead.
The group walks away as the smoke clears, leaving a devastated kitchen and a lot of unanswered scientific questions.
Title: The Aquatic Adventures of a Polar Bear, Surviving a Deserted Island Beast. Synopsis: In this episode, a polar bear is seen swimming in the vast ocean towards an isolated island, with a blue sky and clouds as its backdrop. As it approaches the island, the bear detects a scent that triggers its primal instincts. It swims faster and reaches the shore, only to encounter an unknown beast that had also made the island its home. The bear soon realizes that the beast is none other than a humongous walrus that had stranded on the island months ago and had to adapt to its new surroundings to survive.
Characters:
Polar bear, Ursus maritimus. Walrus, Odobenus rosmarus.
Scene 1.
Polar bear. My journey towards this isolated island was triggered by my keen sense of smell, detecting a foreign odor emanating from the land. As I reached the shores of the island, my eyes rested upon a massive creature that had made it its home. My first instinct was to attack, but my experience told me to observe its behavior and plan my attack accordingly. Scene 2.
Walrus. Having made this island my home for the past few months, I had to adapt to the harsh living conditions here. My search for food led me to consume anything I could find on the island, even plants and insects. Today, as I lay basking in the sun, I caught the scent of an intruder. As I opened my eyes, I saw a white predator, its eyes fixed on me.
Scene 3.
Polar bear. I soon realized that the beast in front of me was a walrus, a formidable opponent with a thick layer of blubber and a pair of tusks. I needed a plan, and fast. I decided to strike when the walrus least expected it, when it was vulnerable and off guard.
Scene 4.
Walrus. I was aware of the predator's stealth tactics, and I had to stay alert at all times. As I noticed it inching closer to me, I prepared myself for a counterattack. The bear lunged at me, but I managed to dodge its attack by rolling away swiftly. I then thrusted my tusks towards the predator, puncturing its skin.
Scene 5.
Polar bear. The impact of the tusks was excruciating, and I recoiled in agony. I knew I had to regroup and think of a new plan. I retreated to the safety of the water, knowing that I could outswim the walrus, a creature more suited to land than water.
Scene 6.
Walrus. As I watched the predator retreat to the water, I knew that it was a smart move. I decided to follow it, knowing that I had an upper hand in the water. I dived into the water and chased after the predator, my tusks ready for any attack.
Scene 7.
Polar bear. As the walrus caught up with me, I knew I had to think fast. I then remembered my polar bear training, where we were taught to use our agility to outsmart our opponents. I then swam in circles, confusing the walrus and causing it to lose track of me.
Scene 8.
Walrus. As I frantically searched for the predator, it suddenly appeared behind me, using its agility to its advantage. I was caught off guard, and the predator launched a surprise attack, knocking me off balance.
Scene 9.
Polar bear. As I smelled blood, I knew that I had to finish the fight and get my meal. I charged towards the walrus, aiming for its neck and delivering the final blow. The walrus struggled, but it was too late. I had won.
Scene 10.
Walrus. As my vision began to blur, I knew that I had met my match. I closed my eyes, contented that I had fought till the end. My last thoughts were of me, a walrus stranded on an island, and a predator that I had managed to hold off for a while.
Epilogue.
Polar bear. As I devoured my hard-earned meal, I realized the harsh reality of life in the wild. We are all struggling to survive, adapting to our surroundings and fighting for survival. The island will always be a reminder of my triumph over an unknown beast, a creature I'm unlikely to encounter again. For now, it's time to ride the waves and venture to the vast ocean once again, searching for new adventures and challenges.
Title: Humorous Misunderstandings in a Dystopian Gladiator Deathmatch featuring a Pomeranian.
The episode commences with an intense close-up shot of a genetically modified Pomeranian with ice blue ocular organs and brown woolly apex, crowned with an ebony truffle snout. Rick and Morty are struggling with a failed do-it-yourself project and decide to take a break and observe the unique pet, which they believe is a hybrid of a wolf and a penguin. Jerry enters the lab, and with his lack of scientific knowledge, he misunderstands the situation and assumes that Rick has created a new monster that they must eradicate. His confusion leads him to solve the problem with an assortment of weapons he has been working on, which sets off a series of humorous misunderstandings between the generations. Despite their efforts to keep their invention under wraps, Rick and Morty's creation is discovered, and they are transported to a dystopian society where they are forced to participate in a gladiator deathmatch. Here, they face off against a variety of genetically engineered creatures and cyborgs, culminating in a showdown with the Pomeranian hybrid that Rick made. The struggle reaches a fever pitch, and Rick and Morty are surprisingly aided by Jerry's do-it-yourself weapons. In the end, the trio emerges victorious, and the Pomeranian hybrid is revealed to be a friendly and playful pet, far from the monster Jerry believed it to be. The episode concludes with Rick making a joke about the whole situation. Didn't expect to end up in a dog-eat-dog world, did ya? The trio laughed hysterically, pleased to have survived the ordeal. Title: The Interspecies Sauté Experiment.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty initiate an experiment to test the taste bud responses of different alien species to a unique sauté dish. The group consisting of Rick, Morty, Legolas, an elf from an alternate dimension, Badoogie, a furry creature with exceptional strength, and a telepathic alien that they encounter on their journey, stand in front of a sky with a Star Trek poster on its side to conduct the experiment.
Rick. Alright, everyone, prepare your taste buds for the most delicious sauté you've ever had.
Doogie. If it's not meaty, count me out.
Morty. Rick, are we even authorized to conduct this kind of experiment?
Rick. Morty, when have we ever needed authorization for a scientific experiment?
Telepathic alien, I can sense that the dish contains a unique combination of flavors. I'm excited to try it.
Legolas. If this experiment means that I get to try a new dish, I'm all in.
Rick. Alright, here we go. Adds the sauté to the table.
Everyone takes a bite of the sauté.
Everyone except Badoogie. This is amazing.
Doogie. Spits the sauté out. This is not meat, you monsters.
Legolas. Rick, what's in this dish?
Rick. Just a little bit of interdimensional spice, you know, the usual.
Telepathic alien, I sense a strange energy emitting from the sauté, but surprisingly it tastes delicious.
Morty. Rick, I don't think we should be messing with interdimensional spices.
Rick. Relax, Morty, it's just a little experiment.
The group suddenly develops strange hallucinations as a result of the interdimensional spice.
Everyone except whoa, what's happening? Chuckles, I guess we may have added a little too much spice, but I'll fix it, don't worry.
The group continues to experience crazy and hilarious hallucinations throughout the episode. End.
Title: The Quantum Physics of Pandemic Funny Exam Answers.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab, working on some quantum physics experiment while Jerry and Beth are sitting on the couch, watching TV.
Morty, hand me the quantum oscillator.
Oh, Rick, I think we're out of quantum oscillators.
What do you mean we're out? I specifically told you to order a dozen of them.
Sorry, Rick. I must have forgotten.
Laughing. Classic Morty move.
Jerry, can you be quiet? I'm trying to watch the news.
News anchor. In other news, the latest exam results are in, and students all over the world are making the most of the pandemic by giving some hilarious answers.
Smirking. That could be interesting.
Curious? What do you mean, Rick?
Excitedly. I mean, Morty, we could create a device that can predict the funniest answer to any exam question.
Sarcastically. Wow, that sounds so useful.
Rolling her eyes. Rick, is that even possible?
Smiling. Anything's possible with science, Beth.
I'm sane. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are all in the lab, working on the device Rick mentioned. After a few failed attempts, they finally managed to create a functioning hilarious exam answer predictor.
Alright, let's test this baby out.
Enthusiastically. Yeah, let's try it on my algebra exam from last week.
Skeptically. I don't think that's a good idea, Morty.
Curious. Why not, Jerry?
Embarrassed, because I helped him cheat on that.
Laughing. Classic Jerry move.
Suddenly, the device starts beeping and flashing.
Excitedly. It's working. Let's see what answer it predicts.
Reading the prediction, the square root of pi is a delicious pizza topping.
Laughing uncontrollably. That's hilarious.
Shocked, Morty, you can't turn this in as your answer.
Defeated, yeah, you're right. But hey, at least it gave us a good laugh.
As they continue to test the device on various exams, they start to notice a pattern. The funniest answers always involve ridiculous mathematical equations and nonsensical scientific jargon.
Realizing, wait a minute, I think we've discovered a new scientific law.
Confused, what law, Rick?
Excitedly, the law of hilarious exam answers. The funnier the answer, the more complex and absurd the equation.
Sarcastically, wow, that's groundbreaking.
Skeptically, Rick, I highly doubt that's a real law.
Smirking, well, it is now.
Ending scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are all sitting on the couch, watching TV.
Laughing. Hey, did you guys hear the one about the biologist who crossed a chicken with a centipede?
Eye rolling. Please don't tell me.
Sarcastically, yeah, Jerry, we don't want to strain ourselves with too much laughter.
Chuckling, hey, now that we've discovered the law of hilarious exam answers, we could use it to revolutionize the comedy industry.
Sarcastically, yeah, because the world needs more ridiculous scientific jokes.
Smiling. You know what, Rick? I think you might be onto something.
The camera pans out as they continue to discuss their newfound discovery, with the TV in the background showing footage of people all over the world laughing at funny exam answers during the pandemic.
Title: Kinetic Energy Transfer in Gymnasium Apparatus and the Effects of Sports Massage on Gujarati Male Athletes. Opening shot. The gymnasium is bustling with activity as male athletes engage in various exercises. In one corner, a man is attempting a pivot on a machine with a wheel and ball on the floor.
Narrator. The gymnasium is a hub of energy transfer, with athletes constantly converting potential energy into kinetic energy through their movements. In this episode, we examine the transfer of kinetic energy in a gymnasium apparatus and the effects of sports massage on Gujarati male athletes.
Man, I have been trying to master this pivot on the machine for weeks now, but I can't seem to get it right.
Trainer, let me observe your technique. I see that you are not transferring enough energy from your body to the machine. You need to generate more force from your core.
Narrator. The transfer of kinetic energy is a complex process that involves the conversion of one form of energy to another. In this case, the athlete is using the energy from his muscles to move the wheel and ball on the floor.
Massage therapist, I have noticed that many Gujarati male athletes experience muscle soreness and fatigue after engaging in strenuous exercises like the pivot. That's why I recommend sports massage to help them recover faster.
Narrator. Sports massage is a technique that aims to reduce muscle tension, increase flexibility, and promote relaxation. It is believed to increase blood flow and lymphatic drainage, which can help remove metabolic waste products from the muscles.
Man, wow, I feel so much better after the sports massage. My muscles don't feel as sore and tight anymore.
Trainer, great job on that pivot. You were able to transfer more kinetic energy to the machine with better technique and a more relaxed body.
Narrator. The transfer of kinetic energy in gymnasium apparatus is a crucial aspect of athletic training. Through techniques like sports massage, athletes can recover faster and optimize their energy transfer for better performance.
Title: The Atomic Vampire Fireplace Makeover.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty are joined by Jerry and Beth in a living room with a pool table and a fireplace. Rick discovers a new way to utilize americium to create a new form of energy. However, Travis Scott arrives and wants to use the fireplace as the backdrop for his new music video. The group must then team up to create a new kind of atomic-powered fireplace.
Listen, Morty. I've discovered a way to use americium as a source of energy for fireplaces.
That sounds interesting, Rick, but why do we need a new source of energy?
Don't listen to him, Jerry. If Rick says we need it, then we need it.
Travis Scott: hey guys, I heard you have a fireplace. Can I use it for my new music video?
No way, Travis. We need to utilize this fireplace for science.
But Rick, what about Travis's music video? Won't that be cool?
You know what, Morty? You're right. We can make a new, atomic-powered fireplace that will be perfect for Travis's video.
I'm not sure this is a good idea.
I agree with Beth. This seems dangerous.
Nonsense. It's science. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh no, the fireplace is turning Travis into a vampire.
Travis Scott: yo, this is lit.
Quick, we need to switch the atomic power source to reverse the effect.
It worked. The fireplace is now a normal fireplace again.
I still don't think this was a good idea.
Who cares, Jerry? We made a fireplace that can turn people into vampires. That's awesome.
I don't think that's something to be proud of, Rick.
Overall, this episode was a hilarious and entertaining journey that played on the absurdity of science and pop culture. The use of americium and Travis Scott create a unique combination of scientific knowledge and current events, while the addition of the vampire trope adds a humorous twist to the plot.
Title: Quantum Love.
The episode follows Rick and Morty as they encounter a group of people holding up heart-shaped signs with the word love on them. Rick, with his usual skepticism towards emotions, attempts to investigate the phenomenon using quantum mechanics.
What is the correlation between the vibration frequency of these signs and the level of dopamine in the brain?
Morty, meanwhile, is drawn towards a girl holding one of the signs and begins to swap funny dating stories with her.
So, one time, this girl asked me if I was into LOL surprise dolls and I said no. She dumped me right then and there.
Rick rolls his eyes at Morty's adolescent banter but begins to evaluate the quantum physics behind love.
Perhaps love is a frequency that is measured through entanglement of particles at a subatomic level. Or maybe it's just a chemical reaction that alters subjective perceptions and biases.
As the episode progresses, the duo comes across a popular online personality, AiTelevision, who claims to have discovered the secret to true love. AiTelevision, listen up, nerds. It's all about positive vibes and finding someone who accepts and appreciates your quirks. Rick scoffs at this notion, but Morty, desperate to win over his crush, implements AiTelevision's advice. It works briefly until Morty realizes that his crush is actually an interdimensional shapeshifter.
Aw, man, love is like Schrodinger's cat. You never know what you're gonna get.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to the infinite void of space, contemplating the nature of love and the futility of human emotions.
Well, Morty, it looks like love truly is a mystery beyond our understanding.
Yeah, but at least we had some good laughs along the way.
The screen fades to black as the two break out into a rendition of Love Stinks by the J. Giles Band.
Title: The Case of the Contaminated Fruit.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are transported to Birmingham, UK, where they stumble upon a mysterious piece of fruit coated in a green substance. As they investigate, they are pulled into a wild adventure involving quesadillas, dentistry, and a dangerous black market operation.
Morty, look at this fruit. It appears to be coated in a foreign substance.
Whoa, Rick, what do you think it is?
I'm not sure, Morty. Let's take a closer look.
As Rick and Morty examined the fruit, the green substance began to spread and infect nearby plants and animals.
Oh boy, Morty, we have a serious problem here. This green substance appears to be highly contagious.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
We'll have to track down the source of this contamination and put an end to it. But first, I need a quesadilla.
Are you serious, Rick? This is urgent.
Look, Morty, I can't think on an empty stomach. Let's grab some food and regroup.
As they ate, Rick and Morty plotted their next move. They discovered that the source of the contamination was a group of rogue dentists who were using the green substance as a way to control the minds of their patients.
I knew dentists were up to something. Let's take these guys down.
But how do we do that?
Simple. We'll use their own technology against them.
Rick and Morty launched a plan to infiltrate the dental clinic and use a device to reverse the effects of the mind control. After a wild battle, they emerged victorious and put an end to the contamination.
Another successful mission, Morty. Let's get out of here before any more dentists show up.
Agreed, Rick. I don't think my teeth can handle another fight like that.
As they left Birmingham, Rick and Morty couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of their adventure. But they both knew that danger always lurked around the corner, ready to pounce when they least expected it.
Title: The Fractured Fibula Fraud Fiasco.
Setting: Rick's Garage Lab.
Characters: Rick, Morty.
Synopsis: The episode starts with Rick bragging about his latest insurance fraud scheme, in which he breaks his own leg for the payout. Morty, unimpressed by the lack of adventure, suggests they go on a real adventure instead of committing fraud.
Rick dismisses Morty's idea, but as he's gloating, he trips over a toy and breaks his other leg. Morty uses a calculator to determine the probability of Rick breaking his leg twice in a row, and the number is so low that Rick accuses Morty of doctoring the calculations. Rick goes to the hospital to get his leg set, but instead of setting his fractured fibula, the doctor accidentally sets a piece of Lego that was stuck to Rick's other leg. Hilarity ensues as Rick's new Lego leg causes him to stumble and bumble through various missions. At one point, Rick and Morty are trapped in a room with a laser grid and only a phone to call for help. Rick tries to calculate their chances of surviving, but Morty uses the phone to call a delivery pizza place and distract the lasers with the hot greasy goodness. Finally, Rick's insurance check arrives in the mail for a grand total of $12.50. Morty pokes fun at Rick's misfortune, but Rick brushes it off and declares that the adventure was worth it.
Ah, who needs insurance fraud when you've got a Lego leg and a pizza distraction technique?
You know what, Rick? You're right. That was worth it. But next time, can we do something that doesn't involve a fractured fibula?
Fine, Morty. I'll break my arm next time.
No, Rick. Just, no. Title: The Conundrum of C-137.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a perplexing parallel universe where humor is outlawed and Jerry rules the world as a tyrant. In an attempt to regain their sense of humor, they decide to conduct a series of dangerous experiments.
Morty, we need to get out of this godforsaken universe. It's devoid of all humor.
But Rick, how do we do that? We're stuck here.
I have an idea. We'll conduct a series of experiments to try and tap into our subconscious humor center.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds dangerous.
Dangerous? Thieved. We'll just throw Jerry in front of a bus. That's always funny.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Oh, come on, Morty. You're not turning into a Jerry-loving schmuck, are ya?
And no, of course not.
As they proceed to push Jerry in front of the bus, they realize that their attempts at humor are backfiring.
Morty, this isn't working. We need to try something else.
What about that train track over there?
Aha, brilliant. We'll stand on opposite sides of the track and pretend to be oblivious to the impending doom.
As they stand on opposite sides of the train track, Rick points to the distance and Morty follows his finger. But just as the train approaches, Morty jumps out of the way, leaving Rick to get hit by the train.
Gasp, Rick! Are you okay?
Aha, Morty, you fell for it. You thought I was really dead, didn't you?
As they both laugh hysterically, they realize that they've tapped into their humor center and start to regain their sense of humor.
Rick, I think it's working. I'm starting to feel funny again.
Me too, Morty. Me too. Now let's go find some alien hookers.
Title: The Quantum Boredom Theory Lecture Adventure.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, Summer. The episode begins with Rick and Morty attending a tedious scientific lecture on the quantum boredom theory by Professor Bored. Rick, bored out of his mind, decides to take matters into his own hands and creates a portal gun to explore the multiverse.
This guy's voice is making me want to shove my portal gun right up his.
Rick, come on. We're supposed to be learning about quantum mechanics.
Quantum schmantum. Let's go have some real fun.
Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are at home watching TV when they spot a strange man with a weird haircut and a scarf around his neck on the news, claiming to be a time traveler.
Oh great, another one of those crackpots.
Can we change the channel?
Wait a minute, that scarf looks familiar.
Rick and Morty end up in a dimension where everyone is obsessed with making puns, leading to some hilariously bad wordplay.
I can feel my IQ dropping by the second.
Hey, at least they're having fun.
Fun is overrated. Let's get out of here.
Back in cowboy times, Beth is having the time of her life, embracing her inner cowgirl.
Yeehaw! This is way better than watching a boring lecture.
But things take a turn for the worse when she accidentally steps on a butterfly, leading to catastrophic consequences.
Oops.
Meanwhile, Rick and Morty stumble upon a universe where everyone is a puppet, leading to some NSFW humor.
Okay, I think we've seen enough of this one.
Yeah, me too.
As they make their way back to the lecture, Beth manages to fix the timeline by stopping herself from stepping on the butterfly.
Crisis averted.
Back in the lecture, Professor Bored is wrapping up his speech when Rick and Morty suddenly appear on stage, interrupting him.
Sorry to interrupt, but we just discovered a universe where everyone's butts are shaped like ducks.
Yeah, it's quacktastic.
The episode ends with everyone staring at them in disbelief, as Rick and Morty teleport away.
What the hell just happened?
I have no idea, but it was definitely more interesting than that lecture.
I don't think my brain can handle any more craziness.
The end.
Title: Anomalous Dino Showdown.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves caught in the middle of a wacky reality show where Childish Gambino is the host. Their mission: to defeat a giant, genetically modified dinosaur.
Flipping through a clipboard. According to my calculations, this genetically modified dinosaur is not a native species on this planet.
So, what do we do?
Are we seriously doing a reality show?
I mean, I always knew I'd end up on TV someday.
Childish Gambino. Alright, contestants. Your first challenge is to sedate the dino so we can transport it back to the lab for further study.
Smirking. Well, that's easy. Just give me some chloroform and a rag.
Wait, isn't that illegal?
Not in this dimension, Morty. Now, let's go put that dino to sleep.
Jerry nervously follows as Rick leads the way towards the dinosaur.
This seems like a terrible idea.
Quiet, Jerry. I got this.
Childish Gambino. Oh no. It looks like the dino is waking up. Quick, contestants, use these water guns to distract it while we make our escape.
Grinning. Finally, a use for my cheerleading skills.
Jerry sprays the dino with water while Summer cartwheels around it.
I'm just gonna stand back here and watch.
Get in the game, Morty. Use this slingshot to hit the dino with a tranquilizer dart.
I don't know if I can do this.
You can do anything, Morty. Just aim for the jugular.
Morty hits the dino with a dart and it slowly falls asleep.
Childish Gambino. Congratulations, contestants. You complete the first challenge of the Anomalous Dino Showdown. Tune in next week to see what wacky challenges we have in store for you.
Everyone exchanges high fives as the camera fades to black.
Opening scene: Rick is sitting on the couch holding a beer and belching loudly.
Morty, I've got a hankering for some high-class delicacies. How about we take a trip to the expired canned caviar emporium?
Geez, Rick. Expired caviar? That doesn't sound very safe.
Nonsense, Morty. It's perfectly safe. In fact, it's so safe that it's practically a scientific experiment. We'll be testing the limits of our digestive systems.
Cut to the expired canned caviar emporium. Rick and Morty are browsing the shelves, with Rick occasionally popping open a can and sampling the goods.
Ah, Morty, this is the good stuff. The kind of caviar that separates the men from the boys.
I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure my stomach can handle this.
Nonsense, Morty. You're young and resilient. Your digestive system is like a spring chicken.
Cut to Jerry, who's sitting at home in the living room. He sees a pineapple on the table and, without thinking, takes a huge bite out of it.
That's one tasty pineapple.
Cut back to Rick and Morty, who are now in the car on the way home with a trunk full of canned caviar.
Alright, Morty, let's have a go at this caviar. But be forewarned, this is the big leagues.
Alright, Rick. Let's do this.
They start chowing down on the caviar, with Rick taking huge spoonfuls and Morty gingerly nibbling on a cracker with a small scoop of caviar.
Oh man, Rick. I don't know about this.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. Just keep eating.
Meanwhile, Jerry's stomach starts to gurgle and rumble. He starts sweating profusely and clutches his stomach in pain.
Oh God. Why did I eat that whole pineapple?
Back to Rick and Morty, who are now both slumped over the table, covered in sweat and groaning.
Okay, Morty. I think we may have bitten off more than we can chew.
Groaning. I should have listened to my gut.
Chuckling. That's the problem, Morty. Your gut isn't functioning properly right now.
Suddenly, Jerry bursts into the room, clutching his stomach.
Guys, help me. I just ate a whole pineapple and now I feel like I'm dying.
Rick and Morty look at each other and then back at Jerry.
Smirking. Looks like we've got ourselves a pineapple party.
End scene.
Title: The Phytochemical Odyssey in Floral Existence.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are teleported to a beautiful field of flowers on a distant planet. The floral field contains various species of flowers with unique phytochemical components, and a large moon in the distance emitting high-energy gamma rays.
Time for an intergalactic trip down reality lane, kids. Let's see what kind of chemicals these plants got.
Aw, geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this kind of adventure.
Why'd you bring me? I have no idea what's going on.
I don't care what we do as long as we're away from home.
As they explore the field, Morty becomes emotionally attached to a lonely flower that seems to be exhibiting signs of depression. Rick realizes that the flower contains a rare and powerful phytochemical that causes intense emotional sensitivity and thus responsible for Morty's interaction with the plant.
Morty, you insensitive flower lover. This is a rare phytochemical that messes up with your brain's chemistry.
But it's so sad, Rick. We gotta do something about it.
I'm just here for the ride.
Someone better fix this before I start feeling sorry for the flower too.
Rick creates a concoction that combines the phytochemicals of different plants in the field to counteract the emotional effect of the lonely flower. The concoction ends up making everyone in the group experience the emotions of the entire field, leading to a chaotic and ridiculous adventure.
I regret coming here.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
This is too much, Rick. I can't handle it.
Relax, Morty, it's just science.
As they all stumble through the field, bickering and lamenting the absurdity of their situation, they finally make it back to their ship and return home, leaving the field of flowers and its potent phytochemicals behind.
I think I need therapy after this.
I can't believe I spent my day off doing this.
Can we never go back there, Rick?
You never know, Morty. The universe is full of surprises.
The group officially declares the field of flowers off limits for any future adventures.
Title: The Expanding Jerry and Rick's Kidney Crisis.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing at a table. A bowl of sliced up red vegetables sits on the tabletop with water droplets glistening on the surface. Jerry walks into the room and inspects the bowl.
Hey, what's this? Vegetables? You know I'm not a rabbit, right?
Rick rolls his eyes and mutters something under his breath while Morty tries to defuse the situation.
Come on, Jerry. It's good for you. Just try it.
Jerry picks up the spoon and tries a bite. Suddenly, without warning, Rick doubles over in pain, clutching his abdomen.
Oh God, my kidneys. They're exploding. But, I'm fine. Just a little indigestion.
Morty looks at Rick skeptically but doesn't push the issue. Meanwhile, Jerry begins to feel strange.
Hey, guys. Do I look taller to you?
Morty measures Jerry and confirms that he has, in fact, grown 0.0001 inches. Rick brushes it off as a minor anomaly, but as they continue their adventures, Jerry begins to grow at an alarming rate.
Okay, fine. I admit it. My kidneys are imploding. But we need to focus on Jerry. He's turning into a giant.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. Maybe we can shrink him down or something.
Jerry continues to grow, now towering over skyscrapers and causing destruction throughout the city. The trio finally come up with a plan to use a shrinking ray to bring him back to his normal size. As they activate the ray, Rick's kidneys finally give out and he collapses.
Oh no! Rick, we have to get you to a hospital.
Rick weakly raises a hand.
Oh, I think I'll just sleep it off. You guys got this.
Jerry is successfully shrunk down to his normal size and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. As they walk away from the scene, Morty turns to Rick.
You know, if you had just admitted you needed medical attention in the first place, we wouldn't have had to go through all of that.
Rick chuckles.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that?
Title: Waffles at 4 a.m. A study of Rick and Morty's late-night snacking habits.
Abstract. In this episode, we observe the effects of late-night snacking on the behavior and cognitive abilities of Rick, Morty, and Jerry. Our study begins with the simple act of cutting waffles with a knife and fork, which serves as a catalyst for a series of chaotic events.
Introduction. The episode opens with Rick waking up in the middle of the night craving waffles. Despite knowing the dangers of cooking while intoxicated, Rick proceeds to make waffles, nearly setting the house on fire in the process. Morty and Jerry, both awakened by the commotion, join Rick in the kitchen where they too indulge in the waffles.
You know what they say, Morty. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, even at 4 a.m.
I don't think they were talking about waffles, Rick.
Methods. As the trio enjoys their late-night snack, they begin to experience unusual side effects. Rick's cognitive abilities become impaired, leading to a series of reckless actions, while Morty and Jerry's behavior becomes increasingly erratic.
Results. The waffles have a profound effect on the group, leading them down a path of absurdity and hilarity. Rick's impaired state causes him to accidentally transport the group into an alternate dimension, where they encounter bizarre creatures and engage in reckless behavior.
I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Morty.
We were never in Kansas, Jerry.
Discussion. Our study highlights the potential dangers of late-night snacking and the impact it can have on behavior and cognitive function. While our subjects experienced a range of unusual and hilarious side effects, it serves as a reminder to be cautious when consuming food late at night.
Conclusion. In conclusion, our observations suggest that late-night snacking can have profound effects on behavior and cognitive function, particularly when indulging in waffles at 4 a.m. Despite the risks, our subjects were able to navigate the absurdity of their situation and come out unscathed, with the exception of a few burns from the waffle iron. The implications of these findings warrant further investigation. Title: Egg-tastic Fun in the Park, a study on the effects of prolonged exposure to egg pelting on human psychophysiology.
Introduction. In this study, we investigate the impact of a prolonged exposure to egg pelting on human psychophysiology. The observed individuals, Rick, Morty, and Jerry, were chosen based on their voluntary participation. The study was conducted in a park area with bushes in the background. The experiment lasted for 48 hours.
Hey Morty, look at this egg. It's the perfect shape for pelting someone.
Oh, okay. But who are we going to pelt with it?
Hey guys, can I join in on the ball game?
Sure, Jerry, but heads up, I'm also going to throw some eggs at you.
Hypothesis. It is predicted that the prolonged exposure to egg pelting may lead to emotional distress, physical discomfort, and in some cases, an altered state of consciousness.
Oh, guys, I don't know about this. It's not really fair to keep throwing eggs at Jerry.
Beefed, Lighten up, Morty. It's all in good fun.
Methods: the participants were exposed to repeated egg pelting for 48 hours. Their psychophysiological responses were monitored using electroencephalography, EEG, heart rate variability, HRV, and galvanic skin response, GSR.
Okay guys, this isn't funny anymore. Can we please stop with the eggs?
Oh, come on, Jerry. Don't be such an egg spoiler.
Results. The results showed a significant increase in heart rate and GSR, suggesting emotional distress and physical discomfort in the participants. The egg recordings also showed an altered state of consciousness in Rick, as he continued to throw eggs even after the 48-hour period was over.
I can't take this anymore. I'm out of here.
Well, more eggs for us, Morty.
Conclusion. Our findings suggest that prolonged exposure to egg pelting can have significant negative effects on human psychophysiology. Therefore, we do not recommend engaging in such activities for extended periods of time. However, this study does provide a scientific basis for egg-related humor in certain social contexts. I don't think I ever want to see another egg again.
Well, that's just excellent news, Morty. More eggs for me.
The episode ends with Rick pelting Morty with eggs, as Morty sighs in resignation.
Title: The Radical Science of Ink and Baldness.
Characters:
Rick, Morty, robot-faced man, necklace woman, bearded glasses man, Jerry.
Synopsis:
Rick and Morty are on their way to a dimension where tattoos give people superpowers. As they arrive, they meet a man with a face painted like a robot, a woman with a necklace on her neck, and a man with a beard and glasses on his head. These three people are the guardians of the tattoo dimension and prevent unauthorized access. Rick, being Rick, tries to sneak in, but is caught by the Guardians. They give him a choice: either get a tattoo or be banished to a dimension of baldness. Rick, not wanting to lose his hair, decides to get a rad face tattoo. As Rick is getting inked, Morty explores the dimension and discovers that the tattoos are powered by a rare element called inkium. He realizes that the Guardians are actually exploiting the inkium for their own gain and keeping the rest of the population ignorant. Meanwhile, back in the tattoo parlor, Rick's tattoo becomes sentient and begins to take over his body, causing him to spout nonsensical catchphrases and dance uncontrollably. Morty rushes back to find Rick in this state and decides to use the inkium to reverse the effects of the tattoo. In the end, Rick's tattoo is removed and he returns to his normal self, but Jerry ends up being banished to the dimension of baldness due to his own foolishness. The episode ends with Rick and Morty leaving the tattoo dimension, with Morty lamenting his missed opportunity to get a tattoo.
Discussion.
Rick and Morty's journey to the tattoo dimension is a tongue-in-cheek exploration of the cultural significance of body art. The use of inkium as a rare element powering the tattoos pokes fun at the complexity of scientific jargon, while the character of Rick getting inked only adds to the comedy. The guardians of the tattoo dimension represent the gatekeepers of popular culture, who often make decisions about what is cool or hip in society. The concept of a face tattoo becoming sentient and taking over the body is used to criticize the excesses of extreme self-expression. The subplot involving Jerry provides additional comedic relief to the episode, as the hapless character ends up being the ultimate victim of the tattoo dimension's strict laws. Overall, the episode blends humor with social commentary, making it an entertaining and thought-provoking addition to the Rick and Morty universe.
Title: The Inebriated Invention of Interdimensional Intoxication, teen rated.
Synopsis: Rick Sanchez, the eccentric scientist, creates a device that allows him to harness the power of interdimensional wine. However, things get out of hand when Morty and Summer accidentally activate the device, causing Rick to get wasted and wreak havoc across various dimensions.
Scene 1.
Morty, hand me that bottle of Chardonnay. This experiment isn't going to drink itself.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? You've been mixing weird stuff all day.
You worry too much, Morty. Now, activate the device.
Scene 2.
A bright flash of light illuminates the room.
Whoa, what just happened?
Looks like we've tapped into the interdimensional wine market, Morty. Time to get to work.
Scene 3.
Montage of Rick and the gang traveling through various dimensions, getting increasingly more intoxicated and causing chaos.
Rick, maybe we should stop. This is getting out of hand.
Nonsense, Morty. We're just getting started. Pass me that bottle of Merlot.
Scene 4.
Rick passes out on top of a pile of broken wine bottles.
Rick, wake up. We need to turn off the device before it's too late.
My head. Wait, where am I?
You're on top of 48 broken wine bottles, Rick. We need to shut this thing down.
Scene 5.
Rick and the gang successfully shut down the device, but not without some consequences.
Well, that was a wild ride. I don't remember anything after the Pinot Noir. Did I really invent a device that harnesses the power of interdimensional wine?
Yep, you sure did. But I think it's safe to say we should stick to regular wine from now on.
And maybe lay off the experiments for a little while.
Rick belches loudly.
Fair enough. Now, who's ready for some tequila shots?
The gang groans and rolls their eyes. End scene. The Madness of the Banana Man.
Synopsis.
Rick discovers a new dimension where bananas are sentient beings with advanced intelligence and telepathic abilities.
Morty is initially shocked but quickly becomes fascinated with the idea of talking bananas.
Meanwhile, Jerry invites a strange man he met on the street who just happens to be eating a banana to dinner. Act 1.
Morty, I found something incredible. Bananas have minds of their own in this dimension.
Oh my god, Rick! That's insane! What do they want?
I don't know, Morty. They're just talking about gibberish. But listen, they're telepathic.
Telepathic bananas? You're messing with me, Rick.
No, Morty, I'm not messing with you. This is the real deal. We're going to have to investigate further.
Act 2.
Hey, Banana Man, glad you could make it to dinner. Would you like some coconut?
Banana Man, what's a coconut?
Oh, it's a fruit. Kind of hard to crack open, but the juice is worth it.
Banana Man, interesting. I've never had fruit that wasn't another banana before.
Act 3. Alright, Morty, let's go to the other side of the dimension and see if we can find any more talking bananas.
Do we really have to, Rick? This seems like a bad idea.
Shut up. We're doing it.
Act 4.
So, Banana Man, what do you like to do for fun?
Banana Man, I enjoy taking long walks through the jungle and contemplating the meaning of life.
Huh. I usually just watch TV.
Banana Man, what's TV?
Act 5.
I can't believe it, Morty. We found an entire civilization of talking bananas.
This is crazy, Rick. What are we going to do?
I don't know, Morty. We can't just leave them here. We have to help them somehow.
Act 6.
Banana Man, this coconut isn't bad, Jerry. Thanks for having me over.
No problem, Banana Man. I'm glad you could join us.
Banana Man, by the way, do you have any bananas? I'm feeling a bit homesick.
Sorry, no bananas here. Just coconuts.
Act 7.
Alright, Morty, we've created a portal and we're taking these bananas to a dimension where they can thrive.
But won't that disrupt the balance of that dimension too?
Who cares, Morty? We're getting rid of them all anyways. They're a bunch of bananas, not Nobel Prize winners.
Belong.
Well, that was an interesting dinner party.
Banana Man, yes, thank you. I enjoyed myself.
Maybe next time we'll try some different fruit.
Banana Man, yes, that would be most intriguing.
End scene with the banana man eating a banana while Jerry looks on in horror with a banana peel next to him.
Title: The Equine Event, an unconventional horse race experiment.
Summary. The episode follows the adventures of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer as they attend a horse racing event at a local derby. The green open field track features a lineup of horses, each raring to go, while the spectators cheer them on from the stands. Rick and Morty engage in bets on their favorite horses, with Summer playing the role of commentator. However, the real twist of the episode is when Jerry decides to join the race as a jockey, completely unprepared for the dangers that lie ahead.
Scene 1.
Morty, I've got my eye on that chestnut mare. What do you say?
I don't know, Rick. That black stallion looks pretty fast.
Hey guys, I got my binoculars out. I see Jerry down there. Wait, is he seriously putting on a jockey's outfit?
Scene 2.
This is going to be great. I'm going to be the jockey to beat.
I don't think that's a good idea, Jerry. Those horses are pretty strong.
Don't worry, I've got this.
I don't think Jerry realizes what he's getting into.
Scene 3.
And they're off. The horses are racing down the track, and it looks like the chestnut mare is in the lead.
Come on, baby, don't let me down.
Screaming, "Aw!" This isn't like it looks in the movies.
Oh boy, Jerry's in trouble.
Scene 4.
Oh no, it looks like all the horses are closing in on Jerry.
Laughs. Looks like Jerry bit off more than he could chew.
Ah! Help!
Shouldn't we help him?
Hey, he'll be fine. We've got bets to win.
Scene 5.
And the chestnut mare takes the lead, followed by the black stallion.
I told you that mare had it in her.
Yeah, but what about Jerry?
Scene 6.
Wait, what's this? Jerry's trying to get up from the ground, but he's just getting trampled over by the horses.
Moans in pain.
Laughs. This is the best race I've been to in ages.
I don't think we should be laughing at Jerry's pain.
Scene 7.
And the chestnut mare crosses the finish line first, followed by the black stallion.
Yes, I knew it.
But what about Jerry? We can't just leave him there.
Scene 8.
Groans in pain. You guys left me to die.
Laughs. Oh Jerry, you're such a drama queen.
Let's get you some medical attention.
Scene 9.
And that wraps up our horse racing event. Tune in next time for even more unpredictable races.
Jerry, maybe next time you should stick to the stands.
Flatly, yeah, maybe I should.
To the audience, thanks for watching. Don't forget to bet responsibly.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty enjoying some food in front of a castle as they discuss the possibilities of interdimensional cuisine. Meanwhile, Summer is struggling with her teenage issues and feels left out. Rick, in his usual careless manner, accidentally ruins lunch for the entire country of Greece by using a questionable ingredient for his dish. The Greek government declares war on the United States and demands compensation for their ruined lunch. In an attempt to avoid a war, Rick and Morty travel to Greece to make amends. But things quickly go awry when they realize that the Greek gods have taken offense to the use of their sacred food ingredient. Summer, on the other hand, finds herself helping Jerry with his campaign for office. Jerry, being his usual insecure self, is constantly making embarrassing gaffes and bad decisions. Summer tries to guide him, but their efforts only result in more chaos. Amidst the chaos, Rick and Morty find themselves in a battle with the Greek gods and must fend off their supernatural powers with their usual scientific tricks. Summer and Jerry, on the other hand, find themselves in a heated debate with Jerry's opponent, who turns out to be a shape-shifting alien. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty emerge victorious against the Greek gods and the war is called off. Jerry, despite his incompetence, manages to win the election with Summer's help. And as a reward for her assistance, Rick takes Summer on a wild interdimensional ride to blow off some steam.
Well, Morty, we're in quite a pickle this time. We've angered the Greek gods and created an international incident.
Geez, Rick, do we always have to mess things up like this?
Can you two stop being so selfish for a minute and help fix things?
I don't know, Summer. I don't think I'm cut out for politics.
Shape-shifting alien. Ha, I knew it. You humans are so gullible.
Hold on, I got this. Morty, hand me the interdimensional portal gun.
Wait, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna show these Greek gods what real power looks like.
Please don't screw this up, Rick.
I really need to consider my life choices.
Shape-shifting alien. You fools. You can't stop me.
Oh yeah, watch this.
Interdimensional chaos ensues.
I hate you guys.
Yeah, me too. Title: Study of Interpersonal Attraction in a Room with a View.
Objective: the objective of this study is to observe and analyze the interpersonal attraction exhibited by subjects placed in a controlled environment.
Title: The Donut Dilemma, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves on a mission to retrieve a rare ingredient for one of Rick's scientific experiments. The ingredient happens to be two special donuts that are on a yellow surface with a black one and a white one.
Morty, we need to get those donuts. They're crucial for the success of my experiment.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why are they so important?
Well, Morty, these donuts possess a unique chemical composition that can unlock the secrets of the universe.
The duo travel to a bagel shop where the donuts are rumored to be located. However, they soon discover that the donuts have already been sold to a mysterious customer, Zendaya, who also happens to be a renowned scientist.
Morty, we've got to get those donuts back from Zendaya. She's a competitor in my field and I can't let her get ahead.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea. She seems pretty tough.
Nonsense, Morty. I'll just use my scientific knowledge to outsmart her.
The duo confront Zendaya and her team of scientists in a hilarious and chaotic showdown. With Rick's wits and Morty's resourcefulness, they manage to retrieve the donuts and escape unscathed.
Take that, Zendaya. Nobody messes with the scientific genius of Rick Sanchez.
Rick, what are we going to do with the donuts now?
Oh, Morty, we're going to make the best damn donut smoothie ever.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying their delicious creation, complete with a post-credit scene of them both passed out from sugar overload. Overall, The Donut Dilemma is a crazy, hilarious, and scientifically motivated episode that showcases the unique humor and creativity of the Rick and Morty universe.
Title: The Neurobiological Basis of Love, an investigation of social behaviors in two men.
Setting: two men, Ugarte and Alvaro, are standing next to each other in front of a wall with a sign on it that says, "Hug."
Introduction.
Ugarte and Alvaro, both young and healthy males, were chosen as subjects for a study on social behaviors in humans. The aim of the study was to investigate the neurobiological basis of love and attraction, specifically in male-to-male relationships.
Methodology.
The study utilized non-invasive brain imaging techniques to monitor neural activity during social interactions. In addition, behavioral observations were recorded through video analysis.
Results.
Throughout the study, Ugarte exhibited increasing signs of attraction towards Alvaro. This was evidenced by his frequent gaze fixation on Alvaro, increased instances of smiling and laughing in his presence, and physical proximity. Additionally, when shown images of Alvaro, Ugarte exhibited heightened levels of neural activity in the amygdala and orbital frontal cortex, regions associated with reward and emotional processing.
Discussion.
The findings from this study suggest that the neurobiological basis of love and attraction extends beyond traditional gender norms. The activation of reward-related regions in the brain, as seen in Ugarte, may be indicative of the rewarding nature of social bonding and interpersonal connections.
Furthermore, our results highlight the importance of acknowledging and accepting diverse forms of romantic and sexual relationships in society.
Conclusion.
This study provides insight into the complex dynamics of social interactions and attraction. While further research is needed to fully understand the neurobiological basis of love and attraction, our findings suggest that it is a multidimensional and diverse phenomenon that extends beyond traditional gender norms.
Title: The Quantum Soccer Pong Game.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the principles of quantum physics through their obsession with a hybrid version of soccer and Pong. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in a green grass field with a white line on it and a black and white stripe on the grass. They are playing Rocket League, but they soon get bored and start talking about combining their favorite sports.
Morty, we need to take this to the next level. We need a sport that combines the best of soccer and Pong.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds complicated.
Oh, Morty, you always underestimate the power of quantum physics. By harnessing the principles of quantum entanglement, we can create a game that will blow your mind.
You mean like the Schrodinger's cat experiment?
Exactly, Morty, but instead of a cat, we're going to use a soccer ball and a Pong paddle.
Okay. So how do we play it?
First, we set up a giant field with a black and white stripe on the grass and a white line on the grass field. Then, we use quantum entanglement to connect the soccer ball and the Pong paddle. Now, every time the ball hits the paddle will also hit the ball.
Whoa, that's crazy.
I know, Morty, and that's not even the best part. The ball will also be in a state of superposition. It will exist in two places on the field at the same time, making it impossible for the other team to predict where it will go.
This is insane, Rick.
I know, Morty. That's why it's called the Quantum Soccer Pong Game. Get it?
Laughs. I get it, Rick.
The episode goes on to explore the consequences of playing a game with quantum entanglement and superposition. The ball jumps from one side of the field to the other, leaving the players confused and disoriented. The audience cheers as Rick and Morty score impossible goals. But as the game progresses, the ball becomes more and more unstable. It starts to split into two identical balls, making it even harder to keep track of.
Morty, we've got a problem. The ball is splitting into two identical balls.
Oh no! What do we do?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this. We just need to use the Heisenberg uncertainty principle to collapse the wave function and force the ball to choose one state.
The Heisenberg what?
Just trust me, Morty. I'm a scientist.
The episode ends with a chaotic finale, where the players are chasing two identical balls, kicking and hitting them at random, while the audience is in awe of the spectacle. In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, but the field is left in shambles. Rick and Morty look at the mess and share a laugh.
Laughs. That was the craziest game ever, Morty.
Laughs. Yeah, but it was fun.
Fun, Morty. That was science.
Narrator. In this episode, we explore the phenomenon of a robot dog show, where a humanoid robot adorned in a metallic coat is walking in front of a crowd of people. The robot is wearing an electronic glove on one hand while the other hand is holding a state-of-the-art cell phone.
Robot. Greetings, fellow spectators. As a part of this robot dog show, I am showcasing my advanced capabilities through my movements and interactions with the phone.
Narrator. The robot then begins to interact with the phone, navigating through various apps and displaying its agility and dexterity with the electronic glove.
Brad Pitt. I am fascinated by the intricate motions of this robot. The technology is truly awe-inspiring.
Rihanna, indeed, the complexity of the robot's movements is a testament to the advancements in robotics and artificial intelligence.
Narrator. As the robot continues its display, the audience cheers at its impressive abilities. However, towards the end of the show, the robot experiences a glitch in its programming, causing it to malfunction.
Robot. Error. System malfunction. Shutting down.
Narrator. As technicians rush to fix the issue, the crowd remains in awe of the abilities of this humanoid robot. In conclusion, the Robot Dog Show displays the cutting-edge technologies in robotics and artificial intelligence, highlighting the impressive advancements in the field. However, the inherent limitations of these machines serve as a reminder of the constant need for innovation and development in the field of robotics.
Title: The Unfortunate Consequences of Cultural Appropriation in Sushi Bars, a study on hilarious DIY costume fails and Javanese giraffes.
Abstract. This study aims to analyze the effects of cultural appropriation in sushi bars through the investigation of a specific incident involving a sushi dish with cucumber and avocado on it, and the display of hilarious DIY costume fails and Javanese giraffes. The research was conducted by observing and interviewing customers and staff members of the sushi bar, as well as analyzing the physical and cultural elements present in the sets and costumes.
Introduction. Sushi bars have become a popular location for individuals seeking to experience the exotic and cultural cuisine of Japan. However, with this increased interest comes the potential for cultural appropriation and insensitivity towards a culture that is often misrepresented or stereotyped. In this study, we analyze a specific incident involving a sushi dish with cucumber and avocado on it, and the display of hilarious DIY costume fails and Javanese giraffes in a sushi bar setting.
Methodology. The research methodology involved the observation of customer reactions to the sushi dish and costume display, as well as interviews with staff members and customers. We also conducted a thorough analysis of the sets and costumes in order to identify any cultural elements present.
Results. The sushi dish with cucumber and avocado on it received mixed reactions from customers, with some expressing appreciation for the unique flavor and others expressing concern over the cultural appropriateness of the dish. The hilarious DIY costume fails and Javanese giraffes were met with confusion and amusement by customers, although some felt that the display was offensive and insensitive.
Discussion. The results of this study highlight the importance of cultural sensitivity and awareness in sushi bars and other cultural establishments. While the use of cucumber and avocado in sushi is not inherently offensive, it is important to consider the cultural significance and history of such dishes before appropriating them for commercial use. Additionally, displays of costumes and decor that are not accurately representative of the culture they are meant to portray can lead to cultural insensitivity and mockery.
Conclusion. In order to promote cultural sensitivity and awareness in sushi bars, it is important for both staff members and customers to educate themselves on the cultural significance and history of the cuisine and decorations. By doing so, we can promote a more respectful and inclusive environment for all individuals who seek to experience cultural cuisine and traditions.